Ellen drove slowly down the highway. She was so tired she could barely turn the wheel. "I have to take a day off. I can't take it anymore," she said to herself and stared out the window at the deserted fields. She sighed. It seemed to her that nature itself was going through the horrors of loneliness, just as she was. Trees were occasionally visible. They didn't seem to fit in with the desolate croplands from which everything had already been sucked out, and they were just indulging in it. The end of September brought good weather. Whether it was Indian summer or just a quirk of nature, no one knew. But no one would have wanted the warmth to last as long as possible. There were still about 500 kilometers to go, and Grace sank into her thoughts. This highway had once taken everything she held most dear. At first she had been afraid to drive here, but it was the shortest road to their plantation. Ellen and her husband had been growing medicinal herbs for many years. Since the place outside the city was not quite suitable for this business, and had to buy a huge plot of land almost 100 kilometers away. But that was later, after they had started their business, so to speak. Their business was directly related to something that had happened in their lives. Almost 20 years ago, Grace was an ordinary provincial girl. She had graduated from medical school as a nurse and imagined that her whole life would now be spent in their local hospital. Someday she would get married and have everything like everyone else. At the time, Grace was working as a procedural nurse. The day was just like any other day before, nothing special. And Grace, having finished all the procedures, was filling out a log. Suddenly there was shouting in the hallway. That meant someone had been brought in. The nurse looked out. Their hospital didn't have an intensive care unit, so everyone was brought here at once. The girl saw someone being brought into room 3. She hurried there. A young man, covered in blood, was moaning occasionally. He was moved, and the doctor immediately began to examine the victim. As it turned out later, Matthew had come to their town by chance. He needed to buy water and something to eat. And since the city was located on the highway, he, like many people, took advantage of the opportunity. The young man went to the nearest store, near which sat some gang. Apparently, they wanted to have a hangover. One of them looked at Matthew's expensive car, swore and spat. "Listen," he said to him when the stranger left the store, "give me a couple thousand." Matthew didn't mind helping someone out, but he immediately disliked the defiant man. Naturally, he turned him down. The man started harassing him, calling him foul words. The young man was about to get into the car when he felt someone hit him from behind, and then all 4 of them came at him and started beating him. It was good that some people came and started to drive these thugs away, or they would have killed the guy for sure. Matthew had a broken arm, numerous bruises and a concussion. That same night, his parents came to visit him. The mom was crying the whole time. "Mom, but come on, I'm alive." Tried to calm her son. "It's all right, my leg will heal soon, and I'll get up." "Jesus, son, why do you go to these villages? There's no one here but alcoholics." She wouldn't stop. "Look at you. That's their principle of life. Do nothing. And someone has to feed me. They have plenty of land here. But no, they have to work." Lexi spoke her mind. She herself was once an ordinary village girl who had been through it all. As soon as there was a serious person in the village who wanted to live a normal life, they would immediately give him a hard time. It was much more convenient for everyone to live in poverty and blame others, but not to do something about it themselves. Let those who owed them do it for them. But why should anyone have to arrange a normal life for them? On what grounds? Nobody knew. Especially they were tearing their mouths off, insulting and humiliating. That's the kind of alkies and tract dwellers they were. Grace performed all the prescribed procedures on Matthew, as she did on everyone else. The girl was not particularly interested in the millionaire. She had never dreamed of a rich life. Her outlook on life was the same as everyone else's. Do like everyone else. Don't show off, and one day all your suffering will end and your happiness will come. The pay was miserable. The work was hard. The stress was constant. But that's okay. That's how you earn your happiness. "Thank you," someone's voice brought the nurse back to reality. She flinched and looked at Matthew. He was smiling contentedly. Grace didn't say anything. She was embarrassed and left for her treatment room. After that, the patient started talking to her all the time. The guy turned out to be sociable. Tot didn't like his company. A month later, his parents took him home. "See you soon," he came into her office. Grace didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. She ran out of the office. Ahead of her, Matthew disappeared out the door. For the first few days, Grace even missed him. He made her laugh all the time. Matthew was an optimist. He had gone to law school on his own, without any help from his parents, and had graduated with flying colors. The young man told Grace that his father had been in the plaster business for many years. He had a large business where Matthew also worked. 2 months passed and Grace had almost forgotten about her new acquaintance. There was always a lot to do, so patients, no matter how good they were out of their lives very quickly. "Good afternoon," someone's familiar voice sounded. Grace was putting in an IV and turned for a moment. Matthew was standing in the doorway. "Matthew, hello," she rejoiced. "How are you? Are you looking all right?" The nurse smiled. She finished her work and went with her guest to her office. "Grace, I'm going to stay with you tonight," Matthew suggested. "Let's meet after your work, because I didn't even have time to thank you." The girl was embarrassed. But Matthew's charm was impossible to resist. So, almost 8 months later, Grace got married and left her provincial town. Her husband's parents accepted her easily because Matthew's mother was also from an ordinary family. Grace took a long time to get used to the fact that she now had a completely different life. Her husband did not forbid her to work. But Grace, after working as a nurse in a private clinic for almost 2 years, quit. She finally realized that such medicine is not for her. But there was another reason why the girl could not concentrate on work. Grace and Matthew could not have children. After almost a year and a half of intensive treatment, the girl was diagnosed with infertility. For her, it was a verdict. Grace cried for almost 3 months. She didn't want to live anymore. And if it wasn't for her husband who pulled her out of that emotional pit, no one would know how she lived her life. Grace were not going to give up trying, he told her then. There were so many people who were infertile. And then some miracle happens. Yes, doctors can make a diagnosis like that, but no one knows if it's not permanent or if under some circumstances things can change. Grace was having a hard time coming around, but Matthew took an active search. He kept looking for some new ways to do things. They traveled to resorts and abroad. The problem was mainly that Grace had what she was told at the time was incurable endometriosis. The walls were so thin that nothing could cling to them. They were told right away that it was unlikely to help, so they underwent 2 IVF protocols. But, as the doctors suggested, nothing worked. Then Matthew turned to alternative medicine. He began to take his wife to all sorts of witch doctors and places of power. They visited all the monasteries within a radius of 500 kilometers from home. Grace, the man got water from healing springs, Matthew continued. We have also been to New York, to all the major churches and to the best clinics in the capital. But you had your chance. And one gray afternoon, Matthew and his wife went to see some herbal healer, according to an advertisement. The case is tough, the healer immediately shook his head. But if you have patience, you may be able to do something. The man put some endless jars and sachets on the table, then began to write the program on a sheet of paper. Here's the program, he said. The first stage you will go through together. It will be cleansing. Both of you will drink this composition, he showed on his notes. In addition to that, you need energy cleansing. While it's summer, walk around Central Park every morning, praying the whole time. He pulled out a stack of papers from somewhere. Do this for at least half an hour, the healer continued. Before going to bed, be sure to thank the Almighty for everything He has given you. You can choose something new every day. Today, for example, thank Him for the food on the table, tomorrow for the house, then for the family, and so on. Bless your body 3 times during the day. It is obligatory. You can tell Him about your love. Thank Him too. Especially your wife should thank her body for the fact that she is a woman and can give life to a new man. After that, after 2 months, a new stage will begin. You will stop drinking herbs and your wife will start drinking a new collection. At this time, you will need to work on forgiveness. Now this prayer will work for you. Keep walking around Central Park and recite it before you go to bed every day. Forgive someone or something until you get to the point where you feel resentment in your heart toward God for not giving you a child. Don't be afraid of that point. Say, Lord, I forgive you for the fact that no child comes to me yet. And lastly, the final step. Grace had a new herb gathering and Matthew was entering the process of accepting the situation. He now started each morning with this prayer and said several times throughout the day that he accepts the changes that will occur in their lives. Do you accept that your son will be coming to you soon? The healer asked. I will have a son. Grace looked at the elder in amazement. You see, I see that you do not want happiness for yourself, he sighed. Your problem is in your head. You have an insane inner fear of having a child. As a result, you have uterine problems. That's why your baby can't come. Do what I have told you and maybe a miracle will happen. The herbs I prescribed are very powerful, but without working on your psychology, even they can't help. Grace was in shock that day. She had never felt such resistance inside of her in the form of fear of having a child. It seemed to her that the opposite was true. The couple followed the healer's recommendations for 4 months. Grace tried to be honest with herself, and 1 month after completing her treatment, she became pregnant. It was a real miracle. I don't know how you did it, her doctor said in amazement, but I can tell you one thing. You no longer have endometriosis. 8 months later, Grace had a healthy baby boy. Matthew was so inspired by what had happened to them that he really wanted to get involved with rare medicinal plants. Of course, he realized that collecting herbs was only half of success, that one had to work on oneself. Nevertheless, he and Grace bought a small plot of land outside of town and began growing the herbs that the healer had prescribed to them at the time. Some were common, but a third were very rare plants. It was not easy. The composition of the land was not suitable. In the first year, everything died. They began to prepare special soil, and it worked. Plants began to be in demand, but still Matthew and his wife could not grow a large number. Eventually, they came to the point where they had to look for suitable land and conditions for their business. Nearly 5 years of constant experimentation. How many times they gave up, but some higher power still led them forward. And finally, in the first year after they bought a large piece of land far from home, they succeeded. It took a couple more years for the rare perennials to grow enough mass to make the harvesting of material go full steam ahead. Subsequently, the couple began to prepare collections not only from infertility, but also from other serious diseases. Of course, not everyone's treatment was successful. We can say that complete cure occurred in 20 to 25 cases, but more than half of them noted significant improvements. Ellen and her husband Matthew had long since lived apart from his parents. Only the first 2 years, when Carl was small, the woman was not so actively involved in their business. But when he grew up, Grace began to devote herself to their family business. Things were going well, and it seemed to the woman that their life would go on as planned, until one day, a terrible thing happened. "Helen, your husband has crashed," she was told when Carl was 7 years old. That day, Matthew had gone with his son to his medicinal herb plant. They had had a director for a long time, but once a week, Matthew and Ellen would drive out to the side of their field. They often took their son with them. All the more reason to take a day off. 30 kilometers short of their destination, a car crashed into them. The driver was never found. A week later, the car was found at the bottom of a deep ravine. Someone must have dumped it to get rid of the evidence. Of course, there were no license plates or any identifying marks on it. It looks like a contract killing the investigator suggested at the time. Otherwise, we would have found something by now. The investigation lasted almost 2 years, but the perpetrator was never found. Maybe it was the desire to punish him that saved Grace's life. She'd lost the people closest to her and was on the verge of committing suicide. The woman didn't want to live. Only after 6 months she was able to go out again, and a year later she returned to business. That's how Grace lived for almost 7 years. Ellen tore herself away from the window. Memories of her husband Matthew and her son Carl were causing her great pain. She wanted to distract herself, turned on some music, but the music was weighing on her. "Get some sleep," she ordered herself. "Otherwise I'm going to fall over somewhere." Grace tried to bring herself to her senses. It was about 5 kilometers to the entrance to the city. The woman sipped some water from the bottle. She was already home, you could say. Some car showed up ahead. It stood on the side of the road, and a woman got out of it. The car lurched sharply and drove forward quickly. Everything else happened so fast that Ellen barely had time to slow down. The stranger was sprawled out on the highway, her legs tangled. Grace quickly ran out of her car, and just in time. A truck was speeding toward the stranger. Ellen managed to grab her arm and flew away with her. "You're crazy," she shouted angrily at the stranger. "He would have hit you now." "Nothing would have happened to me," laughed the woman. Her speech was slurred. "Where do you live?" Helene asked her. "I'll drive you. Otherwise you'll get hit by a car." The drunken woman pointed somewhere with her hand. She lived in the city, of course. Grace put her in the back seat and closed the door. The woman tried to get out, but couldn't. She started cursing profanely at Ellen. "Sit down, I told you," Grace shouted angrily at her. "Where do you live? Tell me now." "On Pushkin," sighed the passenger. "Are you trying to give me a ride?" And she burst out laughing. "I want to save you, you idiot," Grace scolded. "Behave yourself, or I'll throw you out on the road somewhere." The stranger was singing something. Then she was cursing at someone. The woman was very drunk. Suddenly her cell phone rang. She barely had time to press the receiver. "Yes, darling," she barely mumbled. "I'm on my way home." "I'm fine," the stranger excused herself. Ellen snatched her phone and heard an agitated male voice. "So listen, is your wife drunk?" "She was almost hit by a car," Grace said quickly. "Where do you want me to take her? Because she's not going to make it home tonight." "If you don't mind, please take her to the 3rd hospital," said the stranger. "I can't come for her now. I have an operation in 20 minutes. Ellen agreed. She turned around and looked at her passenger. She was almost asleep. "My God, how can such a monster have such a husband?" she thought in horror. "The man is a doctor, saving people's lives. And this?" When Grace pulled up to the hospital, the woman was already asleep. She locked her in the car and went to the surgery department. "You must be referring to Christian," the desk nurse sighed. "Only he has a dysfunctional wife. He should have finished the surgery by now. I'll take a look at it." A few minutes later, the girl came in with the surgeon. His tired look said that he was exhausted. "I'll take her now," he said to the guest after greeting her. "Nially, find a vacant bed. I'll pump her, or she won't come to her senses." And he gently took his wife in his arms and carried her into the hospital. Ellen followed. To her, everything that was happening seemed amazing. "Thank you," the man said, embarrassed. "Unfortunately, this is the kind of trouble we have." He spread his hands. Grace looked intently into his eyes and saw such pain. She said goodbye and hurried to her car. How does he live with her? She couldn't answer her question that kept pounding in her head. He's a doctor, and a surgeon too. It's a demanding job. It's not like he can run after her all the time. The same question was on Christian's mind as well. Annie had become simply unbearable lately. He had put up with her antics for years, but now she was out of line, and he didn't know what to do with her. Christian put his wife's IV in and looked at her fondly. No, he hadn't loved her for a long time, but he still had a pity for her. Many years ago, when he first met Annie, He knew immediately that she was his destiny. A fourth-year medical student who never had any money, he ran into the nearest cafe to buy a bun. Hunger made his stomach so weak that he was already nauseous. The young man stood at the side wall for a quick snack. He had already finished the bun when a group of girls came to the cafe, and the guy took a quick glance at them and was taken aback. One of them was unusually beautiful. Her searing black hair reached her shoulders. Her short skirt emphasized her slender figure, and everything about her was so harmonious that it was impossible to take one's eyes off her. On a hunch, Christian went into the cafe again. The girls were seated at the far table. The guy who always had only one goal in life, to operate, for the first time paid attention to the opposite sex. Even when his classmate Samantha had confessed her love to him, it had not touched his heart in any way. The young man looked around. He noticed that he wasn't the only one looking at the stranger with that expression. Apparently she knew that she was a real beauty. The girl acted very casual and even arrogant. Christian noticed a student approaching their table. He was from the Agrarian Institute. In general, there were 3 institutions of higher education in this place: medical, agrarian, and public relations, a kind of campus. For some reason, it seemed to Christian that the stranger was from the latter. The guy was not ready to talk to her that time, but he waited until the girls had coffee and went to the institute accompanied by the young man who had met them. The girls went in exactly where he had envisioned. Christian managed, along with another guy, to get through the passageway. He showed his student ID card, but the guard didn't even look at it. The female students entered the auditorium. Several other people headed that way as well. Christian didn't hesitate and approached the student who walked in. "Excuse me, what group is studying here right now?" he asked him, "because I'm confused." "Communications, 3rd year?" "Yes," the guy answered and walked into the auditorium. Christian quickly ran to the medical school. It was the first time he had ever been late. He felt ashamed even then. For several days the young man pondered what had happened to him. The time was already tense. The school year was ending, and it was necessary to prepare for the session. But Christian still snuck a few times to the neighboring institute and made sure that the stranger studied in that group, but he did not dare to approach her. Time was running out, and there were several exams left. Christian walked out of the office without strength. He managed to get a B. Very picky teachers, even though he was the best student. The instructor was trying to fail him. The young man opened the large oak doors and happily stepped outside. Despite the heat, he was breathing freely. Christian sat down on a bench to calm down a bit after the exam, but immediately got up. He wanted to walk. He crossed to the other side and saw her. The young man flinched. It was the very girl he wanted to meet. She kept sobbing, howling. Tears were running down her cheeks. "Are you sick?" Christian didn't know how to approach the girl. "I'm sorry to intrude. Didn't you do well on your exam?" "What's that got to do with exams?" "I don't care about them at all," she said angrily. "I just had a fight with someone." The girl wanted to reject the stranger, but a thought came into her head. "Do you study here?" She pointed to the institute. "I finished the 3rd year, and you?" "I'm a medical student. I'm in my 4th year. I'm a future surgeon," Christian said, a little worried. "Good. I read something in you," she replied. "My name is Annie." "What's yours?" Their acquaintance happened somehow unexpectedly quickly. The young people started talking. Annie's mood changed dramatically. She smiled. "So, we have a deal. I'll wait for you tonight at the nightclub." He heard a question. Christian nodded and said goodbye to the girl. Had it all happened so fast? Annie had invited him to meet her tonight. How am I going to go, he thought. First of all, he had no money. Second, other than those pants and shirt, he had nothing else. The guy was from a small town, raised by his mother. She paid for his rented apartment. Since Christian studied well and received a scholarship, it saved them at that time. With great difficulty, the young man borrowed some money from the old lady he was renting from. Needless to say, Christian had never gone to such places in his life. He could seem like a boring person. He didn't drink, didn't smoke, no passions. Therefore, when the guy entered the nightclub, he was very stressed. Later he learned that Annie had a fight with her boyfriend and wanted to get back at him, and she decided to use Christian as a means of revenge. "Hey, thanks for coming." The girl came running to him from somewhere and kissed him on the cheek. Annie ordered herself a drink and Christian ordered a mineral water. They had been talking for about an hour when a pumped-up young man appeared in the club. Seeing Annie, he poked in her direction and headed straight for her. "Who's that?" he cursed, pointing his finger at Christian in a profane manner. "Where did you find him?" And he laughed out loud. His two friends followed him. "That's my boyfriend," she declared arrogantly. "Leave me alone. We broke up, so I don't have to answer to you." It was only then that Christian realized where he'd gotten himself into, but it was too late. Isabel's fiancé called him outside and beat him so badly that Christian couldn't get up. The girl kept running beside him and squealing the whole time. "Jesus, Christian, forgive me." She wiped the boy's face. "When the jocks had gone," Isabel said. "Max, so you die, you bastard." "It's okay," the young man tried to keep out of pain. "I'll be fine." What was Isabel's motive then? What were her motives? Maybe she felt sorry for the boy? But a few days later she came to him. That's how they started talking. Time passed, and Christian thought the girl had changed. Isabel no longer wore miniskirts, didn't smoke in the entryways, didn't visit nightclubs. They dated for a year until Christian graduated and entered residency. They got married. It wasn't easy. Christian was studying and working, and the pay was low. Isabel was from a wealthier family, so her parents helped her. The parents knew their daughter, so they were happy that she married a good man. The girl worked for the first time too. So 3 years passed, and they began to plan a child. But Christian remembers that day well. Isabel was to have a party at work. For the first time, she arrived drunk. "Leave me alone," screamed the wife. "Get your hands off me. Let me live my life." The husband was shocked at the time, but when it happened a second time, he decided to talk to his wife. "What's going on? You're a married woman. Besides, we are planning a child." He tried to talk to her. She didn't say a word. That time he could not find out anything from her. A week later, the wife showed up drunk again. Christian went to her principal's office. "She hasn't worked for us for about 3 months now," he replied. "I never saw her again after she left." It was a real blow to the man. Thoughts swarmed in his head. Anything was possible. "Isabel, please don't lie. You don't work anymore." Her husband stared into her eyes. "What's going on? Where have you been all day?" "Do you want to know the truth?" she cried out as if her husband was guilty of something. "All right, I'll tell you," Isabel replied. "I don't love you. I have another man, and I want to divorce you." She later revealed that every time he was about to break up with her, she got drunk. As it turned out, he had a wife, and he wasn't going to divorce her for Isabel. "Isabel, why are you doing this?" her husband asked her painfully. "If you didn't love me, why did you marry me?" "I didn't insist. Yes, I love you, but I wouldn't have kept you." The wife began to gather her things defiantly. Christian didn't stop her, and it was hard for him to forgive her. But losing her was even more painful. Isabel came back on her own. He didn't ask her to. She apologized to her husband and promised it would never happen again. But almost 4 months later, she got so drunk she was barely rescued. "What have you done?" "Isabel," Christian wept over her. "I love you. I beg you, don't leave me." The woman didn't regain consciousness. Then her heart stopped. Christian was going crazy. He was already saying goodbye to his wife. When he was informed that the heart had been restarted, the surgeon not only worked, but also took constant care of Isabel. He hardly slept at all. It came to the point that one day at the operation he passed out from exhaustion. It took almost 3 months for Isabel to recover. Christian didn't know if she was just drunk or had a fight with another lover. It didn't matter to him at the time, as long as she was alive. After that incident, he realized that if Isabel died, he would not survive it. She didn't drink for almost 2 years. She kept thanking her husband for saving her. There was hope for the man. Isabel even began to talk about wanting a child. "Isabel, darling, as much as you want," he looked at her with eyes full of tears. "I love you," Christian said, "and I will love all our children too." 3 years later, the woman started drinking again, and with a terrible force. Christian realized that if he left her, she would surely die in that condition. All his dreams came crashing down in an instant. He did everything he could to save her. He put her in expensive clinics, coded her, did everything he could get his hands on, but nothing worked. Isabel was sometimes seen drunk on the street. Christian felt no shame about it. He just wanted to prolong her life a little longer. It was impossible to cure her. She was no longer his wife. Isabel had become his patient, and for years to come. Christian adjusted the IV and stroked his wife's face. The alcohol had taken away almost all of her beauty, but she was still the most beautiful to him. "God, I'm going to let her go," he said to himself. "Her body doesn't have the strength to suffer like this anymore. I will accept it. Let it be according to thy will." The surgeon wiped away the tears that came to his eyes and left the room. The nurse promised to follow her, and he had to get ready for the next operation. Ellen walked into the empty house. The surgeon who had carried his drunken wife so carefully did not get out of her head. Is anyone really capable of loving like that? A shiver ran through her entire body. How can anyone be so forgiving? "I love my Matthew, of course, but our love can hardly be called any great or special. And here a man loved for nothing. His wife is drunk, screaming, shrieking, and there is no malice, no hatred, no resentment in his eyes." Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and Ellen was on her way home again. Immediately near the entrance to town, she saw a car of some kind on the side of the road. The hood was open, and a man was hanging around near it. The woman drove on, but suddenly his face seemed familiar to her. She backed up and stopped beside the driver. "Hello," Ellen said. "Hello." "To be honest, I didn't recognize you at first," Grace said. "How is your wife?" The man stared at her. He, too, thought he had seen the stranger somewhere. "I brought her to the hospital 2 weeks ago," Grace reminded him. Christian remembered. A welcoming smile appeared on his face. He said hello again. "I had bad luck with my car today." He began to wipe his dirty hands. "I'm afraid I can't do it myself," Christian sighed. Before he could say anything, his phone rang. He answered it immediately. As he spoke, he became darker and more anxious. I'm sorry, but I have to go to the hospital right now. The woman in labor is in big trouble, and they can't do it without a surgeon, he said quickly. When you get in, I'll drive you. Close your car, Grace immediately offered. Christian thanked her and got into the front seat. All the way there, he was consulting someone on the phone or furtively glancing at Grace. We're in the same business, just from different angles, the thought occurred to her. They pulled up to the maternity ward, and Christian ran in the door. Grace instinctively followed him. From the doctor's conversation, she realized that some woman with big problems hadn't gone to the doctor in time. Or rather, she couldn't. She had neither housing nor documents. Grace remembered about herself, with what difficulty she managed to give birth to Kaylin. And some women can even get pregnant without any effort. Grace had no one waiting for her at home, so she decided to wait, and her concern for the woman and the baby took over. The operation took a long time. Grace waited until almost 2 in the morning. Finally, she went up to the surgical ward. She was told that Christian was in his room. Hello again, Grace walked into his office. How did it go? Not so good, he sighed and sat back in his chair. She died. We couldn't save her. She had serious health problems, and since she was living on the streets, no one ever examined her. Grace asked through her tears, was she not allowed to give birth at all? And the baby ... Is he alive? Did you save it? The baby is fine. It's perfectly healthy, Christian rejoiced her. But unfortunately, now we have to put him in an orphanage. Why? Grace couldn't help herself. He is a father. Maybe the woman has relatives too. The child's father is as homeless as she is, the doctor replied with annoyance in his voice. If someone needed her, she wouldn't be living on the street. All the more reason why her child will be of no use to anyone. It happens from time to time. Unfortunately, it's not up to us. Grace returned home in a low mood. The pain was tearing at her heart. She had once lost her son, whom she had gained at such a great cost. But somewhere there are children that no one wants. A lump came to her throat and she cried. The next day, Grace went to see Matthew's parents. They loved her like a daughter. She came to visit them often. Mommy, Daddy, hi, she hugged her father-in-law and mother-in-law. How are you feeling? The hosts and the guest went into the living room. After the death of his son, his father sold his factory and gave almost all the money to Grace to expand the business. So she bought another piece of land and started a new workshop. At first, everyone was worried that Grace could be killed too. Apparently, such a business did not like someone, so they decided to cut it off at the root. But Grace, despite all these risks, stood her ground and continued her husband's business. I want to go to them for Steve's birthday, said the daughter-in-law. If you want to go, I'll pick you up. Of course we'll go, the mother-in-law said at once. Isabel, we wouldn't miss it. Matthew's parents understood, but deep in their hearts they wanted Grace to remarry and find happiness. That's not to say the woman was ignored, but she had a reputation as a widow who would carry the love of her husband for the rest of her life. Grace, the father-in-law said gently and looked at his wife. Daughter, it's been so many years, you can't bring Matthew back, and we're not forever. You may be alone. We really wanted to see the happiness in your eyes. Maybe there's the right man for you. Dad, I know you're worried about me, but I'll tell you the truth. I don't have anyone, and I don't think I ever will, Grace said. All right, he sighed and turned the conversation to another topic. Grace was a grown woman, and she had to decide for herself what was best for her. She drove home and wiped away her tears. Of course, her father-in-law was right. But where would she find a man like that? She had only met 2 such men in her life. One was her Matthew, and the other was a surgeon who, despite everything, treated his wife with respect. It was very hard for everyone else to look up to them. Yes, I need to find meaning in life, Grace sighed. I'm so tired of being alone already. If it weren't for work, I'd probably die of boredom by now. October began to rain, and it made her feel even drearier. Grace turned on the windshield wipers. How about not having a baby? Let them give me IVF, she had an unexpected thought for herself. But immediately she began to contradict herself. I can't do it alone. What if the pregnancy is difficult and I have to work? Grace thought again of the woman who had died a few days ago. She felt like visiting the baby. Perhaps need some things or medicine for him. The woman turned the car around and drove toward the maternity hospital. Grace asked the nurse in a trembling voice, "And how is the baby girl feeling?" "Fine," she smiled. "She's on artificial feeding, but she's eating well. Soon they will determine her. And what kind of food she needs. Tell me, I'll buy it all." Grace lit up. "Tell me what she needs. I'll get it for her now." The nurse wrote her a list and Grace rushed to the baby store and the pharmacy. "What a beautiful set," she said as she picked out some baby clothes. "I understand that the situation with Kira and her alcohol addiction is extremely difficult for Sergei. Alcoholism is a serious disease that destroys not only the addicted person, but also his loved ones. Sergei shows great patience and care, supporting Kira, even when she falls into a binge. He realizes that this is an illness that she alone cannot cope with. At the same time, being in such an environment constantly drains Sergei emotionally and physically. It is obvious that Sergei cannot overcome this problem alone. Kira must be persuaded to seek professional help from a narcologist and psychotherapist. Inpatient rehabilitation may be necessary. It will also be useful to attend support groups for codependents, where Sergei can get advice and emotional support from people who have gone through similar experiences. The most important thing is not to give up and continue to fight for Kira's health and well-being in every way possible. Together, they will be able to overcome this difficult ordeal. Sergei needs to remain steadfast and caring, but also take care of his emotional state so as not to burn out completely. I sincerely wish them both strength and patience in this difficult struggle. When Lexi was recovering, she did some things around the house. But for years now, Christian had been living with the feeling that he was alone. He realized that a divorce wouldn't have accomplished anything. Lexi would still come to him, and there would be no one to save her all the time. Many times his co-workers told him to at least get himself a mistress, but Christian couldn't. He was married, and whatever Lexi was, he was responsible for their family. The night was restless. The doctor had the next 2 days off. He really wanted to get some rest. He might be able to do that tomorrow because Lexi would be asleep all day. Christian woke up around 10 o'clock, peeked into his wife's room. She was still lying there with her eyes closed. Her husband walked over to her and checked her breathing. With a sigh of relief, he went to the kitchen and glanced at the picture that stood behind the glass. In it, he and Lexi were happy. He touched her face with his hand. The couple had taken this picture at a time when Lexi wanted a baby badly. She looked so beautiful in the picture because she wasn't drinking at the time. Christian decided to make borscht and something for the second meal. He was chopping vegetables, but all his thoughts were on his wife. How he wished he could snap his fingers so Lexi would never remember what she drank again. That would just be a bad dream. Of course, he was a grown man and realized that couldn't happen, but his heart was breaking with pain and he wanted to find some way out. It was almost 7, and Christian was watching television. He heard distinctive sounds. That meant Lexi was up. A few minutes later, she peeked in on him. "Aye," she said in a husky voice, and headed for the kitchen. Christian heard the water running. Then a bottle of beer was opened. 10 minutes later, Lexi came back to him. Her eyes were sparkling. Her mood had lifted. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "I'm so hungry." Her husband shook his head in the negative. The dishes rattled in the kitchen. Then something fell to the floor. Lexi was cursing profanely, her hands shaking. One bottle of beer wasn't enough. She ate a little and stared at her phone. "Kira, lie down." Her husband had given her a pill at the hospital. "Your body is weakened." "Christian, leave me alone," she said unhappily. "You don't need to lecture me or save me. I know what to do." "Is it cold?" he asked Lexi. "If you keep going on like this, you're just going to die." "So what? We all die someday," she stared at him with her eyes. "I told you to leave me alone. This can't go on any longer. Do you realize that?" Her husband couldn't stand it and shouted at her. "You'll die tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Stop, I beg you. I'm so sick of you caring about me." She jumped out of the kitchen and went to her room. The door was open and Lexi kept shouting profanities. There was a knock on the closet door, and Christian realized she was about to go off somewhere packed. "Are you still out of it after last night?" He grabbed her arm. "Fuck you." Insulting words flew in his direction. The woman tried to pull away. Christian's nerves failed and he slapped his hand on her face. It was the first and last time he would ever do that. "You bastard," Lexi screamed across the apartment. "Get out. I hate you." She threw everything she could get her hands on the floor. Christian sat down on the couch in horror. He had never raised a hand to a woman before, and he felt bad about it. His wife took advantage of this and ran out into the hallway, quickly putting on her shoes and cloak. "Lexi," Christian rushed after her, but it was too late. "Please." He knelt in front of the closed door. "This is crazy." He covered his face with his hands and cried. He went to his room, fell on his bed. He was completely powerless. Lexi had never pissed him off like this before. Christian realized that sooner or later his patience had to end. "That's it. I can't take it anymore." He stood up and started putting his clothes in his bag. Let her do what she wants. Judging by the tests, she would bring herself to her senses very quickly. Christian was very afraid for his wife. The therapist told him that her liver was in very bad shape, and at this rate, it's not far from cirrhosis. The husband hoped to put her down for a month to get some strength back into her body. He had put her in for treatment several times by force, but this time he decided to let it go. "I sacrificed my life to save hers, but at this rate, I'll go to the other world before she does," he said aloud to someone. He had nowhere to go but to rent an apartment for a while. He called the nurse. "Nayeli, is your grandmother still renting out a 1-bedroom?" he asked in a steely voice. "I really need one." "Yes, Christian, you have nowhere to go," she said fearfully. "Did something happen to you?" "I need it urgently," he replied coldly. "Nayeli, ask your grandmother. I'll be able to stop by today." 15 minutes later, the girl called him back and gave him an affirmative answer. Christian looked around the apartment one more time, and after taking one last look at the picture of him and Lexi alone, he closed the door. He was feeling very uneasy. He felt as if he was leaving this place forever. He was in a lot of pain again, but he had nothing more to lose. He got into his car and drove to the address he had been given. It was gray outside. It pressed on him even more. The man wiped away his tears with his hands like wipers. An old woman met him. It took her a few minutes to tell the new tenant where everything was. "Annie, thank you so much," the doctor thanked her. Nayeli asked her grandmother not to charge him any security or deposits. He would pay her later, at the end of the month. Christian was fine with that, since he would need the money now. At least the man felt that way. Christian couldn't stand it any longer and dialed his wife. Her number wasn't answered, and he felt like a jerk for raising his hand to the woman. He needed to apologize to Lexi. "I shouldn't have done that," he berated himself. "No matter what she did, I should have kept my cool." It had to be said that Lexi's parents had long since given up hope. And a year ago, when she'd come to them begging for money for a bottle, they'd given up on her. Christian alone continued to fight for her life. His father-in-law and mother-in-law felt very sorry for him. They realized that Lexi would never change. Many times they talked to him and offered to turn her into some mental hospital, but he couldn't. "Christian, you're a good man," his father-in-law once told him. "Our Lexi doesn't deserve you. Leave her. She'll never stop drinking." Christian tried calling his wife again, but it was no use. He looked out the window, streams of rain dripping down the glass. The weather didn't promise anything good. Christian didn't even realize he'd fallen asleep. He felt pain. His whole body was bound with rope, but it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the man thought the rope was moving, and in fact, it was slippery like a snake. "Help!" he shouted at the top of his voice. "Save me!" The man tried to break free. Suddenly, a light came on, and Christian was horrified to see that Lexi was a long snake that coiled around his entire body. "Let me go!" he shouted at her. "What are you doing? I'm having trouble breathing." But the snake with Lexi's head was still snoozing. Then someone's hands appeared out of the sky, and they started pulling Lexi's tail. It was very long. Christian noticed that her body seemed to be dissolving. He saw her frightened eyes looking at him, and in another instant, Lexi was gone. No, the doctor woke up to his own scream. God, what was that? He tried to come to his senses, turned on the light. It was almost 1 o'clock. Christian grabbed his phone and started calling his wife. Her number was blocked. He was scared shitless. His dream didn't bode well. Lexi was cursing loudly as she walked down the street. The woman had always been characterized by inflated self-esteem and arrogance. Even when she apologized to her husband, she always did it as if she was doing him a favor. When Christian appeared in the girl's life, she was not going to start a close relationship with him. She wasn't even flattered that the guy was head over heels in love with her. At 16, Lexi knew she was beautiful. Not only were her classmates running after her, but young men were paying attention to her. The girl always knew that her body was the main trump card for her. So, at the age of 18, she had her first boyfriend, or rather man. He was 27. But Lexi was too free-spirited. She wanted impressions. She was not interested in getting married and having children. For almost a year, the young man tried to talk some sense into her, but the girl just broke up with him. Perhaps after a month, Vaden still tried to establish relations with her, but then realized that it was useless and disappeared from her life forever. And as often happens, when you reject one thing, the exact opposite comes to you. At the beginning of sophomore year, Lexi got Steve, a blonde guy with brown eyes. The guy was as narcissistic as she was and was convinced that he was irresistible. And here Lexi began to have the first difficulties in communication with the opposite sex. The guy was not going to run after her for almost 6 months, exhausting clarifications of relations and a grandiose end. For the first time in her life, the girl did not get what she wanted. Not only did Steve dump her, but he also told everyone that Lexi was a real bitch. She'd been depressed for months. She'd always thought she was the prettiest. And before she met Steve, everyone else had confirmed it. And here she was being told to her face that not only was she not the first beauty, but even the opposite. Unfortunately, Lexi didn't draw the appropriate conclusions. She started looking for a brutal guy to prove her true worth to everyone. Callan came along for the ride of her life. It didn't bother Lexi that he was rough around the edges. What mattered was that he was a jock, and he was feared by many. And then Lexi was faced with another problem. The guy blatantly told Lexi that she was just a woman, and he was only interested in her body. "So what?" she said to herself arrogantly. "I'm not interested in all these love stories. Let me have a real man by my side." Most likely, Callan could be called a man to the extreme primitive, but for the first few months he suited her. Then the guy started to get rougher and rougher with her. He would call her names in front of her friends or force her into the car. Lexi realized she was losing control and had a fight with him. "I don't need you," he laughed in her face. "Go wherever you want to go. Do you know how many people like you hang around me? Do you really think you're worth anything?" So the girl came full circle. The pendulum swung back to its original position. Lexi began to doubt that her wish could come true. What did she really want? Adoration, deification, to be the most beautiful, the most worthy, to be showered with attention, but to not have to do much of anything, and to be allowed to live her own life. Someone else had to love her, but she didn't need to. She had once read a phrase that had guided her all her life. Some people love and some people let you love. When Lexi met Christian, she didn't care at all. She'd had a plan to get revenge on Kalen in her head for a long time. The guy was not very suitable for this role. He could not physically overpower him. But because the girl at that time had no other options, she chose him. After Kalen beat Christian, Lexi was in a strange state for her for a few days. If I become Boris's mistress, she pondered to the respectable local oligarch who had been suggesting she become his companion for years, I'll have money. So what? Money isn't such a big problem. Maybe I should marry someone for Lexi. This was the moment of truth. Her life now depended on which way she turned. Okay, well, I could get married, and if I didn't like it, I could get a divorce or just live my life. Of course, it all depended on who the husband would be. She revisited the question again. Lexi simultaneously wanted to be loved and committed to her, but at the same time, for her husband to give her complete freedom. Yeah, no man would agree to that. The girl argued with herself. It is necessary to find one that he really loved me madly. At that moment, Christian came to her mind for some reason. Lexi decided to try to play her part, and to her great amazement, Christian idolized her. The girl liked it very much. Her self-esteem was boosted. She wished that someone else could do that, to have some important person in Christian's place. But then Lexi had agreed to it. And the best part was, the guy did affect her somehow. She wanted to change. Lexi was no longer interested in company or the attention of other young men. Her relationship with Christian had opened up something new in her. She even began to think that she loved him too. But as time went on, Lexi began to grow bored with her marriage. Christian looked like a bore in her eyes. She began to think more and more often that he was not worthy of her. Unfortunately, Lexi never fully overcame her sense of superiority. Her husband looked small and unattractive in comparison. There was one manager at the company where Lexi worked. Ryan was a real looker, but he was married. The woman hesitated for a while, and then decided, why not? Passion boiled in her so much that one day she and Ryan ended up in a hotel room together. The encounter had been spectacular. After the boring, work-obsessed Christian, Annie felt like a queen for the first time in a long time. At first, she hadn't even claimed to be his wife, but the longer their affair dragged on, the harder it became to let him go. And her unloved husband was waiting for her at home. Annie began blackmailing Ryan. They'd break up and then they'd get back together. It was really stressful for the woman. She had no choice but to soothe her nerves with wine, a little at first, and then the dosage started to increase. The more Annie's dignity rolled downhill, the more she needed the dope to bring it up. Annie hadn't noticed the connection between her arrogance and her penchant for alcohol. The main thing was that it always made her feel her high value compared to others. Was she afraid that one day Christian would find out about her affair? No. Annie didn't care at all. But after she'd gotten really drunk once and almost gone to the other side of the world, she was scared. But there was something else. And that became her second moment of truth. Annie knew that Christian loved her. But when she saw the care and concern with which this man cared for her, she felt shame for the first time in her life. She was disgusted with her lifestyle, with the way she looked down on her husband. But Christian's love was both desirable to her and dangerous. She had to recognize that she was not a queen, nor was she superior in any way. She was ordinary, just like everyone else. Annie didn't realize that a lot would depend on it, so she decided to choose a compromise. But as they say, you can't serve two masters at the same time. Her husband's love raised the bar considerably in her eyes, and Annie decided to become a mother and keeper of the hearth. Christian had always encouraged her in this. He did everything he could to make his wife see how much he appreciated it and how much happiness it brought him. Annie really struggled, but after a few years it began to seem to her that everything she was doing was meaningless, that her life had become gray and colorless. Gone was the drive, gone was the passion for new experiences. I'm going to die of this boredom soon, she kept pounding in her temples. How can you even live like this? I've turned into a gray mouse. I don't want to pretend to be a loving wife anymore, nor a potential mother. Annie went to a bar that afternoon and took great pleasure in relieving the stress that had been plaguing her for months. After a few drinks, she felt great, just revitalized. Annie felt light. She was in this kind of oblivion for about 4 months, until one day she just couldn't open her eyes in the morning. It could be said that after that, Annie lost herself. Apart from her arrogance and pride, there was nothing else left in her. Naturally, from the outside, she didn't see herself as an alcoholic. It seemed to her that others were lying, doing it on purpose to defame her. Only at times, when she felt very bad, she remembered her husband, who still continued to love her even in such a terrible state. Fuck you, Annie shouted. You mean nothing to me at all. You're a coward and a weakling. You've never been a real man, Christian, she laughed hysterically. You've ruined my whole life. I hate you so much. Annie headed toward the nightclub. She was no longer young, but that didn't bother her at all. She was so angry with her husband that she was ready to kill him with her own hands. Annie had not worked for a long time. At first her parents gave her money, but as soon as she began to drink heavily, they denied her everything. I'll rewrite the sequel according to your instructions. Christian realized that during her drunken frenzy, If she didn't drink some alcohol, she just might die. He would furtively leave some money in the closet under some papers. One day Annie found it and started stealing it. Then she always took the money from there without hesitation. She looked around and smiled contentedly. She noticed a man looking at her sadly. "Hello, beautiful. You look good," he approached her. "What can I get you?" Annie started flirting with her beau. The man was a little surprised because his new acquaintance drank a lot. "Shall we go?" he asked her. "I can promise you that we will have a great night." The woman got into his car. Her husband had already called several times and she was cursing profanely. "Pull over," Annie ordered as they drove over the bridge. The driver looked at her in bewilderment. There were no cars, so he pulled over to the side. Annie barely got out of the car and threw the phone with all her might. It flew over the bridge and fell into the water, and Annie got back into the car. But as soon as they got off the bridge, she demanded again that the driver slow down. "Fuck you, you fool," she shouted at her beau, and quickly jumped out of the car. He drove off. Everything was jumbled up in Annie's head. She was walking along the highway, staggering from side to side, and could not understand where she was and where she should go. Suddenly, the big headlights of a van lit up ahead. Annie didn't have time to move away, and the driver, who was drunk himself, didn't even notice when he hit the man. Christian couldn't sleep anymore. He called a cab and went home, but Annie wasn't there. He tried calling her again and again, but the number was unavailable. "Annie, where the hell are you?" he scolded. Jesus, had something happened to her? He ran outside and walked around the block. He stepped exhaustedly into the elevator when his phone rang. "Christian," an unfamiliar voice said, and Christian broke out in a cold sweat. He had even heard in advance what he was about to be told. "Your wife is dead. The doctors can't say anything." Tears flowed from his eyes. He promised to come to the morgue to identify the body. "No," he shouted at the top of his voice as he disconnected the phone. "Rachel, why did you do this? This is all my fault. If I hadn't hit you, you wouldn't have left." He blamed himself. The pain was unbearable. Christian felt like his heart was going to stop. Everything he had lived for was destroyed then. Even though Rachel had completely taken him out, he loved her. He could still recognize the spark of God in her that somewhere very deep still lingered in her. "I'm sorry," he whispered, standing beside the gurney in the morgue. "I love you. I didn't keep you safe. God, forgive me for that. You gave her to me in the hope that I could change her, but I couldn't." Christian came home. Barely able to stay on his feet, he went into his wife's room. There were her things everywhere. Christian felt dizzy and collapsed in front of Rachel's bed, came to his senses a few hours later, even though his head was splitting, had to go to the hospital. The man had already informed Rachel's parents that she was dead. Ellen had been up most of the night. The little girl had penetrated her heart so deeply that the woman no longer doubted that she wanted to adopt her. "When I go to work, the nanny will look after her," she thought, "and then I will take her with me." The thought made Grace's body swell with joy. Her life made sense. She would be a mom now. "I'll stop by Christian's today and ask him what I need to adopt a girl," she said to herself. The morning started out very exciting. Grace didn't know where to put herself, but it was too early. Besides, she didn't know if the surgeon was working today. The woman poured herself a cup of coffee, sat down with her feet on the couch, and felt warmth throughout her body. She no longer doubted that her decision was the right one. What name would I give her? Ellen thought. I'd like something life-affirming. Diana. My daughter will be Diana, my little princess. Over the long hours, Ellen pulled out the family album. She looked at her husband and her son. Of course she was in pain, but now she could bear it all. Here Carl is 6 months old, she touched her hand to the picture. And here he is 2 years old. Grace and Matthew's son was a very quiet boy. He was rarely capricious, always obeyed his parents. The boy especially loved spending time with his father. In his eyes, he was an unquestionable authority. But now I have to be a mother to a girl. And that's different, she sighed. Of course she'll grow up asking about her father. One day Diana will find out that I'm not her birth mother. I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't make any difference to her. Ellen came to her senses and looked at the clock. It was the beginning of 9. The woman began to get ready to go to the hospital. It was almost 9 when she went up to the surgical ward. Yes, he's in his room. But he's here for a while, the nurse informed her in a quiet voice. Grace knocked. There was no answer for a long time. She opened the door uninvited. Christian, hello, she said quietly, and was startled. The surgeon had his head in his hands and was crying loudly. Excuse me, he turned pale. Grace, I'm listening to you. He raised his head and began to wipe his eyes. Did you want something? Yeah. Yes, I'd like to adopt a girl. Please help me. What girl? Christian couldn't get over it. The one the bums gave birth to, he guessed. Ellen nodded. He turned away and looked out the window. For a while, the guest waited for his answer. I'm sorry, I can't deal with this case right now, but I'll help you. Let's meet in a couple days, he finally said. Grace, agitated, left the office. She felt that something had happened. "So excuse me, I thought Christian wasn't feeling well," she said carefully to the nurse. "His wife died yesterday, hit by a car," she sighed. "He'd been suffering with her for so many years, and still it ended so badly." Grace shuddered. The horror paralyzed her. She stood for a moment and on woozy legs walked toward the exit. "God," she thought, "because not long ago I saved her, and then yesterday. I feel so sorry for him. You can see, he's a good man. What's all this for?" Grace got into the car and brushed the tears from her eyes. This whole situation, despite Rachel's horrible lifestyle, was causing a lot of pain. Maybe there's something I can do to support him. A thought crossed her mind. I'd like to help him in some way. Maybe organize a funeral or pay for a wake. Ellen quickly got out of the car and headed back to the surgery department. Christian was also sitting at the desk with his head down. "I'm sorry for your loss," Grace said. "Christian, I'm sorry to intrude. I know you're hurting right now, but let me help you." "Thank you, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do," he tried to smile. "I have money for her funeral." "When and where is the funeral?" the woman asked at once. "I would like to come." Christian told her in a nutshell, and she did not bother him further. "I'll give him money on the spot. That way he certainly won't refuse," Grace decided. "God, how I wish there was something I could do for him, some way to support him." For the rest of the day, Grace thought about the surgeon. She had admired the man before, but now he was even more dear to her. The woman remembered his wife, who didn't care about anyone else. She closed her eyes and again saw Christian lovingly carrying his drunken wife into the hospital. "I have no idea how much he's done for her, and for others too," she sighed. The day was coming to an end. It had really worn Grace out, and she went to bed early. Christian's face flashed in her mind, the newborn baby girl, Carl's son, Matthew's husband. The woman tried to let it all go and fell asleep immediately. There were a lot of people at the farewell ceremony. Grace realized it wasn't a tribute to Rachel, but a tribute to her husband. People came in and out of the apartment. The woman saw a doctor. He was sitting quietly wiping away tears. On the other side, an elderly man was hugging his wife. It was Rachel's parents. Next to Christian sat his mother. Grace couldn't contain herself. She was drawn in by the doctor's gaze. She stared at him intently and finally realized it was no longer appropriate and turned away in the other direction. The woman watched as some people kept coming up to Christian and Rachel's parents, offering their condolences, and the guest made up her mind. "Christian, my condolences." Grace walked over to him and placed the money in his hand. "Thank you for coming," she said, a smile at the corner of his lips, "and for saving her back then. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for her yesterday," he sighed. "Oh, hold on." Grace didn't want to give Christian $100,000, so she settled for $50,000, especially since she had told him that she had her own business, so he must have realized that it wasn't that much money for her. The people stirred and Grace realized that the exit was about to begin. The procession followed to the cars and the bus. The woman followed them. More people turned out near the cemetery. Many of Christian's co-workers had come just for a few minutes to support him in his time of need. Grace followed the people. She wanted to stay close to Christian, but she couldn't. There were so many people ahead of her. The woman kept glancing at the surgeon's half-gray hair that flashed ahead. The last minutes were the hardest. Grace kept her eyes on Christian. Grace wanted desperately to run up to Christian, to hug him. With an incredible effort, she was able to restrain her impulses. He was holding up well. With one hand, he held Rachel's arm. With the other, he closed his eyes and cried. His shoulders kept shuddering. Grace turned away. The funeral of her husband Matthew and son Michael flashed before her eyes. She was just separated from their coffins then. She had been screaming like a madwoman throughout the cemetery. She was then given a sedative shot, and her father-in-law and a few of the guys carried her to the car. Grace noticed people starting to disperse. Christian asked everyone to make their way to the wake at the cafe. The woman followed the bus that was taking those who didn't have cars. She saw the surgeon completely immersed in himself. He looked at everyone with unseeing eyes. Unbearable pain was in his gaze. "Christian," she approached him. "I know how much it hurts. Almost 7 years ago, I buried my husband and son on the same day. It was a contract killing. My husband was being hunted, but unfortunately, the hitmen didn't care that Michael was with his father that day. They died together." The doctor seemed to come to his senses. He stared at Grace, and she didn't take her eyes off him. "You'll be fine," she said. "If I can do it, so can you." Those were very important words for Christian, as if he could see from the outside that his life wasn't over, that he didn't just have to go on living, but that there was meaning in it. The woman took his hand. "Thank you," he said quietly. His blue eyes brightened, and in their depths Grace saw a ray of light. She shuddered and walked out of the cafe, saying goodbye. Grace's heart was racing. It seemed to her that in Christian's eyes she could see something very close to her. The doctor also felt some inner impulse, but at that moment he was very depressed about what had happened. Grace returned home in complete excitement. It seemed to Ellen that her whole life was now bound up with Christian. She was both happy about it and afraid at the same time. "He is a good man," she said aloud. If I were ever to marry again, it would be to a man like him. And here Helene lied to herself a little. She clearly felt that she didn't want a man like Christian. It was him she wanted. The next day, Grace went to the hospital, but she was told that Christian wouldn't be in until tomorrow, so she went to the maternity ward. "Do you want to adopt a girl?" the superintendent asked in surprise. Grace nodded. "Then let's not drag this out too long. I'll give you a list of the documents, or rather certificates, that you have to collect." Grace drove home happily. Today she was allowed to hold the baby in her arms. She immediately fell in love with her future daughter. She couldn't stand it any longer and stopped by the baby store, picked up 2 large bags. Of course, no one gave a guarantee that she would be allowed to take a child because she had a single-parent family. But nevertheless, she had a good chance. She could provide for the girl completely. Grace's next day began very intensely. She went straight to the surgeon. "The fact that you are alone does not make any difference," he immediately reassured her. "Single people are allowed to adopt. Here the main thing is that the commission perceived, and with this I think will not be a problem. I'll ask a man to help you with this." "Christian, thank you so much. You have no idea how happy it is to hold a child in your arms," said the guest with joy. "You are right. I can't imagine," he sighed. "All my life I wanted to, but okay. When you gather all the documents, come to me first. I'll look at everything. Don't worry, everything will work out." Ellen liked it very much when Christian said we. She was melting with happiness. It took Grace almost 2 weeks to prepare all the documents. Christian, as promised, called a friend of his who was a member of the committee, and Ellen was finally able to breathe easy. The day came, and the surgeon and his acquaintance went to pick up the child. Ellen was very worried. She had not been able to sleep for almost several nights. The excitement was so intense that Grace was crying and laughing. The hardest thing for her then was to tell Matthew's parents about everything. The woman wasn't so friendly with her mother and father, but her husband's parents held an important place in her life. 2 days before she took her daughter, she visited them. "I need to tell you something," she said nervously. "Mom, Dad, I adopted a newborn baby girl." "Well," the father-in-law looked intently into her eyes. "I, of course, dreamed that you would get married, but this is also very good news. I named my daughter Isabel." Grace smiled. "She'll be home in a couple days." "Darling, we'll come and see her right away," smiled at her mother-in-law. "I'm very happy for you." Her mother died in childbirth, and she has no relatives. She described the child's history in general details. Ellen was happy that Matthew's parents were so supportive. Their opinion was very important to her, and the fact that Isabel would now have 2 grandparents was also important. Grace's parents were less enthusiastic about the news. Daughter, but she was born to a woman who was a degenerate, resented her mother. "No one guarantees that the child will be mentally healthy." "Mom, what is this nonsense?" Grace cut her off immediately. "The girl is perfectly healthy." Ellen had long ago bought a house for her parents in a neighboring town. They didn't interfere with her. They only dealt with the life of her younger brother and his family. But they still had the same old-fashioned notions. Grace ignored her father and mother's resistance. She didn't need them to recognize her daughter. And financially, Ellen was completely well off to ask her parents for anything. Christian went outside with Grace. She asked him to hold her daughter. The man got excited, took the girl, who was asleep. And the woman noticed with what undisguised interest the doctor looked at her. She smiled. She was very pleased. "Christian, thank you for everything. Ellen took the baby. We'll come and visit you sometime." She winked at the surgeon. He suddenly blushed. "Good luck to you, Grace. May the girl be all right," he said to her. Christian's heart ached. He remembered his wife. If it weren't for work, he would have gone crazy. The workday was coming to an end. The surgeon was working 24 hours a day this week. Tomorrow was his day off, and he wanted to go to the cemetery to visit his wife. He opened the door, stepped into the apartment, and immediately dropped his gaze to the floor. If Lexi was home, everything would be upside down. There was complete silence, and he shuddered. He undressed and went into the kitchen. He hadn't been eating very well lately, but he needed to keep his strength up. He took out the pilaf he had made a few days ago from the refrigerator. "I feel so bad without her." Tears ran down his cheeks. "If we'd at least had a child, I wouldn't be in so much pain." Christian was 46. In fact, it was not yet an age to bury oneself, but not in his case. A person who had been living the same dream for years could understand him, but others didn't. When hopes are dashed, it always takes time to recover. Christian picked up the picture, ran his fingers over Lexi's face, then couldn't bear to go into her room. He hadn't cleaned anything. All of her things were in the same places she had put them or left them. Christian lay down on her bed and closed his eyes and tried to feel her presence. But there was only emptiness around. How long the man lay like that, he did not know. But he came to himself when his phone rang. It was already 12:30 at night. It was his partner calling about an upcoming operation. The young man had not yet had such experience, so he often consulted with Christian. The host left Lexi's room and went to his room, turned on the TV. But he had no interest in what was going on. "Should I quit?" he asked aloud. I'm really tired, I don't want anything else. He wondered if he could live without his job, and he admitted to himself that he could. But what to do next? That was the most painful question. You can't live without a job either. You have to pay the rent, buy food. At least 6 months off, and then I'll go back to the hospital. He seriously thought about his future. With such thoughts, he fell asleep. He woke up late. Outside the window hung a gray sky. The new year was approaching. The man looked out the window. It was snowing. Despite the weather, he still decided to go to the cemetery. It looked desolate and horrifying in the wintertime. Christian put red roses on his wife's grave. You know, Lexi, the only thing that makes me feel better is this idea that you're in a better world than you are here, he said. I'm sure there are tools out there that will cure any disease. But he covered his face with his hands. I miss you very much. I'd give anything to have that day back. I would never have let you go. And now you would be alive. Christian realized that none of this was realistic. He sighed heavily, touched the wooden cross, and after professing his love to Lexi, he walked toward the exit. He didn't feel like driving home. It was desolate and lonely. He got in his car and decided to go somewhere where there were lots of people. The New Year's Eve fairs had already opened, and all the stores were filled with souvenirs and gifts. Christian walked through a few stores, but nothing appealed to him. All his thoughts were with Lexi. He remembered one year when she was sober. It had been the best holiday of his life. Lexi was so sweet and adorable that all Christian did was thank life that he had her. I love you, he kept saying. Lexi laughed, running around the big pine tree she wanted to put up in the apartment for that New Year's Eve. The man lowered his eyes and felt tears come to them. He went down to the first floor. In the center of the hall stood a large Christmas tree, and children with their mothers were hanging around it. The latter were trying to take a nice picture of their naughty children. I wonder how Samantha had spent the night, he suddenly remembered. The girl had slept surprisingly well, unlike her mother. Ellen had sat over her all night with her eyes open. She was very afraid. Only by morning she didn't notice that she had fallen asleep. Oh shit, Grace's neck snapped. I fell asleep in the chair, she remembered, and went over to her daughter. The girl was still asleep. Ellen realized she needed to take it easy. She was doing well as it was. For almost a week she was very worried, and then she started to get used to it. And Steve's parents came to see her almost every other day. Annie, daughter, let me hold her, said her mother-in-law. Aha-oh-oh, a ring. You're ours. The baby looked at her grandfather with innocent eyes and started yawning. The man laughed. Mom. I'm like a cat, Ellen sighed. I can't leave her for a minute. I wanted to find a nanny. To what? I realized I don't trust my daughter to anyone yet. Tone, Isabel, it's okay. It'll pass, her mother-in-law patted her on the head. It's just that your fear of losing someone close to you is now spreading to Samantha. I'm sure you and she will be fine. Ellen was fully into the role of a mother. Confidence began to come to her, but with it came thoughts of Christian. How worried is he, she thought. I would so like to meet him. After a while, Ellen realized that the surgeon was dear to her. She was an adult and understood everything, but she still dreamed at least of their friendship. Why don't we invite Uncle Christian to dinner? Her mother said to Samantha, while Cicada. The girl smiled, but did not realize that it was a sign, and it was necessary to deal with the matter. A few days later, Ellen went to the hospital with her daughter. She saw that Christian was glad too. How are you doing? He looked cheerfully at Samantha. The girl had grown a little. Christian, we have a big favor to ask you, both from me and from her. The guest was worried. We wanted to invite you to visit us. You have done so much for us. Let me thank you with a friendly dinner. The surgeon was stunned. He wanted to refuse, but something inside him seemed to stop him. What if Samantha insists that I come? He said suddenly to himself. But pretty girl, when are you going to get me to Gully? Grace was overjoyed. She doubted that the doctor would agree to come to see her. Her heart was singing and she wanted to prepare something special. She had several servants in the house, so Grace could afford to welcome guests. Ellen looked at herself in the mirror. It had been a very long time since she had worn a dress in years. Jeans, a t-shirt, and a sweater were the staples of her closet. Jesus. I look like an old woman, she said unhappily. And I'm only 45. Grace had forgotten how to spend hours in front of the mirror to please her favorite man. After all, this is a friendly meeting. She closed the closet, so no need to make eyes at him. Christian turned out to be very punctual. He was standing in the hallway when Grace came down from the second floor. Samantha is asleep, she answered his question. After the greeting, the man handed his hostess a bag containing a plush toy. Christian didn't bother to invent anything new. Grace asked that a table be set for them in the next room. She listened now and then and went to look at her. When you said you had your own business, I didn't realize that you were also involved in medicine, although not in that traditional way, the guest said in surprise. It happened quite by accident, answered the hostess. If it were not for my problems with conception, we would hardly be engaged in it. And now I can't imagine my life without all my herbs. We have very beautiful fields. Very often we are asked for a tour, but I don't allow it. After all, cleanliness is important to us, and someone is always busy on the plots. I'd like to see it, Christian said suddenly. I like that sort of thing. But unfortunately, we don't have anything at the moment. But in spring, I'll definitely take you there, when everything is in bloom. It's so beautiful that you don't need to go to France. By the way, we also have wild lavender, which smells. The cultivated varieties don't have such an aroma. Christian didn't expect to be so absorbed in the conversation. He was enjoying his conversation with Grace. It was the first time they had talked on such broad topics. As they said goodbye, Grace held out her hand to him. He touched her lightly and was thrown by an electric shock. Grace, too, turned pale. The surgeon was returning home with strange feelings. He liked the woman, but there was a fear in him that their friendship might develop into something more serious. In general, Christian had never thought of any other woman but his wife. It seemed to him that Grace felt very good about him, or rather, she felt sympathy for him. Christian got home in an excited state and went straight to Lexi's room. "I don't want anyone but you," he said out loud. "I can only have one wife." All the following days, the doctor struggled with the feeling he discovered in his heart. He often thought of both Grace and her daughter Samantha. Grace realized after this encounter that she was head over heels in love with Christian. She thought about him all the time, despite his inaccessibility. He drew her to him. It wasn't just an everyday feeling. It seemed to her as if they knew each other. 5 days before New Year's Eve, Grace couldn't take it anymore. She bought a present for Christian and went to the hospital with her daughter. "Christian, let me give you this from both of us," smiling. She handed him the package. He was embarrassed. Lexi rarely gave him gifts. Mostly she forgot his birthday and New Year's Eve. "Thank you," he lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I didn't have anything for you." Grace was very nervous, but she decided to go all in. She drew more air into her chest. "Christian, we'd like to invite you to celebrate New Year's Eve with us," Grace said and looked at him intently. "Grace, I'm very grateful to you," replied the surgeon quietly. "I'm sorry, but I can't." "I understand that you want what's best for you, but Christian, you're a good man," Grace interrupted him. Tears flowed from her eyes. "Thank you for everything. I'm very grateful to you for being in my life." She ran out of his office. Christian sat back in his chair and grabbed his head. This was all very difficult for him. He didn't want to hurt Grace, but he couldn't get over himself either. He tried not to think about Grace and her daughter Samantha. Several days had passed and December 30th was approaching. It was the surgeon's first day off for the holidays this year, but it was agony for him to spend December 31st and January 1st alone. Christian couldn't even imagine what he should buy at the store. Maybe I was wrong to do that to her. The thought flashed through his mind. She's not a bad woman. No, it's better for both of us, he reassured himself. It was the worst New Year's Eve of his life. Christian felt so homesick and lonely. He kept praying to God to help him through it all. Grace was also sitting moodless even though she now had her daughter Samantha in her life. She missed Christian and being with him. For New Year's Eve, her father-in-law Matthew had taken her to his house. "We'll spend a little time together, and then you can go home. If you want, I'll even drive you myself," he offered. The daughter-in-law accepted his offer. It was unbearable for her to be home alone on such a holiday. Grace undressed her daughter and put her in the cradle. Samantha was sleeping sweetly. Everyone sat down at the table and the dinner began. Matthew's parents discussed current affairs with Grace. "Grace, you have no idea how much I miss my factory," sighed my father-in-law. "It's not even about him. But I'll be honest with you, I'm really bored. I do not know where to do myself. I'm already dreaming Samantha should grow up so that we could take her to our house." "Oh, don't tell me," his wife supported him. "I'd love to be able to play with her already. I hope you won't mind." "Mom, no," Grace objected. "You are the closest people to me. I trust you completely." Matthew's mother went to bed after 9 o'clock, but his father was still talking to his daughter-in-law. "Grace," he moved closer to her, "is something troubling you? I can see that." "Daughter, what happened?" "Dad, I don't want to lie to you." Tears came to her eyes. "I'm happy now, because I have a daughter, but I met someone." "Do you love him?" He interrupted her. She nodded and cried. "But what's the matter then? He doesn't want you. His wife died recently. He's a surgeon. He works at the 3rd hospital. I saved his wife once, but she was drinking," Grace said. "Christian is a very nice man. I invited him to spend New Year's Eve with us, but he turned me down." "How do you feel? Does he like you?" He stroked her head. "Grace, you have a woman's intuition, don't you? "I think I do, but he doesn't want to be in a relationship with anyone." Grace clung to her father-in-law. "Oh, girl. Give him time," he advised. "Losing a wife is a tragedy. Remember yourself, you've had years." "I'm ready to wait for him," she said. "Dad, he's as wonderful as Matthew was." Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and the conversation hadn't left Matthew's father's mind. Grace hadn't either. She hadn't told him of any changes. Paul, Hi, he called his closest friend. Do you want to go for a drive? No, it's not far to the 3rd hospital. We're fine. We just need to meet a good man. Half an hour later, there were 2 expensive cars outside my father-in-law's house. Hello, Pavel. I see that you're not alone. He shook hands with the younger brother of his friend. Well, let's go. Of honor for our city, he laughed. The motorcade drove into the hospital courtyard. They were immediately attacked by curious stares. The delegation got out of the jeeps and went to the front door. Fortunately, Christian was free. He had a surgery scheduled in an hour. Hello, young man. Permission to come in, the surgeon nodded and looked questioningly at the visitor. He stared at his face, but quickly realized that he didn't know him. Christian, I'm here on a personal matter, he introduced himself. I am Matthew, Grace's father-in-law, her husband's father. The doctor turned pale, embarrassed. Christian looked at him carefully. He didn't know what it would be about, but he knew it would be something important. Son, Grace's father-in-law said, Believe me, I know what it's like to lose someone close to you. It is very, very painful. No one can ever replace my son in my heart. But no one's asking me to. Neither do you, Matthew said. Let your wife always live inside you, so your own. But that doesn't mean you can't love another woman. Listen to me, old man. Grace is mean, she's smart, she'll never betray you. And if you feel anything for her, believe me, in my experience, you'll find happiness with her. I know her like I know myself. She's not my best friend. I can't always tell my wife what I share with her. You both deserve happiness. The guest left, and Christian continued to sit as if paralyzed. Everything Grace's father-in-law had told him was true. He felt it deep in his heart himself. He realized that he needed her. She was his woman. A few days passed, and he still couldn't get that conversation out of his head. It was a day off. He got up from the couch, walked into his wife's room, suddenly ran into the kitchen, pulled out large bags and started packing Lexi's things in them. It was late, and it took him until 2 in the morning to carry it all outside. I can't do this anymore, he sobbed. Lexi, let me go. Let me live my life. I've wasted so much time on you. I've had enough. He stared at the empty walls. He had taken out everything in his wife's room. He had somehow managed to take apart her closets, take out the bed. He closed his eyes and inhaled a full breath. The window to the room was wide open, and the cold January air burned his face. The next day, he drove to Grace's house. He was let in at once. The landlady ran to greet him. Christian, she shouted. Grace did not hide her tears, and the surgeon came over and hugged her. Grace, forgive me, I liked you at once, but I was so afraid. He stroked her hair. I love you. I need you. I need you too, Christian, my darling. Grace hugged her guest. I love you so much, she said. It had been almost 2 years. Christian was returning from the factory after he had quit his job at the hospital. His wife brought him up to speed and he took over the plant. Grace stayed home with their daughter Melanie for the time being. Melanie was growing up fast, and Grace wanted to hire a nanny to help her husband in a couple months. Grace, how are you? Christian dialed his wife. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. I'll bring something over. I can stop by the store. Christian, go straight home, his wife asked him. I have some very good news for you. What's wrong? He asked. Well, tell me, does it have to be told now? You'll find out soon, she replied cryptically. Christian disconnected the phone and plunged into thinking about a new herbal remedy. A few months ago, a man had suggested they make herbal pills. He liked the suggestion. As a former physician, he realized that in some cases their effectiveness could be greater than that of mere collections. In addition, such herbal pills could serve as semi-finished products for the production of both medicinal and cosmetic products. The direction was very promising. Christian drove into town. A picture flashed before his eyes of how he had stalled one day, and Grace had driven him to the hospital. It had been almost a year since Lexi had stopped bothering him. He'd been able to let go of his ex-wife. Plus, he'd had time to realize that she'd never loved him. Grace's love created such a contrast that Christian now didn't even understand why he was even living with Lexi. Coming to Grace's house that day had been the best decision he'd ever made. But where's our princess? Christian said loudly as he entered the house. Grace, where are you? His wife showed up on the second floor. She quickly took her daughter and went downstairs. Her face was radiant. Well, show me what you've got here. I'm ready to wonder where your surprise is, Christian laughed. Grace held something out to him. Her husband looked at it in bewilderment. There was a test in the palm of his hand. Grace, are we having a baby? He couldn't believe it. Me, Isabel. I'm going to be a daddy for the second time. He ran over to his wife and daughter. My favorite girls, what are we expecting? A brother or a sister? Christian, I think we're going to have a son. His wife kissed him. Thank you so much for everything. I love you very much. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty and charm, left much to be desired. Miranda's personal life, despite her beauty, charm, and intelligence, left much to be desired. Miranda dreamed of a beautiful and passionate romance with the obligatory logical conclusion in the form of a marriage ceremony somewhere in Bali. But so far, she had only tried to catch the bride's bouquet at her friends' weddings. And she was a real beauty. Miranda was slender, flexible, thanks to gymnastics, ballroom dancing school, and a recent interest in horseback riding. Her face was not just beautiful, but interesting. Large green eyes framed by gorgeous, piquantly curved eyelashes, seductively plump and well-defined lips and touching dimples on her chin. Long, golden blonde, heavy silk hair of the girl was the envy of more than one friend. Miranda's mind was not offended by God either, and it was not only in the diploma of art criticism and knowledge of 2 languages, English and French. She had a lot to talk about, and her wonderful sense of humor was always appreciated. She worked in the editorial office of the famous art magazine Harmony and, accordingly, was financially independent. But for some reason, the relationship with guys persistently did not add up. And guys, except for Walter's first school love, there were some fake. One turned out to be an Alfonso, another was too gentle with hot drinks. The 4th suitor, Thomas, worked for a respectable food company and was self-supporting. He drank only on holidays. When I get married, Thomas said, I'm going to get married in church with my wife. No neighborhood registry office. If we're going to be married, it's only in front of God. Well, that sounded promising. Thomas even introduced Miranda to his mom, Elizabeth. That's when she realized she was looking at a classic mama's boy. Miranda never gave up hope of rehabilitating him. Alas, mama's boy is a lifelong diagnosis. Elizabeth could feel it in her bones when she and Thomas were alone together, and that restless woman would call her son. And when Miranda delicately hinted to her boyfriend that the phone could be set to silent, he flinched. What if Mum calls? And that said it all. Miranda's patience broke, and she regretfully pointed at the door to the mama's boy, and then fell into a deep depression. The girl began to nourish her condition with her favorite cakes. The consequences of such a bright protest against the injustice of fate immediately reflected on Miranda's waist. However, it turned out to be not so bad. The incentive to lose weight has always been one of the most powerful for the girl, and the intense training in the gym itself distracted from sad thoughts. And then Irene's classmate invited her to a wedding, and it was back to square one depression, only this time without the cakes. Miranda felt that she was beginning to quietly hate weddings, and one day she decided that she would never go again. A couple of weeks later, her cousin Margaret's boyfriend proposed. Are they kidding me? Miranda thought with annoyance. Margaret's wedding was in a month, so decided burned out after a holiday with her lover in Thailand. Margaret, who by the way was younger than Miranda by 3 years, said, and by the way, there will be some very interesting and wealthy men there. Miranda sighed heavily. Miranda, what are you doing? Margaret knelt down in front of her cousin and looked into her eyes. There will be a holiday on your street too. The main thing is to believe in it. I've given up believing, Miranda said skeptically. I guess I was born under an unlucky star. No, you weren't, the cousin said firmly. You just haven't found your soulmate yet. You and your soulmate haven't met each other yet? Oh, don't tell me about soulmates, Miranda said. You're wrong about that. By the way, the concept of soulmates dates back to ancient Greece. The girl sighed again. It's easy to talk about some concepts when you have everything perfect in your personal life, and your future spouse is a dream of any sensible woman. Alex was a handsome, tall guy with an athletic build. He had his own company selling digital equipment, a flat in the city center, and, it seems, a nice summer house. But most importantly, Alex was reverent towards his beloved. In cold weather, he called his beloved and asked if she was warmly dressed. And the friend is a classmate of Natalie, now Natalie Smith. Her then still future husband Andrew was not rich, but they together earned a flat and a nice car. They had 2 children, whom they adored with all their souls. Recently, Miranda and Natalie have not been in contact very often. No wonder, because her friend now had a family, her own worries, and what the hell, new friends. As married as Natalie, it was no secret that unmarried ladies were reluctant to be invited to gatherings where everyone was in pairs. We're afraid you'll be bored with us. Miranda remembered this when she accidentally learned that her friend was going on a picnic, and Miranda didn't really want to go. Why? To feel like a complete fool? A loser? No thanks. Still, Miranda felt resentful. It was obvious why she hadn't been invited. So by all means, she needed to find her soulmate. What am I saying? Margaret rejoiced. What if this wedding turns out to be fateful for you? Well, you're a pretty slim, interesting girl and not stupid. What do blokes look at? Irene continued to ponder. Apparently the saying, "Don't be born beautiful," is just about me. She grinned wryly. Yes, and not all men like smart women. I'd even say only a few. And I say believe in the best, Irene insisted. A cousin's wedding was celebrated in an old mansion outside the city. The courtyard was decorated with intricate garlands of balloons and vases with outlandish flowers. The tables for the wedding banquet were set on the first floor. It would be better outside in the summer, Miranda remarked. Though of course that's none of my business. We did want to celebrate outside, Irene said, as if guessing her thoughts. But his mother insisted on the first floor. What was wrong with eating outdoors? Miranda asked, puzzled. Mrs. Camilla thinks it's for plebes, Irene giggled. Oh, sister, Miranda thought with a chuckle. It suddenly occurred to her that there were advantages to being alone, like not having a mother-in-law. But as soon as Miranda looked around and saw that all the girls her age had boyfriends, she remembered Margaret's words. Chin up, sister, she smiled encouragingly. You're looking in the wrong place. That bloke standing by the pillar, he's got his eye on you. He's good, by the way. What guy? Miranda asked incredulously and bit her tongue. The guy at the column was really looking at her, and there was interest in his gaze. Perhaps he was not just good-looking, but handsome. What do you mean? Margaret winked. Come on, don't get lost. In 6 months we'll be at your wedding. Oh, what a beautiful couple we could make. Why 6 months from now? Miranda asked. I'm just saying, Margaret said. Well, God bless you. And remember, you're a hell of an attractive girl. What's the use? Miranda thought pessimistically, but walked round and put on her most charming smile. Hi, said the guy, looking at Miranda with velvet eyes. Judging by his appearance, he was of Greek ancestry. Hi, she said. You have an amazing figure, complimented the handsome stranger. Thank you, the girl smiled. What is the name of the beautiful nymph? Miranda. And I'm Stephen, said the boy, and kissed her hand without ceremony. He must be a Greek, and perhaps a pure-blooded one, Miranda thought. Are you related to the bride or groom? Stephen asked. I am a cousin of the bride. Oh, is everyone in your family so charming? Or is it just you and your sister? He smiled again, showing his perfect teeth. See that lady in the lilac dress? That's my mum, said Stephen. Come on, more like an older sister. Well, I'm a good friend of Alex's, Miranda. I'd be honored if you'd sit close to me at the wedding table. What impeccable manners he has, the girl marveled. Indeed, aristocratic. With pleasure, she replied. At the wedding table, Stephen wooed Miranda with an exquisite manner that struck her to the heart. This champagne is a masterpiece, he said, savoring the drink. I've tasted all kinds, but this is a lifelong love. Do you like Dom Perignon? Frankly, Miranda preferred red wine. But for a handsome man like him, she'd love a little bit of booze. I love it, she exhaled. So let's have a drink on a Brudenschaft and finally switch to you, Stephen exclaimed. The girl enthusiastically accepted the offer. After fraternizing, she met Margaret's eyes. The latter raised her thumb and winked. After a couple of hours, the meal ceased to be rank. The guests were dancing, laughing, fooling around, and having pleasant conversations. Every now and then, bitter was heard. Shall we dance? Stephen suggested. I'd love to, Miranda replied sincerely. After a heartfelt composition, the gentleman bowed and said, Miranda, I have a great idea. You do, she smiled. And what is it? Let's have a drink and a snack from this sumptuous table. Let's get out of here. Take a walk, talk. Miranda hesitated. Stephen was, without a doubt, trustworthy. A guy like Alex simply couldn't have unworthy friends. But wouldn't he find Miranda frivolous? It's like a minefield, one wrong move and it's all gone. Is something wrong? Stephen asked worriedly. Miranda didn't know what to say. I wasn't, she decided. After all, it was a holiday, and trying to shout over the music was a thankless task. Stephen wasn't asking her to bed, he was asking her for a walk. If he's a decent man, he won't allow himself anything too much. If he does, well, I'll turn him down. And that's that. It's all right, Miranda smiled. And I'd love to take you up on your offer, Miranda said. To tell you the truth, I don't like noisy gatherings. It's the same story, Stephen exclaimed. Miranda thought she had found a soulmate. Stephen took from the table a bottle of Dom Perignon, 2 large bunches of grapes, a couple of peaches and, under the approving glances of the strict representatives of the older generation, went to the exit, where Miranda was waiting for him. It seems that I have hopelessly compromised myself, Stephen said with a smile. And the young people, laughing, went out of the gates of the mansion. They reached the square, sat down on a bench, and spread the trophy fruit on a handkerchief that had been in Miranda's purse. Old age is no fun, said Stephen, laughing as he served the champagne. I didn't think of glasses, he laughed. Miranda smiled too. Soon they were laughing until they were in tears. How are we going to get out of this? Miranda asked, laughing. Well, I'm not going back to the table, Stephen grinned. The respectable matrons wouldn't survive that. No, she said, smiling. So the only way out is to drink from the throat. Unless, of course, you're not squeamish. Is he laughing? Miranda marveled. How could anyone be squeamish about such a nice young man? Not at all, she replied, and Stephen solemnly handed her the bottle with the words "first sip" to the lady. You are very kind, Miranda replied, took a sip and handed the bottle to Stephen. Now it's your turn. Miranda, do you like art? I'm an art historian by training. But education is one thing, but love of art is another, he said. The girl nodded. And in general, yes, I love. Since 7th grade, I've been partial to landscapes. I like Shishkin, Levitan, Ayvazovsky. His paintings are especially mesmerizing, especially the Ninth Shaft and the Black Sea. The emotions are just off the scale. Yes, strongly agreed Stephen. I recently went to an exhibition and saw modern paintings in the style of Ayvazovsky. You know, it's just as good, maybe even better. I don't think there can be any worse or better, Miranda said. Everyone has their own style, so the paintings are incomparable. Also true. What do you think of the avant-garde? To be honest, I don't understand it, she admitted, unless Salvador Dali's miniatures make an impression. In general, I prefer simple and understandable painting, Miranda found out, smiling, hoping to end this intellectual conversation. Do you like things that are simple? Stephen asked. What's wrong with simple? Miranda shrugged. For me personally, the key point is that it's beautiful, if we're talking about pictures. Do you often go to art exhibitions? Stephen asked. And the girl mentally cursed because of these paintings. To tell the truth, she had been to a painting exhibition only once during her studies at the institute, and that too as part of the educational program. But what she would not do for a woman's happiness. So she answered. Not as often as I'd like, but it happens. On the 14th of the 14th, there is an exhibition of a young and very talented artist at the New Wave Gallery. I'd be glad if you'd keep me company. Miranda nearly choked on her champagne. Did he just offer her privacy to talk about artists? An inner voice snorted derisively. You were afraid the charming guy would infringe on your honor. Then you don't like talking about art, you see. Maybe he just didn't know where to begin. Oh, you, Miranda objected to the inner voice. What did I find out? I'll be sure to keep you company. She smiled at Stephen. The young people drank the champagne and returned to the grounds of the mansion. The party was in full swing. Miranda caught Irene's meaningful glance and smiled victoriously. She nodded and raised her fist. You're a great dancer, shouted Stephen as they danced the Latin dance with gusto. Can you do the sirtaki? And Stephen went up to the musicians, put something in the pocket of the main man. I suppose money. And in a few seconds the chords of the famous dance sounded. And a few seconds later, all the guests were dancing. Oof. Miranda laughed and exhaled after the dance, which had been incredibly rousing. I've never been to such a fun wedding. How many weddings have you been to? Stephen asked. Well enough, she replied. Why not as a bride? I just haven't met anyone I'd like to marry, she admitted. Miranda said exaggeratedly lightheartedly. Stephen chuckled. I know you beauties. You're looking for a prince. When happiness is near, and when you realize it, someone else will have it. If only I knew where it was, this happiness, Miranda thought, but kept silent. Frankly speaking, the inference was even witty. After all, it had never occurred to the guy that a girl like Miranda could be unhappy in her private life. Well, let that be her little secret. But why do I have to choose a guy on a first-come, first-served basis? Miranda teased him, stepping into the role of a heartthrob. I want a prince. Do I look like a prince? Stephen smiled slyly. You do, she assured him. And then she was afraid that he might think Miranda was imposing on him. I'm flattered, he nodded, and her doubts were gone. Miranda could feel herself liking this sultry, handsome man. Besides, everyone she knew was watching them. It was like a savory spice or a sweet, warm wine that stirred the blood. Miranda was in a pleasant euphoria. She danced, laughed, joked, and drank Bruder shakes with people she hardly knew. I hope you get lucky this time, Irene said with a wink. I hope so too, Miranda smiled. The main thing is not to miss the bride's bouquet, her cousin told her. Miranda didn't realize how the bouquet ended up in her hands. She shifted her gaze from the laughing crowd to the bouquet, and then back to the bouquet, her eyes fluttering in confusion. Miranda, don't let it get you down. Molly, Margaret's witness, shouted cheerfully. And the crowd broke into applause. Miranda suddenly felt funny. All she had done was catch the bride's bouquet, and the guests were clapping as if she had been proposed to in public. Why, that would be nice, Miranda thought, glanced at Stephen, and grinned at the bold thought. And then he came up to the girl and kissed her on the cheek. And then the young people held hands and bowed to the honored audience. The guests hooted with joy. By the way, introductions at weddings are often successful, whispered Margaret, the happy bride. So sister, go ahead. Loneliness is unpleasant, of course, but to be a bore is a diagnosis. Miranda said thoughtfully, sipping her espresso. Well, sis, you're a tough act to follow. Irene shook her head. You look like you need counseling. Me, Miranda grinned. You're not confused, are you? Is it really that bad? As it happened, the cousins were best friends. Irene was friends with Molly, who'd been a witness at her and Alex's wedding, and Miranda with her classmate Veronica, but each of them would have been best friends with her cousin without hesitation. Miranda and Irene trusted each other with their deepest secrets. If anything out of the ordinary happened to one of the sisters, they would discuss the problem at length, and then they would feel much better. Now, on a Sunday afternoon in July, they were sitting on the spacious loggia of the flat where Irene lived with Alex, discussing Miranda's breakup with Stephen. The young man had been dating for a month, and Miranda was forced to sadly state no, not again. She'd heard of narcissistic men, but she'd never thought she'd meet one. And this acquaintance, which had begun so positively, was not so pleasant. And if the young man is a classic bore. A couple of days after Irene's wedding, Stephen proposed to Miranda to meet in a cafe, which sounded tempting. The girl spent an hour puzzling over what she should wear. The cafe where she was going to have lunch had nothing to do with luxury establishments, so Miranda decided on a gray and blue pantsuit, a white top and silver platform trainers. Elegant, democratic, and overall a great option for the cafe. What was Miranda's surprise when she saw Stephen dressed in a strict gray suit and tie? What's the big deal? After all, the girl thought, everyone dresses as they like. But apparently Stephen didn't think so. You look great, he said. I think your breasts are a little too exposed. Miranda already knew from Margaret that Stephen's father was descended from an ancient aristocratic family. Who knows what it's like in high society, Miranda thought, smiling and buttoned her jacket. No offense, he smiled back. It's just that in our family we honor austerity and nobility. Besides, you're a very pretty girl and you don't need to show your breasts. Yes, I guess you're right, she nodded, and remembered that the guy had been simpler at the wedding. However, a wedding and a wedding. Not probably, but right, Stephen said admonishingly, and, apparently for the sake of convincing, raised his index finger upwards. What are we ordering? The donuts here are amazing. I'd like a heavy cream donut and a cup of espresso, Miranda said. Do you eat flour? He asked, as if he were talking about a dodgy drink, not coffee and donuts. Well, why not? The girl shrugged. I don't see the point in denying myself my favorite food. And from time to time I like to treat my stomach to some tasty food. Just do it in moderation. So a donut? A donut. Stephen nodded, showing that his companion should not eat donuts. For himself, he ordered a Caesar salad, a glass of tomato juice, and a glass of mineral water. I prefer healthy food, he commented. Can you believe he spent the whole lunch talking about eating right and living a healthy lifestyle? Miranda exclaimed. Oh yes, and he praised his suit and emphasized how it suited him. And diets, Margaret said incredulously. It's true, Miranda assured her. It's awesome, isn't it? Yeah, a few days later he and I went to a young artist's exhibition. All he could say was, I think the highlights are unnecessary, and I think a cooler tone is more appropriate. It's too divided and every time. Miranda, what do you think? So what? Margaret shrugged. You were at the exhibition after all. The man expressed his opinion, and by the way, he was interested in yours. I have nothing to object to that, Miranda said. But when that young aristocrat kept examining me in the restaurant, I wanted to decorate his handsome head with a plate of pasta. Besides, he was praising his outfit again. This time it was a red club jacket, black trousers, and a black shirt with white polka dots. What about it? Not bad, Miranda said. But if you don't emphasize it like a flirt, I think I'll go along with it. Margaret laughed. I've always wondered what a handsome couple they were. Neither of them survived, so my dear cousin, I am alone again. Miranda summed up sadly and pulled cigarettes out of her purse. You've started smoking? Margaret marveled. I will. Miranda sighed. What? You should. If I were you, I'd be on the prowl. It didn't work out with Stephen. I don't care about him. You know why things don't work out with you? Because you're not really looking for love. And cigarettes ruin your complexion. How's that for real? Miranda grinned wryly, standing in the central square with a sign saying looking for a husband. It's very original, Margaret laughed, then added seriously, you see, Miranda, the fairy tale that love will find you on its own doesn't work anymore. Those who will find it are walking misunderstandings like your ex-cavaliers, and they will. But if you make an effort to find the right person. Margaret was meaningfully silent. How do you make the effort? Oh, you should be taught to get involved in everything. The answer is obvious if you want to meet a normal guy as soon as possible. Be more active dating in a club, a cafe on the seafront, or in a company. This, sister, is yesterday's day. You see what kind of specimens practice this kind of dating. Miranda thought for a moment. Margaret was obviously right. She had met Michael at the club. The next day, Michael invited Miranda to a restaurant, and when he asked for the bill, it turned out that he had forgotten his card. Michael didn't have any cash, so Miranda had to pay. Then the girl decided it was no big deal. It was a big deal. She paid for dinner. Michael would pay for it another time. But there was no next time. There was no repeat invitation to the restaurant. But the enterprisingly handsome man did ask her for a loan. Actually, I have my own business, Michael told Miranda, but it's just that all the money is in circulation. I don't have any money to spare, but I'll pay you back in a week. Okay, Miranda nodded. A week passed, then another. But she never saw any money, and when Miranda delicately hinted to the debtor boyfriend that she was not a millionaire, Michael began to refer to business problems. A chance encounter at the supermarket with a fellow student opened Miranda's eyes. "Why aren't you going to class?" the boy asked. Michael's eyes immediately went wide. "Is your name already on the expulsion list?" "Do I know you?" Michael asked, trying to sound calm. The boy was obviously not very bright, so he laughed. "Michael, have you been smoking?" Then, without waiting for an answer, cut him off. Once again, "I don't know you." And dragging Miranda behind him, headed for the exit. The girl was disgusted. "Michael, what was that?" she asked. "A man I'm not with," he replied. She pretended to believe him. "When are you going to give me the money?" "Miranda, I don't even have any money right now." Michael was indignant. "I insist." Miranda didn't back down. Michael was embarrassed and admitted that he didn't have any business. "I see," the girl said and walked away proudly. Of course, not because the guy turned out to be an ordinary student, and even a candidate for expulsion. There was hardly a person who liked to be deceived. And after a while, Miranda saw Michael with a well-dressed lady about 40 years old with a ponytail. The couple left the men's clothing boutique and drove away in a Mercedes of the latest model. It all makes sense, Miranda thought. She had been introduced to Marcus by her mate Gwen. Gwen thought that Marcus was recently divorced but had no children, so he was not in danger of alimony. Gwen was Marcus' cousin. "What was the divorce about?" Miranda asked. Well, Gwen hesitated. "I did not interfere in their family life." "Oh, what difference does it make? Well, he's not old with blonde hair. But who knows, maybe you two are made for each other." Miranda found this argument quite reasonable, and the meeting took place the next day. After the viewing, Marcus invited her for a walk around the city, and the walk was more than enough. "My wife should stay at home," he said sternly. Miranda had other plans for her life, so she saw no point in continuing the relationship. The girl quickly wrote a message to Margaret to call her urgently, and when her cousin promptly fulfilled her request, Miranda left, referring to family problems. And after a while, Miranda talked to their mutual acquaintance, Chloe. The latter told that Marcus beat his ex-wife, which, in fact, was the reason for the divorce. With the alcoholic Ashley, Miranda met at the birthday party of a classmate. She immediately noted his attractive appearance and pumped-up figure. Ashley also looked at Miranda with interest. "Handsome." "True," intercepting her gaze, the woman in her 50s smiled. "That's my brother," and started singing dithyrambs to her brother. "He's so smart, so kind, so handy." And then Ashley asked Miranda to dance. They got to talking, and the guy gave her the impression that he wasn't a stupid man. She thought to herself, why is such an interesting guy alone, but the same could be said of her, the beautiful smart girl. Ashley walked Miranda home at the end of the party and said, "I think we could work something out." "Really?" She smiled embarrassedly. "Well, why not?" Ashley showed up drunk for their first date. "I'm sorry," he said, noticing Miranda's puzzled look. "I'd had a fight with my boss at work, and I'd been at a bar with some friends to relieve stress." It happens. But the next day, Ashley invited Miranda to a cafe and ordered a bottle of vodka. "Would you like some wine?" he asked. "No, I'll have a mineral water," she shook her head. "I'm driving." "Do you have a car?" Ashley perked up. "What kind, if it's no secret?" After he'd finished the national drink in record time, the beau began to laugh inappropriately, making flat jokes and clumsy compliments. "Are you in a bad mood?" he asked, noticing Miranda's frown. "Yes," she mumbled. "It's easy to fix." Ashley smiled broadly and insisted that she have a drink with him. "No," Miranda said with a strained smile. "I should probably head home." When she got home, she briefly blacklisted Ashley. Later, Miranda heard interesting things about herself, that such a handsome, hard-working guy had paid attention to her. And she didn't like the fact that he had a few drinks after work. And no one would marry her. What's to check? The source of such unflattering statements was Bridget, the same sister Ashley, who was at Miranda's birthday party at a classmate's house. By the way, the sister wasn't 50 years old, as she thought, but 30. Get it, Miranda thought sarcastically. Both brothers and sisters are not fools to drink. I bet the parents are, too. And finally, the aforementioned mama's boy, Stephen, whom Miranda had met at the cafe. So there was obvious truth in what the risks were saying. All right, then where do I meet him? She asked, puzzled. Presentations, city cultural events, exhibitions. Irene began to list, curling her fingers. At the mention of exhibitions, Miranda grimaced as if she had a toothache. What are you talking about? Her cousin laughed, having guessed her train of thought. Just for example. Well, go to a camping or holiday home. The main thing, knock on all the doors, and you will be happy. And what are we discussing here? Alex came back from work. Yes, we are organizing Mirandina's private life, my wife explained with a smile. I thought we'd be eating salads at her wedding soon. But alas and alack, Alex laughed. And Miranda realized that the attractive Greek had made more than one, and not two attempts to arrange his personal life. Don't worry, you'll find a fiancé in Los Angeles that will make everyone jealous, Alex said. Well, thank you for your advice, dear Alex. Miranda thanked him and started to go home. I thought you were coming to dinner with us, said Irene. I've cooked such a meat. It's a tongue twister. No, thank you, Miranda said. I have to get the material ready for tomorrow. I see, she said. Well, go to work, you hard worker. The sisters went out into the hallway, and Irene whispered conspiratorially. I think I know what you want. What do I want? Miranda asked ironically. You want a holiday romance. How many times? The only thing I need is a holiday romance to make me happy, Miranda said ironically. I'm serious. Me too. Unfortunately, or fortunately, my job doesn't allow me to go to a resort, Miranda said. You have a holiday coming up. I've decided to use my holiday to start my own business. 6 months ago, she had realized that she didn't want to work for anyone else. By the way, she thought it would be a good idea to start her own art magazine. And a month ago, this idea became real, and Miranda began to work actively in this direction. She used social networks, talked to the right people, and placed an ad to buy photos, but so far to no avail. Well, is that normal? Miranda thought optimistically. Rome wasn't built in an instant either. In the morning, she received an email. It was the first offer of cooperation. A Norman, who introduced himself as an aspiring photographer, wrote that he would like to work with her. Miranda, without delay, replied and offered to provide work. Okay, I'll send the photos tonight, he replied. While she was at her sister's house, she received a new message from the photographer. There were pictures. I'll look at them at home, Miranda decided from her phone. It's hard to evaluate anyway. Pulling up to the house, the girl literally jumped out of the car. Burning with impatience, Miranda switched on the computer and opened the message. 8 photos, which seemed like a bomb to her, were sent as screenshots. And this is a budding photographer, Miranda marveled. Yes, this is a true professional. With photos like these, my magazine will outshine any competition. She texted Norman that she'd like to buy all the photos. Opening the window, Miranda lit a cigarette. I've got to stop doing this, she thought in passing. Miranda, are you home? She heard her mother's voice and hurried to put out her cigarette. Home, home, she replied, feeling like a delinquent schoolgirl. Marian entered her daughter's room, wrinkled her nose suspiciously, and sighed. Have you been smoking again? What's got into you? You were leading a healthy lifestyle. I don't smoke, Miranda said, embarrassed. That's where it all starts, said her mother. She wanted to reply, but the computer alerted her with a new message. Yay, Miranda shouted out of breath. Mum, he answered. Who answered? The groom? Marian asked. Did you meet someone on the internet? Well, you could say that, her daughter said excitedly. I got my first employee. I thought it was a fiancé, said Marian. She knew of her daughter's plans and thought it was crazy. Her daughter had an interesting, high-paying job. So why tempt fate? A fiancé was the way to go. Not just any fiancé, of course, but Miranda had nothing to please her mother. That's better than a fiancé, she said. Actually, she didn't mind a proper groom herself. But what can you do if you're not lucky in love? You'll be lucky in business. With enthusiasm, Miranda paraphrased a well-known phrase, and began to read the message. Norman was offering Miranda an advance payment, after which he would send her the original photographs. Well, then you wire me the rest of the money, he wrote. The terms of the deal seemed acceptable to Miranda. Expensive, of course, but the photos were worth it. And the girl wrote that she was satisfied with everything. A few seconds later, the invoice number appeared in front of her, and she paid for the order. A good half hour passed, but Miranda still hadn't received any photos. I'll wait, Miranda thought, and went into the kitchen. Her stomach had long ago demanded hot food, but being in euphoria, she didn't notice it. "Mummy, what are we having for dinner?" she asked cheerfully. "Borscht," Marion replied. "Super," approvingly replied her daughter, and took out a plate from the cupboard. "So, how did it go?" asked the mother, watching Miranda's flight with amusement. "I'm waiting for the original photos." Smiled. "I've transferred half of the money. Now I'm waiting for the photos, I'll transfer the other half, and then I'll do it." "Wait. So you transferred the money? Can I say for nothing?" frowned practical Marion. "Well, why not for nothing?" objected her daughter. "For samples of the marked photographs." Her mother shook her head, and Miranda felt a slight pang of foreboding. It was purely symbolic. She didn't want to eat, though, and rushed to her room. No pictures had arrived, so Miranda decided to write to Norman's post office. But there was no more mail. The girl directly physically felt like she had been hit on the head with something heavy. "My God, how could I have been so stupid?" she thought with annoyance and cried with frustration. There was a quiet knock on the room. "It's unlocked," Miranda answered. "Miranda, may I come in?" Marion asked cautiously as she came in. "Yes," she sobbed. "Oh, come on," her mother said fondly and stroked her head as she had done when she was a child. Miranda closed her eyes and felt like a defenseless little girl. She remembered how her mother had also stroked her head when she was sick and upset about her grades. How long ago that was. Miranda's father worked as a lifeguard and died in the line of duty. She was in 5th grade at the time. Mother and daughter had always had a good, trusting relationship, but after Sebastian's death, they had grown even closer. Probably both realized how fleeting life is. And the most frustrating thing is that it can end at any moment. And that's why you should appreciate and love those who are close to you. Beautiful Marion had a lot of admirers, but she never married. "My sweet mummy," Miranda thought, looking lovingly at her mother. "You could have made some good man happy, but you devoted your life to me." The sentimental thoughts made her nose pinch again. Miranda was also suddenly desperate for a world where there was no failure and no deceit. A childhood world where there was no room for men and cheaters. But alas, no time machine had been or would be invented. Sniffing her nose, she thought and said, "All my hopes and dreams have crumbled." "So dashed?" Marion shook her head with a smile. Though she didn't approve of Miranda's magazine idea. At this moment, she wanted more than anything to cheer her daughter up. Anything to make her favorite girl stop crying. "I've been lied to, used, and I've realized how vulnerable I am," Miranda said, calming down a little. "It's like I'm attracting failure in everything I do. No proper man, no business." "Oh, Miranda, you fool," laughed softly at her mother. "You know how many times you will be deceived and perhaps even used in this life. But you've had an experience, albeit a negative one, and you have realized not your vulnerability, but that there are many lies and deceit in life. But that shouldn't undermine your faith in people. There are good people out there, and God willing, you'll meet people who will work out for you, and you'll have a good man." Her mother's words had a calming effect. Miranda's soul seemed to be filled with a life-giving force, and what had happened no longer seemed like a tragedy. In fact, how many people fall victim to scammers every day? A lot, because no one is immune to it. There was no trace of disappointment left. "Thank you, Mum," the girl smiled through her tears. "What for?" She was surprised. "For being so understanding," Miranda said with feeling. "Now that we've talked about it, it makes me feel much better." "What else are mums for?" Marion said jokingly. "Always at your service. You're welcome." "I'm even hungry again," she said with a laugh and lifted her mother up and hugged her. "But that won't make it any merrier," said Marion, and they went back to the kitchen. "Do you know what I think?" said her mother, deep in thought, as she put the soup on the stove. "You need to get a good night's rest. Yes, I know you were planning to do a magazine during your holiday, but I still think you should take a break and start again. It's better to do new things with a fresh head." "I'll think about it," Miranda nodded. There was an hour left before the end of the day. It seemed like an eternity to Miranda. She was tired, as it often happens on the eve of a holiday. Besides, she hadn't slept well, and now she was thinking longingly of a warm bath, a light supper, and a soft bed with the lilac-scented air conditioner on. Goodness, it was just a pity that all this could not be arranged right away. Yesterday, she and her mother had talked until midnight, and it had been great. If only it hadn't been so sleepy. Other than that, it had been a great evening. "It's been a long time since we've been this candid," Miranda thought with a smile. And when she realized she had to get up early tomorrow, Marion said, "Trite but true. The mornings are wiser." That's a great saying, by the way. I'm sure tomorrow you'll see things differently. And I was right. Funny, but it was on this rainy morning that she realized how true the saying was. Indeed, Miranda had gained experience. What's more, she had concluded that negative experiences, unlike positive ones, spur you on and keep you going, while positive ones often relax you. "So I have only this Norman to thank," the girl thought with a smile. "I will now be more conscious of my actions on social media and try to be more vigilant in dealing with unverified people. And the money the thing to gain." The mobile rang. The number was unfamiliar to Miranda, but thinking it might be an offer of cooperation, she answered. "Miranda Morris?" A pleasant male voice on the other end of the line politely inquired. "Yes, that's me." The owner of the pleasant voice introduced himself as a bank employee and said, "Your bank account has been compromised." "I'm sorry, what do you mean compromised?" Miranda was perplexed. But the young man, as if he hadn't heard her question, continued his clearly memorized speech. "In order to protect your money, you need to provide your personal data and your online banking password." And then Miranda realized everything and laughed out loud, thinking merrily, "I guess I'm a popular scammer." "I'm sorry, did I say something funny?" the bank employee asked. His voice suddenly became metallic and no longer sounded pleasant to Miranda. "Do you realize that your bank account is in danger?" I understand everything," she laughingly assured him and switched off. Strangely enough, Miranda's mood lifted a few points. She was damn pleased that she hadn't panicked, hadn't complied with the demands of the bank employee, and, as a consequence, hadn't fallen into the trap of the crooks again. There's money at stake, the girl thought gloatingly, and glancing at her watch, began to pack for home. On the way, Miranda thought that it would be good to have a rest, ideally on the sea. She didn't want to go abroad, but the south of Florida, for example, would be perfect. She suddenly remembered Illinois words about a holiday romance. Why could it really be? The thought remained unfinished. After dinner, Miranda called a classmate, Veronica, who worked at a travel agency. "You're a lucky girl," Veronica said cheerfully, as usual. "Now we have good discounts on vouchers to the south of Florida." "Interesting, of course, interesting," Miranda said briskly. "By the way, I was going there myself. I've had enough of Thailand and Egypt. I want something of my own, something native. Do you mind if I keep you company?" "Why should I mind?" she asked. "I don't know," Veronica snorted. "Maybe you have plans of your own." "I don't have any plans of my own," Miranda answered. "And I'd be very happy to have you with me." "That's great. I'll see you at the office tomorrow," said Veronica. "What time is convenient for you?" The travel agency was a 10-minute walk from the magazine's editorial office, so Miranda answered without hesitation. I can be there at 1 o'clock during my lunch break. Good, Veronica said approvingly. We'll have lunch together. Miranda found the prospect of lunch in the company of a cheerful Veronica tempting, as did the prospect of a holiday together. Veronica, like Miranda, was single. But, unlike Miranda, she wasn't upset about it. Fools. Veronica said carelessly when Miranda told her why she hadn't been invited to the picnic. Don't worry about it. You need friends who are not friends with you, but with your status. Typical American female psychology. If you're single, you're not worthy of their society. But you and I know who the real beauty and smarts are. Miranda loved talking to Veronica, so she looked forward to the next day. And when it came, she took advantage of her supervisor's absence to leave for lunch 20 minutes early. You're already here, Veronica said, surprised. Well, have a seat. I have some work to do, and you and I are going to the new cafe. The prices are ridiculous, but the food is so good, it's to die for. Miranda happily sank into the soft, comfortable chair and pulled out her mobile phone. There were 2 messages from potential partners, but this time she decided to study them later. Besides, it seemed that now they would come all the time, and Miranda would not be able to answer all of them. And anyway, let the whole world wait, she thought nonchalantly. I'll rest, regain my strength, and then I'll start doing things. Mom's right, you have to start something new with a fresh head. Come on. Let's have lunch, Veronica said with a smile. The cafe pleased not only with its prices and tasty food, but also with its interior. It was homely and cozy. The tables were covered with stylish embroidered tablecloths with flirty fringe. The seats on the chairs were soft, the backs high and carved. Porcelain teapots stood on the tables. The windows were decorated with smart curtains and filled with flowering plants. How nice it is here, Miranda exclaimed. I don't even want to leave. Yes, that's what I thought the first time I came here, Veronica said with a smile. I often come here after work when I'm too lazy to cook. Miranda ordered mashed potatoes and a Kiev-style cutlet. Both melted in her mouth. Veronica preferred spaghetti with chicken leg with sauce. The dish looked incredibly appetizing, and Miranda decided that she would try it all. What's new? Veronica asked, Are you seeing anyone? Let's just say I've tried, Miranda grinned. What went wrong? Everything, she answered with a sigh and told Veronica about her long affair with the Greek beauty. Yes, a hard case, Veronica hummed. But it's all right, you'll have a holiday romance. You'll gain new impressions, forget old offenses. My sister says I need a holiday romance, Miranda said thoughtfully. She's right, she said, nodding. A holiday romance boosts your self-esteem. And if you're starting a new business, you need confidence. Do you have experience? Miranda asked. Of course I do. I am an experienced girl in this matter, and I can tell you that this is a 100% effective means of raising self-esteem. You could write a book. That's right, Miranda laughed. Tips for insecure ladies from Veronica's coach. Oh no, Veronica grumbled. I hate my last name, so I rarely use it. And that's probably the only disadvantage of my bachelor life. Do I look like jam? No, of course not. If you ever write a book, it'll be under a pseudonym. Like Veronica Johnson's Insecure Lady Tips, I think that sounds much better. Why Johnson's? Miranda wondered. Because it's my mother's maiden name. And I like it much better, Veronica said with a grin. It was so nice and easy to be in Veronica's company, but unfortunately the lunch break was only an hour long. Besides, Miranda had a trip to organize. Hey, how about Friday night? Veronica suggested, as if she'd guessed Miranda's thoughts. Let's rehearse our trip down south. Why not? Friday night, Veronica turned up at Miranda's in a dress that was more revealing than revealing. Wow. Bold, marvelous, Miranda said. What Veronica said with a laugh, clearly pleased with the effect. A little black dress. It's not small, it's microscopic, laughed Miranda. Miranda, envy me silently. Thank God my figure allows me. Yours too, by the way. So this is our outfit for today, Veronica winked. I remember you had some kind of silver dress, and I think it's appropriate." "Appropriate for what?" Miranda asked, realizing that this wasn't going to be a one-night stand. "The dress code of the nightclub next door," Veronica said. Miranda remembered her acquaintance with Alphonse Michael and wrinkled her nose at the mention of the club. "What is it?" she asked her friend. "Nothing." "It's nothing," Miranda waved her hand. "Well, put on that silver dress." "We're going to the club," Veronica said, taking bottles of wine and fruit out of the bag. Frankly, Miranda had no idea where she'd put the silver dress she'd worn on New Year's Eve. She didn't really feel like going to the club, but she knew her friend would never let her go. If Veronica had something on her mind, she wouldn't rest until she got what she wanted. "I think I put it in the mezzanine," Miranda remembered. The dress was indeed there, and she put it on. What can I say? With a figure like hers, she could afford a lot of things. The dress emphasized her slimness perfectly, the spectacular shade harmonizing with her blonde hair and golden tan. Actually, the dress came with a fur cape, but in summer it was, to put it mildly, inappropriate. Miranda had a silver white satin bolero in her wardrobe that matched the dress, but she suspected Veronica would take it away. Oh well. Especially since the dress fit perfectly and was Miranda's favorite. Let the men see and bite their elbows that they didn't get such a beautiful woman, Miranda thought to herself suddenly. "I'm knocked out," Veronica exclaimed when she saw her. "Where do men look?" "Let's not talk about sad things," Miranda said firmly and went to get glasses. The outing to the nightclub went well. The girls were a resounding success. They saw the disgruntled looks of the young girls, who must have barely reached adulthood, but they just shrugged their shoulders with a smile. Yes, imagine there are such irresistible ladies walking around town. But they know their value. You could see it in the looks on both of their faces. They danced till morning and then called a taxi. "Girls, can I come with you?" shouted one of the guys passing by. "Some other time," darling, Veronica replied with a deliberate Russian accent, and her friends laughed loudly. "We didn't go to the club for nothing," Miranda thought as she fell asleep. "I didn't want to, silly me. The rehearsal was a success. Why not have a holiday romance? It's only one life, so we must try everything." With this thought, she fell asleep. A week later, the friends went on holiday. They rented a small tidy house in a picturesque private sector not far from the beach. The house had 2 rooms and a fairly spacious kitchen. The well-maintained garden with pergolas also pleased them. The apples had a mind-blowing aroma, and the gooseberries, plums and grapes were so large that the friends had a suspicion that they were in a garden of paradise. The first few days were monotonous for Miranda: breakfast, beach, afternoon rest, evening promenade along the seafront. During the whole day, she communicated mainly with waiters in cafes or ice cream sellers, saying a few dozen words. And, strangely enough, she enjoyed it. The thought of a holiday romance, though it stirred her imagination, came and went. From time to time, Miranda caught herself thinking that the idea made her uncomfortable. The euphoria she had felt after the nightclub was gone the next morning, and now there was no trace of it. If Miranda were asked to describe her state of mind, she would not hesitate to say, "I'm both hungry and thirsty." Veronica, on the other hand, wasted no time. The next day of their stay at the resort, she got up at dawn and went to the market to buy vegetables, and met some searing brunette named Nick. For 3 days, Veronica went out with him. Miranda decided to refrain from dating members of the opposite sex for the time being. "Why wait?" Veronica asked in surprise when her friend said that. "I have to make up my mind," Miranda said with an embarrassed smile. "I can't do it all at once." "Well, do you know?" Veronica waved her hand and started to paint her lips. "Look for yourself, mate. But you've got a lot to lose." Miranda somehow didn't feel that way. Not yet, anyway. Walking around the city appealed to her more than having an affair with a hypothetical stranger. Veronica left, and Miranda looked out the window that overlooked the beach. There were mums with children and couples frolicking about. Where I left, I came back, she thought sadly, and envied Veronica. That's who certainly did not depress the position of a lady without a beau. There are so many interesting men in the world that it is a sin to waste your best years on one new creature, said Veronica, when she had hardly closed the door. So I intend to have all the fun I can. After seeing her friend off, Miranda decided to take a dip in the sea. After the beach, she ate a plate of fruit and decided to take a nap. But she remembered that the door was unlocked. When Miranda stepped out onto the porch, she froze as if hypnotized. On the bench was a gorgeous bouquet of obviously freshly cut white roses. The flowers emanated a heady fragrance that evoked romantic thoughts. Miranda took the flowers and suddenly noticed the card, which was beautifully inscribed with a gel pen. "You are lovely. You are the most beautiful and desirable of women." Wow, she thought. Yes, Veronica is a hot commodity. Miranda was suddenly annoyed. Why have I really been wandering around the city, she thought, and said to herself. Can't make up your mind, you say? Make up your mind. Having made up her mind a couple of days before the end of the trip, she went into the house, found a vase, and put roses in it. She stared at the flowers, indulging in her thoughts, and didn't notice how she fell asleep. Wake up. She heard her friend's voice right above her ear. Oh my God, I fell asleep. Miranda jumped up and down on the bed. All right, darling, Veronica said flatly. From now on, you're not sitting alone. Tonight we're going out to a restaurant. Nick has a good-looking friend who's dying to meet a pretty girl like you. See how sensitive I am. I found a date for you. What kind of a beau? Miranda asked. I'm telling you, handsome, laughed Veronica. That's an exhaustive description. Well, my dear, you'll see for yourself. And Veronica's gaze fell on the roses. So said her friend meaningly. And I see you didn't waste any time either. Tell me, who is he? Just so I know. And then I think that these flowers were brought to you. But not a fact, Veronica said with an intriguing smile. Well, you're the one who's driving men crazy here. And who told you that no one pays attention to you? Veronica snorted. Just because you walk around the city alone doesn't mean men don't have eyes. Miranda fell silent. Is it really for me, she thought excitedly, and her soul was filled with anticipation, not of trouble, but of something very, very pleasant. So much for believing in yourself, said Veronica with a wink. But you will indulge your dreams about the mysterious stranger later. Now let's go and choose an outfit for the restaurant. Miranda danced towards the wardrobe. She wanted to look special, and she had decided to work on it thoroughly, and the result was worth it. Miranda chose a bright turquoise silk floor-length dress with an open back. The dress fitted her perfect figure beautifully, and its bouffant bottom swayed spectacularly as she walked. After a moment's thought, Miranda put on a silver chain with an emerald pendant. Now for the hair, she said. Miranda twisted her luxurious hair into curlers and put it up in a high updo with bobby pins and rhinestones. She didn't bother with makeup. In such a heat, she had enough transparent lip gloss and some sequins. You're on, prima donna Miranda cheered and walked like a model to her friend's room. What's up? She asked. Wow. Veronica exhaled and fell on the bed. I'm smitten. You make me feel like a milkmaid from some distant state. A milkmaid, Miranda laughed as she looked at her friend's fiery red, tight-fitting dress. The brightly colored outfit set off Veronica's dark hair and didn't hide her long, slender legs. Come on, you're beautiful. When the friends entered the restaurant, dozens of evaluating male gazes were directed towards the entrance. There were many beauties of different ages in the room, but Miranda and Veronica stood out and attracted attention. They walked proudly to the table where Nick and his maid Ashley were waiting for them. He was really good-looking, tall, pumped-up, short-cropped blonde. To her amazement, however, Miranda felt something like disappointment. Probably, such a handsome man, who, judging by his suit and expensive watches, was not poor, would be a wonderful option for a holiday romance. But Miranda was not attracted to him. That's all. She didn't want to have an affair with him, and she couldn't help it. Miranda remembered the roses on the porch and tried to imagine who might have left them. What are you, dear, completely cuckoo? Could it be some kind of maniac before she could finish her thought? Miranda will condescend to us sinners, said Veronica, laughing. Huh, she asked, confused. Ashley wants to know what you're doing, she said. I'm sorry, Miranda said, embarrassed. I was just wondering, Miranda said. What is the beautiful Miranda doing? Ashley asked with a smile. I work at a magazine, she replied. How do you like it? I love it. She nodded with a dazzling smile. Miranda's planning to start her own magazine, Veronica chimed in. Really? Ashley smiled his Hollywood smile even wider. Good one, what can I say? But he didn't seem to be the hero of her novel again. What are you getting at, Miranda? It's not like you're marrying him. Just a light, non-committal romance, she urged herself. But the more she persuaded herself, the more she rejected the idea of a holiday romance. Who invented them in the first place? Really, Miranda confirmed, and decided she wasn't going to get her hopes up for the blonde macho man. You know, guys, I'm getting a headache. I should probably go. I'll walk you out, Ashley said eagerly. No, that's okay, she said. It's just around the corner. Have a good night. Ashley had a look on her face that said, Are you kidding me? But Miranda didn't care. She was now 1,000% sure that she didn't want any resort romance, and let Veronica talk all she wanted about how it was good for her health and self-esteem. Miranda wouldn't do anything she didn't want to do. She was far from judging her friend. Let her live her life the way she liked. Miranda just wanted to love and be loved. Wow, she heard behind her as she moved a respectful distance away from the restaurant. Such a beautiful girl and all alone in her thoughts. Miranda just brushed it off carelessly. She didn't notice how close she was to the house. In the silence, she could hear the sea splashing. The sound was mesmerizing, soothing. Miranda stepped up onto the porch and almost shrieked. There were roses on the bench again, this time cream with red flecks. When she looked closely, she noticed that the stems were twisted with an intricately woven gold chain with a pendant of small diamonds. There was the card again. This jewelry reminds me of your unrealistically beautiful hair, Mr. X wrote. Accept it. It will be my pleasure. Winston Black, the card read. If Miranda had had any doubts about who the flowers were addressed to, there was now no trace of them. Veronica had dark hair, which meant the flowers weren't meant for her. Miranda entered the house and turned on the light and examined the jewelry, white gold and diamonds. She knew how to recognize real diamonds. The combination wasn't cheap, so her secret admirer was rich. It turns out, so she thought, his name is Winston Black. Well, that's something. Miranda switched on her laptop, logged into the social networking site, and gasped. Winston Black was among the page's guests. So that's who you are, she muttered, scrutinizing the handsome, intelligent face. Winston's page wasn't closed, and Miranda enthusiastically began looking at the pictures. If the information he'd given about himself was to be believed, Winston was 30 years old, 5 years older than she was. Occupation was businessman. Well, who'd doubt it, Miranda thought ironically. And judging by the jewelry, quite a successful one. I wonder what kind of business he's in. Isn't it drugs? No, we don't want that sort of thing. Winston didn't look like a drug lord, though. Of course, she was not acquainted with the drug lord, but she had no doubt that the drug lord looked very different. There were few photos, but enough to draw conclusions about the man. A couple of photos in the office, one on holiday in Montenegro, another in the yard of the house. Winston was sitting in a hammock, and near his feet sat a cute golden retriever. The man affectionately stroked the withers of his four-legged pet and smiled into the frame. He loves animals, Miranda stated, and that characterizes him as a good, kind man. And here is a photo on the beach. Winston, although not a jock, was not badly built. He probably went to the gym every now and then, the swimming pool. I mean, he did everything he could to keep himself in shape. Suddenly a message came through, and Miranda, trembling with excitement, opened it immediately. There you are, my enchanting lady, she read. Shouldn't we get to know each other better? Miranda wondered, did she want to meet him in person? Yes, the girl decided. She could literally feel it in her skin it would be okay. "Why not?" she wrote and completed her reply with a flashing emoji. "That's great," Winston replied. "Time. I'll text the address tomorrow." Miranda switched off the laptop and lay in bed, but sleep wouldn't come. All the girl's thoughts were on the mysterious Winston. She suddenly imagined them kissing, and the thought made her shiver. "I wonder how he figured me out," thought the girl, and fell soundly asleep. "What time did you get back?" Miranda asked when Veronica entered her room. She was wearing a short, semi-transparent dressing gown and house shoes with small heels, decorated with fur tips. How sexy Veronica is after all, Miranda thought. Of course, she was no worse for wear herself, but unlike her friend, she didn't know how to wear such things. "I guess I should learn," she decided. "I don't know," Veronica replied. "What's got into you?" "What's got into me?" Miranda shrugged her shoulders. "But I didn't like Andrew." "What's wrong?" "I don't know what's wrong with you," she said thoughtfully. "Then you dream of a beautiful romance. Then you shy away from a handsome, wealthy man. And if not?" Miranda smiled enigmatically. "I don't get it." Veronica pretended to be perplexed. "Did you pick up someone on the way? Miranda, tell me." But she wanted to intrigue her friend a little. "Something like that," Miranda replied. "Miranda, what?" she asked innocently. "You know I don't like to beat around the bush." "I know." Miranda nodded and pointed to the new flowers. Veronica sat down on the bed. "Tell me." "Miranda, you're crazy," Veronica said after listening to her friend's story. "A rich, handsome man liked you, but you backed out. And then you saw the flowers, the message, the jewelry, and you swam," said Veronica. "Yeah, Ashley would have showered you with jewelry." "What does jewelry have to do with it?" Miranda sighed. "What does it have to do with what?" "I don't know," she admitted. "But something tells me this is it." "You mean love?" "Maybe." "I don't understand you," Miranda. Veronica shook her head. "What kind of love could there be? What if it's a fake?" "Are the flowers and the necklace fake too?" Miranda said reasonably. "I'm not talking about the flowers and the necklace, but about the person who presented them." "Are you sure he's an honest businessman?" "I'm not sure of anything," she sighed, winking at her friend. "But it can be checked, can it?" A gamble, Veronica smiled. You could say that. Miranda agreed. And she realized that now her friend would support her. Veronica loved adventures, so she'd be understanding and she'd stop moaning about fakes and Ashley's rejection. It was a good bet. "You know, there's something to that," she said, smiling. "But I still think you should be careful. You don't know the man, and you don't know what he might be up to." "Yes, but how to do it?" "It's elementary," exclaimed Veronica. "He'll send you the address, and if anything goes wrong, you'll send me a distress signal in Messenger." The word SOS Oregon an exclamation mark. "And then Nick and I will come to your rescue as a rescue team." The girls laughed. After lunch, Winston sent his coordinates. "I think it's at the end of the next street," said Miranda, who had been all over the neighborhood. "Yes, it's right there." Wait, Veronica's eyes widened. "So that's next door to Mrs. Camila." It was the woman who rented the house to them. The friends looked at each other and exclaimed. "So that's what it is, isn't it?" They fell silent. "So Mrs. Camila was kind enough to give her neighbor your details," Veronica nodded, regaining her speech. "It does. But Mrs. Camila seems like a decent woman, and I don't think she would give her neighbor's number to a scoundrel," Veronica reasoned, and added cheerfully, as if you hadn't been skeptical about your friend's idea of meeting Winston 20 minutes ago. "So Miranda, shall we prepare you for a date with a mysterious stranger? Where do we start?" Veronica asked in a businesslike tone. "First, we'll go to the sea," Miranda answered in the same businesslike tone. "Freshen up." The beach was a 10-minute walk away, which had a big impact on the rent of the house, but they thought it would be better to pay more, but in the end they would get everything they needed. The sight of dazzling blue seawater always calmed Miranda and made her feel positive, which was especially important on such a day. She could feel the rapturous stares of the men, and the thought crept into her head that perhaps Winston was among them, secretly watching her. The thought seemed exciting to Miranda, and she decided to show herself in all her glory. Freeing herself from her dress, she strode gracefully to the water and plunged into the tantalizing blue. Swimming 20 meters from the shore, Miranda rolled over on her back and spread her arms. The warm seawater touched every cell of her body. The sea had always given Miranda an unprecedented bliss and sense of freedom, but at this moment she felt its life-giving power more than ever. And the anticipation of long-awaited happiness heightened the amazing sensation she felt in that blessed moment of ecstasy. Miranda didn't notice Veronica beside her. "You look different tonight," she said. "You know, I can feel it," Miranda replied with a smile. "I feel better today than ever." "You're a romantic lady," Veronica smiled and shook her head. "Is that good or bad?" the romantic lady asked. "It's wonderful," assured her friend. "Let's swim to the shore," Veronica suggested when the girls reached the shore. Miranda unraveled her luxurious curls and shook them, making several men, who were a little further away, freeze in admiration. "Look while you can," she joked, enjoying the increased male attention and the feeling of attractiveness. Miranda pulled sunscreen out of her beach bag and began to slowly rub it into her skin. Men were literally craning their necks. "Oh, such talent is wasting away," Veronica said with a slight smile, looking at her. "Why would it be wasted?" Miranda countered. "I'm putting it to good use. You haven't changed your mind about going to see your Romeo yet?" "No," she answered succinctly, putting the tube of cream back in her purse and returning to her back. We went for another swim. Miranda and Veronica started to get ready for the house. The next item on the plan was an impromptu spa treatment in the small bathroom and a cold shower. "It would be nice to give you a massage afterwards. But what I can't do, Veronica said. "What's rich? What's good for you?" After the treatment, Miranda felt like a newborn. Or maybe it was her new start. Miranda decided not to make a mess with her hair or makeup. Her hair looked like a golden silk shawl after the nourishing mask, and Miranda thought it was a sin to hide such beauty. So she decided to leave her hair loose. Same with her makeup. The spa treatment was a miracle worker. Miranda's skin seemed to be illuminated from within and didn't need any makeup, except for a little bit of clear gloss. In the morning, she'd put on a short white embroidered dress with open shoulders and earned another round of praise from her friend. "I wish Winston would appreciate our efforts together," Veronica sighed. "Maybe I should walk you home," she suggested. "No, I don't need to." Miranda shook her head with a smile and winked. "You've been with me all day. You've got guests to meet." "You know all that," she poked her friend. "But break a leg." Miranda walked toward Winston's house, her legs shaking. The girl's heart was beating as if she were running instead of walking. And when Miranda arrived at the right address, she suddenly wanted to go back. To come at night to a complete stranger 1,000 kilometers away from home was a real madness. Miranda stood outside the beautiful house and considered what to do. It would be easy to leave, but she felt she shouldn't. So she crossed herself mentally, approached the fence, and pressed the bell. "Who?" a man's voice asked huskily. Not what Miranda had imagined a young businessman's voice to sound like. But maybe he just smoked a lot? "God, I can't believe what's going through my head," she said angrily to herself. "I'm Miranda. I'll get it." A couple of minutes later, the gates swung open in different directions, and the girl entered the territory unhindered. There's nowhere to retreat, she thought as she climbed the steps. The door of the house swung open and Miranda saw an old grandfather, a real grandfather in his 60s. The disappointment was so great that she almost cried. Her first thought was to leave, but remembering that Veronica was with Nick, she gave up that thought. Her grandfather was bustling about, and she felt uncomfortable turning round like this and leaving. Come in," Miranda the older man greeted. "I'm Winston Borisovich. Can I just call you Winston?" "Nice to meet you," the girl said. Likewise, the grandfather extended cordially and, delicately embracing her, led her somewhere along the corridor. "Please," cheerfully proclaimed the old man, opening the door. The first thing Miranda saw was a richly laid table. In the middle of the table was a platter of goose, covered with slices of golden potatoes and apple slices. There were salads, of which there were 5 kinds: Olivier, Caesar, Greek, cucumber and tomato classic, herring under a fur coat, and of course astonishingly large local fruits and a huge bottle of house wine. Miranda suddenly felt embarrassed. The man tried, cooked, set the table. "Aha," and he wrote in the name of a young man. "And you fool," Felford said, an inner voice mockingly. Come what may, she chided herself. Grandfather must be bored at his age. So he decided to brighten his loneliness. We'll have a drink in company, grandfather. That's my lot." Miranda sat down at the table, and Winston began to court her gallantly. "How about some grape wine?" he inquired. "I assure you it's marvelous." "I believe it is," Miranda said with a smile. "I'd love to have some wine." "That's the way we like it," the old man said approvingly and poured her a large glass of wine. The drink had such a wonderful aroma that Miranda wanted to take a sip. But since it was indecent, she waited patiently for the first toast. "Miranda, what kind of salad do you like?" Winston asked. "Of all the salads I see here, all of them." "That's great," he said happily, and put a little of each salad on the girl's plate. "It's delicious," Miranda said sincerely, tasting the Greek salad. "Eat it. The best reward for me is when a guest likes my food." The girl looked carefully at the gracious host and found him quite an attractive older man. The charming elderly gentleman must have been irresistible in his youth, she thought. All the girls were his. "Very well, Miranda, let me make the first toast to you," Winston said with feeling. He was enthusiastically supported by his guest. The flavor of the wine was truly luxurious. "Do you like it?" With a sly glance at Miranda, the man asked. "Very much. I made it myself," he boasted. "It's great. Winston, where are you from, if it's no secret? Didn't Mrs. Camilla tell you?" The girl grinned mentally, but aloud she only named her town. "I see. Miranda, what do you do?" The girl suddenly remembered her failed boyfriend, Ashley. She was surprised to find that the smiling old man had made a much more favorable impression on her. "Maybe I like older men, but I just don't get it yet," Miranda wondered. "I'm an art historian by training. I work for an art magazine," she said, smiling sweetly. "What kind of art magazine is Harmony?" "I know it." Winston nodded, which surprised Miranda. In her understanding, businessmen were pragmatic people, to whom art was absolutely alien. "It's a good magazine." "Are you interested in art?" "I do." "What kind of art?" The older gentleman smiled, a merry sparkle in his eyes. "Miranda, would you like me to sing to you?" "He'll probably serenade you," she decided. "Well, why not? Sing." Winston immediately rose from the table and walked out into the middle of the dining room. If he spoke with a hoarseness, he had a rather pleasant baritone when he sang. What was there pleasant? Winston's voice was enveloping, mesmerizing. He sang in Sanskrit. The language had long ago been considered dead, and Miranda was surprised to find someone singing in it, especially a businessman. It was a beautiful song about a poor shepherd's forbidden love for a noble lady, and Miranda listened. And when the song ended, the girl applauded. "Bravo!" she exclaimed. "It's just..." Miranda couldn't find the right words to express her delight, so she just said, "Great." Winston was flattered by this simple praise, though. The old man smiled and proposed. "Shall we drink to art?" "I'd love to," Miranda exclaimed in thought. "Nice old man. I think I'll visit him. I should give him back his necklace, or they'll think I'm using him for some mercantile purpose." Just then a golden retriever came running into the room. The same dog Miranda had seen in the photo on the social networking site. But that was just the beginning. A young man entered the room with a bouquet of scarlet roses. "I see that you two have already found a common language," he said with a smile, and, looking carefully at the amazed Miranda, added, "And you're even more beautiful up close." "Wait a minute," she shook her head and was speechless. "Which one of you is Winston?" Both of you, the men answered in unison and laughed loudly. Winston Potocki was a handsome, intelligent, but too shy guy. This caused him a lot of problems in his relationships with girls. He could not approach a girl he liked, and when someone else did, the guy was left to suffer in silence. The thing was also that Winston was a romantic guy, and modern girls did not understand this. Those who were bolder, and this, as a rule, were older girls, tried to poke at the young handsome, but all as one failed. The guy didn't want that. He was sure the first step should be made by a young man, and no other way. All the boys in the class had already lost their innocence. Winston was the only one who had nothing to boast about. It was especially depressing that the first beauty of the class, Jessica, who dreamed about him every night, was friends with Travis, a bully and a bigot. And all because Winston had never been able to say how he felt. Since 9th grade, he dreamed of business, so he decided to enter the Faculty of Economics, which he did after graduating from school. The guy really liked studying, but in terms of personal life at the university was the same as at school. There were plenty of beautiful girls, but still lacked the courage to approach one of them. Winston didn't even notice at what moment he was seized by autumn moping. He simply noted that the days had become shorter, the weather colder, and his mood began to slowly but surely deteriorate. Winston felt tired and apathetic all the time. The autumn landscape, though beautiful, seemed dull and bleak to him. "You need to meet a great girl right away," summed up his new friend, fellow student Kyle. "That wouldn't be a problem in the dorms. How many of them are there in short skirts?" At one of the student parties, he became close to the first beautiful Eva. Amazingly, the morning after, there was no trace of his autumn moping. An affair with a beautiful girl had shaken Winston up. He felt like he was floating on wings. That was until Winston saw EVA drive up to the dormitory with some rich man in a cool foreign car. He timidly demanded an explanation, but the girl only shrugged her shoulders and said, "This is my admirer. So what of it? You are handsome, intelligent, and I like you very much. And Robert is rich," and smiling, added you, and he compliment each other so nicely. But Winston didn't want to compliment anyone, and he didn't need any compliments himself, so he silently turned round and walked away. At that moment, something clicked in his brain. "Stop being a sissy. Otherwise every Eve will be wiping their feet on me," he mentally said to himself. "Besides, my main task right now is to study economics. I want to go into business. But what about girls? And the girls later." Winston diligently gnawed at the granite of economics, which turned out to be not so hard. He'd had girlfriends from time to time, but nothing serious. And I would like to meet the real one, not a cunning bitch, who saw in him a promising husband, able to provide his family with a trouble-free life. Winston graduated from university with honors. A month after defense, he got a job in a consulting company, and after a year of work went into free swimming. Business was his thing, so why waste time working for his uncle? Winston's transport company started gaining momentum, almost from the moment it opened, making him a rich man by the age of 27. Winston bought his much-loved grandparents a dream seaside cottage for their golden wedding. Unfortunately, Grandma was not able to properly enjoy the new accommodation. 6 months after the move, Grandma Beatrice left this world. Winston worked hard, got rich, traveled a lot, and enjoyed life. But only dreams of a friendly and strong family remained dreams. And one day Winston came to visit his grandfather and, it seems, met the real one. That day he was picking cucumbers, and the young man's attention was attracted by 2 young ladies with model figures. The beauties had come to see their neighbor, Mrs. Camila. Probably just another holidaymaker coming to negotiate the rent of the house, he thought. The brunette did not make much of an impression on Winston. The brunette looked like a lover of savory adventures, which he had not been interested in for a long time. But the other, with luxuriant hair the color of ripe wheat. Without a doubt, she was very beautiful. However, that was not what attracted Winston. The expression of the girl's face was dreamy and somehow defenseless. She reminded him of the heroine of children's fairy tales. "You're a storyteller yourself," he summed himself up. "If she's socializing with a bitch like that dark one, she's won herself. And if she's not, then her girlfriend's gonna set her straight. So just roll your lip and move on." A couple of days later, Winston went with his grandfather to a cafe and saw a dark-haired girl in the company of a brutal brunette. Returning from the cafe, the guy decided to walk to the house, which was rented by a neighbor, and saw the light. And 2 days later, Winston finally became convinced that the girl he was interested in spending evenings in proud solitude, while her friend entertained to the full program. And he decided by all means to get acquainted with a beautiful blonde. But how do you do it? The banal girl, "Can I meet you?" was definitely not suitable. This is where you meet people to have a holiday romance. And that didn't seem to interest the charming blonde. Winston puzzled for a long time and finally decided to start with a secret courtship. He was returning from the beach and saw the friend of the girl of his dreams on the arm with a man. So the beauty was alone again. Well, it was time to take action. Without thinking long, Winston cut white roses from his grandfather's garden and rushed to the house the girls were renting. He deliberately did not reveal himself. Dark-haired, promiscuous, she'll probably think it's for her, Winston thought with a chuckle, remembering the way she had smiled at the men in the market. The next day he decided to ask his neighbor for the name and surname of the fair-haired beauty. "Did you like her?" Mrs. Camilla winked. "A woman of the kindest soul." "I like her," nodded the boy. The next day Winston saw his neighbor's lodgers going to the restaurant alone. He felt a pang of jealousy, but decided it was nothing to be afraid of. After all, Miranda couldn't stay cooped up all holiday. But it didn't seem to be going to the restaurant. The beauty of the young businessman's dreams returned from the restaurant quite quickly. And miraculously, she smiled at him. And the next day he had to leave for Chicago on company business. Winston decided not to cancel the meeting. He instructed his grandfather to meet the guest. And by all accounts, the old man did his best. When Winston realized that Miranda thought her grandfather was writing to her on behalf of a young man, he laughed. "At first I wanted to leave," she confessed. "But something held me back, and I didn't regret it. You have a great-grandfather." A great-grandfather did all sorts of things. Turns out he used to be a circus performer in his youth, and now he's getting old. Winston's grandfather juggled apples and performed magic tricks. And when the merry trio went to the artificial pond in the backyard, climbed on the railing of the bridge, and tried to walk on them, Winston Jr. and Miranda barely managed to catch him. The old man settled down and went to bed, and the young men talked until dawn. "Do you know we have similar destinies?" Winston said with a smile as Miranda told him about her life. "Yes, I guess so," she smiled back. "I'll see you tomorrow," which is today, Miranda said, feeling like the happiest girl in the world. "How was your date?" Veronica asked. Don't talk. I can see everything. Did you fall in love?" "I think so," Miranda nodded. "It's better not to show him that." "You think I don't know that?" she sighed. "I'm probably not the first holiday maker to frown. Anyway, I'll pretend it's just a holiday romance." In the evening, Winston and Miranda went to his favorite restaurant. After dinner, they took a long walk around the village and could not talk for a long time. Thus began the most beautiful and passionate romance of Miranda's life. "It's just a pity that this is another road to nowhere," she thought sadly. "Oh, come on." Veronica waved her hand. "At least a week and a half of happiness is yours, so enjoy every cell of your body and soul." "Miranda, have you thought about family, children?" Winston asked one day. No, Miranda shook her head. "What am I supposed to say? He'll think that's what I want from him. I'll have everything in life. Then I can think about family," Miranda thought. "I don't think that's what she said," the boy said. "Then again, maybe there's something I don't know." Winston was disappointed, but didn't show it. Then he thought, whatever. After all, having a great time with a pretty girl isn't bad either. When it was time to leave, Winston saw Miranda off with a huge bouquet of red and white roses. "Thank you for the fairy tale," gentle smile, he said. "Thank you," too, Miranda replied. She wanted to cry, and she prayed to God not to do so in the presence of her resort lover. Winston still hadn't said the words she'd been waiting for. "Well, good luck." Winston spoke deliberately cheerfully and left. Miranda took her seat on the plane and wept bitterly. She didn't want to believe that this was the end. A month later, Miranda realized that a new life had begun inside her. Some of her married mates, when they heard about it, began to make fun of her. But Miranda didn't care, because she was going to have a child with the man she loved, and the rest didn't matter. The mum-to-be had no idea that Winston was having trouble finding his place. "I don't understand why you're delaying," his grandfather said. "I'd explain myself if I were you." She said she was... I don't know what she said. "I don't know what she said," Winston interrupted Winston Saar. Unceremoniously. "You've only known each other a week. Why would she tell you about her plans for her life? Besides, Miranda might have feared that you might have taken her words as a hint." "A hint of what?" My grandson didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "A hint of what?" "That she wants to get married. She was afraid you'd run away if you got scared. So what do we do now?" "Winston, are you out of your mind?" Grandpa got really angry. "If you really can not without her, then fly to her. Tell her that you love." "And if she..." Winston fell silent. "I'll kill her." Winston Sr. swung jokingly. Miranda walked to her car and suddenly heard a painfully familiar voice call out to her. "This can't be happening," she thought. "Miranda." The voice repeated more insistently, and the young woman turned round. Winston stood behind her and looked at her fondly. "Winston, what are you doing here?" Miranda asked. "I came to see you." "I love you," he said. "Will you keep me?" "You're even more beautiful now," Winston said, and looked at her from head to toe. What he didn't say, Miranda did it for him. "You got me pregnant," she said. "And you hid it." "How was I supposed to know how you felt about it?" Miranda exclaimed. "You're a fool," Winston smiled, hugging her, and whispered, "Don't you think we'll have to think about starting a family now?" "Very much so," she whispered back, and their lips met. A month later, the wedding was over. "You didn't catch the bouquet at my wedding for nothing." Irene rejoiced. "I'm really happy for my cousin." "No, she didn't go to the resort for nothing," Veronica said authoritatively. "Girls, don't argue," cheerfully said the happy newlywed. "Neither went to waste. And I'm happy." "Yes, and I did not miss such a nice guest," said Winston Sr. "Bitter," exclaimed Veronica. "Bitter, bitter." The guests echoed. Mother-in-law moved in with her mother-in-law, and when her daughter went to work, she had fun with her son-in-law.mp4. Cassandra woke up at 5 a.m. today, as usual. Her flat was silent, and for some reason her troublesome dog Marcel was sleeping soundly on the doorstep today, making quiet, snoring noises. She poured herself some coffee, made a couple of sandwiches, and sat down to breakfast. It was the first time she'd ever allowed herself such an irregular breakfast, and with sausage, which she disliked all her life. And there was a reason for that. Due to recent events in her life, just last night, Cassandra had come to the conclusion that her life had come to a logical end. Not in the sense that death lay ahead, but in the sense that she would now make no attempt to build her happiness. Last night, she stood in front of the mirror and was perplexed. Despite her best efforts to stay young, the deep wrinkles on her face were becoming more and more visible. The corners of her lips were inexorably pulling downwards. Her shoulders were no longer so straight but slightly slumped. Despite the absence of excess weight, the curves of the body are no longer the same. "It's normal at 55, Cassandra. What did you want?" she said to herself. Yes, she had failed to realize happiness, and she was unlikely to do so now. So is there any point in torturing yourself with proper diet and grooming? Unless it's for the sake of health, she thought. But another thought came next. Why do you need health and longevity if you're all alone? What do you intend to do? Do you want to bring more disappointments on your head? Questioned her inner skeptic. to prevent the lovely female cockroaches in her head from dragging her further into the abyss of self-abuse. Cassandra went to wake Marcel. He quickly woke up and started kissing her feet. Here she had the only joy she had been able to gain over the years. She put on Marcel's new fancy Macintosh that she had recently bought at a trade show, and they went for a morning walk together. It turned out Cassandra wasn't the only person up this early. Mrs. Margaret's neighbor had been up for quite some time. Either she's on her way to the clinic or she's on her way back. These pensioners are so quick you can expect anything. "Hello, Cassandra. So are you walking your little fidget spinner?" Cassandra didn't like talking to strangers, but strangers were eager to talk to her, to bemoan the hardships of life, take pity on a lonely and not young woman, and at the same time, go over her hard organs with the soft glamour of moralizing. "Good morning, Mrs. Margaret. Take care," Cassandra said as she passed the curious old woman, intent on not getting stuck in her chatter. She succeeded at last. The grandmother only stopped to start her long, spacey conversation. But here's the trouble: the unloved neighbor skipped on without even casting a glance in her direction. Angry. No, how could she be, when at such years she had no family, no children, and even less grandchildren? I bet she lived like a dragonfly, didn't want to worry, took care of herself. But it's not clear for what. So she'll be old. It's like me. Scott and Gwen are mine. I gave them the best years of my life. I worked hard so my kids wouldn't have to. And then for my grandchildren. Of course, the last time they remembered me was 3 years and 7 months ago. But they're out there somewhere. They're not picking up the phone. Must be busy. Of course they're busy. They're busy. Mom can wait. Or won't she? Oh, how am I supposed to get up the stairs to the 3rd floor? I wish someone would help me. Mrs. Margaret was left to grumble in private. Cassandra, meanwhile, had wandered a little further than her usual morning walk. Recently, she had noticed some new building being actively erected at that end of her favorite park. Today, she noticed a beautiful neon sign. Judging by it, a coffee shop is opening here, which looks very nice. Through the transparent walls, you can see tables for 2, furnished with cute, hanging lanterns over the tables. Cassandra had never gone to places like this before, not from lack of money, but from lack of suitable company. She believed that a lonely person sitting alone was either selfish or deeply unhappy, judged by herself, and never once tried to deal with this misconception. Today, she finally decided to visit the place alone and sat there for an hour, just admiring the morning bustle of city life. She left the coffee shop when the rain had stopped and it was pleasantly fresh. Now she could go home, and then she could take her time getting ready for work. But when she was not far from her house, someone called out to her from behind. "Cassandra." "But wait a minute, where are you going?" She looked back and saw a woman in a long coat running towards her, her red scarf around her neck fluttering in the wind. For the next moment, Cassandra froze in anticipation, an achingly familiar face. "Cassandra, don't you recognize me?" "It's me, Cynthia, I remember." "Oh, it's been so long." Cassandra was surprised. "Of course it has. It's been almost 40 years, come on." "Let's go up, shall we?" said the school friend and opened her arms. But Marcel, who was also looking at the stranger with surprise, suddenly burst into a wild bark and caught hold of her hem. Cassandra felt that she really did not want this hug. To avoid upsetting the man, she patted Cynthia lightly on the shoulder and pulled her body back. But her friend wasn't going to back down. "And let's have tea. Why don't you come to my place?" Cynthia suggested. Half an hour later, Cassandra was setting the table and her friend was tense. She clutched her bag tightly to her and kept looking at Cassandra. Her gaze had even become somewhat tense. "So tell me, Cynthia, how's life? How are the kids? Or maybe you already have grandchildren?" Cassandra asked, pouring hot tea. "Please forgive me, Cassandra," she said suddenly. Cassandra did not understand what she meant. "What can I ask you for, Cynthia?" "You and I haven't seen each other in ages," she smiled sincerely. "I have something to ask you for. I've come to tell you about it. Just promise me you'll forgive me," said Cynthia, and folded her hands as if she were praying before an icon. "Cynthia, I don't mind you at all. And I don't remember there ever being any occasion for it, even if there was. I've long since forgotten. I mean, we were at school then, we were kids. What grudges could there have been then? Cassandra smiled. No, there weren't. I was a mean girl, Cynthia said seriously, and then asked suddenly, Kevin, remember he was in love with you? Alex. He was in love with you too. How could they not, since you were so beautiful, excellent, and the best girl in town? So I took Alex away from you, married him 2 years after graduation. He's probably lying under the fence outside the house or sleeping on the balcony right now. I started kicking him out a long time ago because when we're drunk we start fighting if we see each other. And this way no one sees anyone, which means that the neighbors and the police will not disturb our peace. That's the life I have with Alex, Cynthia said. Cassandra didn't know how to react. Her friend seemed a little out of touch with reality. How could she speak so directly and impartially about herself? But Cynthia wasn't going to stop. So when Alex was chasing you, I was angry. I really liked him then. Who knew he'd become an alcoholic? I was going to go to art school and become an actress, she said. I went to art school, but I didn't become an actress. I didn't have the urge. Forget it. It doesn't make a difference in life, Cassandra said. You were always ahead of everyone else. That's why I hated you. But will you forgive me? Cynthia asked again. Here Cassandra decided to renew their nostalgia. To that end, she went into the bedroom to get a photo album with Alex, Kevin, Cynthia, with red hair, and the young, beautiful Cassandra. Pulling out the album, she paused for a moment to flip through the pages she wanted, then quickly closed it and returned to the living room. And there a strange thing happened. Cynthia was gone. Cassandra thought she might have retreated to the washroom, but she hadn't. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The front door was still locked. It was unclear how Cynthia could have gone out and locked it from the inside with the key in place. Yes, the years are not spared. It's become strange, mate, she thought. Then she leafed through her album of old photographs for a while, and then remembered that she had to go to work. Since that day, the meeting had not left her mind. Cassandra was still curious to know why she needed to forgive her friend. But from what she could tell, she didn't really understand. She was very curious. So she decided to find Cynthia the next weekend and have a heart-to-heart talk with her, not like she had done that time. It wasn't difficult to remember where her school friend lived. She had her doubts about whether she still lived there or not. It was her parents' flat, after all. And given that Cynthia was an only daughter, it was likely that the flat could have gone to her. Then she should be living there. And yes, Cassandra wasn't wrong. When she knocked on the old door, it wasn't opened for a long time. It wasn't until a few minutes later that a man's voice sounded. It sounded like someone resenting the disturbance. And the next moment the door opened, and on the threshold stood a man in an old t-shirt and stretched sports trousers. "What do you want?" he blurted out. "I'd like Cynthia or Alex. I'm an old family friend," she said, not taking her eyes off the man. "Well, I'm Alex, and this is the first time I've seen you," the man said indignantly. "Yes, Alex, I've already recognized you. May I come inside? I'm Cassandra, remember? And you used to sit in the last desk and do nothing in class. Writing me love letters," she smiled. The man felt as if cold water had been poured over his face. He straightened his back sharply, feeling his swollen face with his hands. "Like Cassandra, no way. This is the meeting ... Come on in now that you've come after all these years," he said, and invited her inside. She was greeted by a shabby flat with the wallpaper ripped off. The furniture was partially broken. The kitchen stools creaked when a person sat on them. There was a pungent odor of booze in the air. Cassandra realized from the number of empty bottles under the kitchen table that Alex hadn't sobered up in a while. "But Cassandra, you certainly surprised me. What are your fortunes? How's your life? How's your family? Loved ones?" he asked. "I have no family or loved ones. It hasn't worked out," she said. "Oh, but what about it? How do you live then? What will happen in your old age? Who will give you a glass of water? Who will bury you?" he asked, shaking his head. Cassandra felt terribly embarrassed, but she didn't want to waste her energy arguing with this man. "Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone left unburied yet. They'll sort it out somehow. Where's Cynthia? I went to see her," she said. Don't you know about that? Alex wondered. She's dead, isn't she? Just like that, just like that. She died. Left me alone, he spread his hands. That can't be. How did she die? When did she die? I saw her 3 days ago, Cassandra said. No, Cassandra, you're confusing things. Today is the 10th day since Cynthia died. There I have prepared a huge plaque. Look at the dates. Exactly 10 days, Alex said. That's very strange. I'm really sorry about that. You have my condolences. But I definitely remember seeing Cynthia. She came to visit me, she said. Oh right, she came to visit me too. She came twice in 10 days. True, it was in my dream. She says, Sashka, don't dare to marry another broad, I won't give you life. My Cynthia is in her repertoire. What was jealous? Sachin remained. God rest her soul, Alex said, and crossed himself awkwardly. Cassandra looked at the wretched man with curiosity. He was one of the enviable, handsome men in town. Everyone predicted a great future for him. He was very popular with the girls. And now there's a drunkard sitting in front of her. Okay, you hang in there, Alex, I'll go, she said, and got ready to leave. But Alex seemed to have new ideas brewing in his head. Cassandra, this isn't going to work. We need to memorialize a friend. Sit down for half an hour. I'll go to the shop now, he said. But Cassandra did not heed his words. She was anxious to get out into the fresh air. And when she reached the threshold, Alex managed to surprise her once again. Cassandra, don't take this badly. It's just that I splurged on the funeral and everything. Ended up with no money, not a penny in my pocket. Give me $200 for bread, he asked. Cassandra silently pulled a couple of notes out of her purse and handed it to him. Alex's eyes lit up. He rejoiced like a child seeing candy. She left the flat, but she was in no hurry to leave. Alex seemed like a decidedly unreliable source of information to her. In the courtyard of the house, Cassandra met an old woman tending to her small front garden below her window. Cynthia. There was a red-haired woman like that who lived here. You don't know about her, she asked bluntly. Who doesn't know her? She lived in this house all her life. She was a good woman. It's a pity she died early, said the old woman. What do you mean? When did she die? She clarified. Yes, recently, either last week or the week before. The old woman waved her hands. And 3 days ago, Cassandra asked. 3 days ago, what? The old woman was surprised. I saw her 3 days ago. She was alive. Maybe you mistook her for someone else. I remember that day. I had to go to the vegetable market, and they said Cynthia was dead. And I go to the market once a fortnight on Sundays. If you count from that day, that's about over a week ago. They said she was dead. We got together, cleaned her up, had a funeral. She was given a full honor. May she rest in peace, since she has seen nothing good in this world. May she be repaid there, the old woman said. After talking to her neighbor, Cassandra was left even more perplexed. There was no longer any doubt that Cynthia had died 10 days ago, but her visit of 3 days ago was also real. True, there were some odd details that Cassandra quickly forgot about the following week and turned her attention to her own affairs. But the story seemed to be just beginning. Their second meeting happened just as suddenly. That afternoon, Cassandra visited her adopted daughter, who was living her own life, and made sure she was doing well. The girl had settled well into adulthood and had no intention of returning to it. Nor did she have any intention of returning to it. She didn't want to restrict her adopted daughter's freedom, so she would return in good spirits in the evening. Cassandra. Cassandra, wait, she heard shouting. And when she turned round, she saw Cynthia still running towards her. She was wearing the same long coat and red shawl, though the weather had been much warmer since their first meeting. She was still clutching her bag and caught up with her in a hurry. Come on, let's go and have tea, Cynthia said straight to her forehead. Cassandra knew she shouldn't fall for this strange woman's suggestion, but some force seemed to be pushing her forward. No sooner had she gathered her will in her fist than she spoke again. Let's go to your place and have tea, she repeated. Cassandra led her home as if hypnotized. This time she felt more vividly the coldness and alienation coming from her friend. The scenario of the meeting repeated itself exactly the same. You forgive me. I've come to repent, Cynthia stated bluntly when she found herself in Cassandra's flat. And why do your loved ones think you're dead? What's the joke? Cassandra asked. Yeah, that's what they said. You wait here for me. I'm running to the shop. I want to bring you a cake. We'll have tea, Cynthia repeated and nimbly slipped out the door. Cassandra sensed that there was clearly some mystery here. Without thinking, she went out the door to follow Cynthia's route. But the very next second she was nowhere to be found. Cassandra even went down the stairs on purpose. But there was no sign of Cynthia. And in the past, there were many things they had in common. Chapter 2. Classes for the 9th grade were boring. While the geometry teacher outlined incomprehensible figures on the blackboard and derived theorems, the students wasted no time. A little letter flew into Matthew's notebook. In it, one of his friends wrote that the ugly duckling from the parallel class was in love with him. Matthew was upset. Now it would be a bad name for him in the tough teenage world. But the real passions were simmering in another circle. The boy Kevin and the boy Alex loved Cassandra, and Alex was in love with Cynthia. Also between them was Marion, who was close friends with Cynthia. Cassandra was different from everyone else, and since first grade she hadn't given anyone the palm of her hand in both academics and activity. And by the time she was 16, she had become such a fluttery doe that anyone would look up to her. Boys from the upper classes sighed languidly and did not dare to approach her. Alex was a daredevil. He was a brawler and a bully in the class. If he couldn't get something the easy way, he took it the hard way. Cassandra understood that, and in order not to make her admirer angry, she behaved ambiguously with him. She didn't open up to him rudely, but she didn't let him get too close. That's not the case with Kevin. His name often appeared in her maiden diary. "We'll build our bright future together," she wrote, setting herself up for adulthood. And Alex was often in Cynthia's diary. "He's so manly that even dreaming about him gives me goosebumps. But it's a pity he's indifferent to me. He doesn't have a self of his own, or he wouldn't have gone after Cassandra. Loving Cassandra is just a fashion in this town. There's nothing sincere about it. He should be mine. He deserves my love," Cynthia wrote about him. But at some point Alex noticed that he was losing against the charismatic Kevin. Then he decided to be more active. Now every day after school he waited for Cassandra at the school gate, gave her a chocolate bar, and walked her home. Kevin completely believed Cassandra's words and thought that they were just friends. But this picture was unbearable for Cynthia. She'd tried stuffing her hair with chemistry, and her parents had persuaded her to buy newfangled overseas jeans. And she had a tape recorder with lights and music. But Alex didn't care about any of that. "I only love you. And I'm just being polite to other guys so they don't spread rumors behind my back," Cassandra told Kevin. And he didn't doubt the truth of her words. Kevin lived with dreams of the future, because he had little motivation to live in the present. His parents died when he was 5 years old. It fell to his grandmother to take care of him when he turned 9. Grandma was no longer the same. Her strength was no longer enough to care for her grandson in the large household. Then the grandmother called her eldest son and told him about her situation. The eldest son quickly found a solution. He moved his family to his mother's house. They were tired of living in a flat in the city center. The move happened quickly. Now the house was crowded and noisy. Grandma lay in bed, realizing that day by day her life was coming to an end. Cheryl, the eldest son's wife, immediately took the reins of the household. "Kevin needs to move to a smaller room," she said. "Now he has 3 nephews. They need a bigger room," she declared. Kevin then immediately felt that he was now on bird rights in this house. He had to give in, as his grandmother was no longer interested in him. A couple of months later, Grandma died in his arms, although she had bequeathed her house to Kevin. His uncle, after his mother's death, didn't consider his opinion. "You're a big bloke now, you should make your own life on your own. And the house by law goes to the children of the deceased. But when I die, you will share this house equally with your nephews," he said, and the teenager did not dare to argue with him. The atmosphere in the house after the death of his grandmother deteriorated not by the day, but by the hour. Aunt Cheryl was unhappy with everything Kevin did. Her uncle was in on it. On top of that, one nephew complaining about him, then another. Kevin had become a whipping boy, literally. And when one day Aunt Cheryl claimed that money had gone missing from her bag and suspected Kevin of it, he couldn't bear the offense and decided to go off on his own. He was lucky enough to get into a technical college in a neighboring state. He chose this institution simply because it provided a dormitory for students. Parting with Cassandra was the hardest part. Since the day Kevin had left, they had spent every night together on a hill near the town, sitting on the lawn and looking at the moon, dreaming of the future and believing in it. On the appointed day, Kevin left, and they never met again. Meanwhile, at school, the students whispered among themselves and giggled after Cassandra. She didn't know what was going on. All came to light later when the teacher came out of the classroom. "Cassandra, is it true what they say about you?" the girls asked and surrounded her. Cassandra was perplexed. Then Marian decided to clarify it herself. "But what everyone is saying is that you went out with this Travis guy, got pregnant by him, and now you don't know what to do with the baby." Cassandra's mind was leaving the ground beneath her feet. Yes, just a couple of days ago she had been to the local gynecologist. But how was she to know that the doctor would violate professional ethics and divulge information? Cassandra blushed, and the girls looked at each other meaningfully. So it was true, each decided for herself. Cassandra was mortified. She tried to save face somehow. "There was no such thing. I never even talked to that Travis guy," she said. And Travis was known throughout the town because he had recently served nearly 15 years and was now a local crime lord. He was close to the local cop, and he got away with a lot of things, including assaulting any girl he liked. To Cassandra, it sounded like a real insult. But what was she to do about her pregnancy? Rumors began to spread through the town like dandelions in the wind. Within a couple of days, every person she met was looking at her with a leer. And grandmothers would spit and whisper at the sight of her. And when the rumors reached Cassandra's mother, it was the end of the world. Her mother, Mrs. Margaret, was a bossy woman by nature. She never really spoiled her daughter, warning her from a young age that if she chose any guy, she could forget about higher education and career. Mother frightened her daughter that relations with any boy promises her a repeat of her mother's fate, when the meaning of life becomes a house, vegetable garden, chicken co-op, and clinic. The ominous news did not escape Mrs. Margaret. She heard it from her neighbors, with whom she had competed all her life. She came home determined to give her daughter a thorough interrogation. In the evening, Cassandra was expected to deal with the debriefing. "I've heard that my daughter has been badly behaved." "What do you mean by that?" Her mother put the question squarely. Cassandra stood silently and blushed. "Speak. Is it true that you went out and got pregnant by Travis the thug? That your breasts haven't really grown? You want a man?" already asked her mother in an angry tone. "But Mum, I haven't even met him. It's someone else's idea. I've never had any contact with this Travis," said Cassandra. "What difference does it make now?" The gynecologist told her friend, and she spread it all over town. "How am I supposed to look people in the eye now that I raised such a slutty girl?" "What were you thinking when you spread your legs in front of him?" Mother said, and rolled her eyes. "Mum, do you believe strangers or your daughter?" "I haven't met Travis, and I think I have a child with someone else," she said, shaking with fear. "What do you mean that's not true? How are you not ashamed to tell me this? My God, what is to be done now? Who is the father of the child? Tell me straight out, now I'll go to him and arrange it." "No, I'll go straight to the police." "You're not even 18 yet. We have to punish this bastard. Or she'll say that she lay under him herself," the mother shouted. Her attitude about the police frightened Cassandra. She didn't want the fruit of her love to become the subject of a criminal case. But her mother wasn't going to back down now either. Cassandra then made the decision to stand up for herself and her feelings at all costs. She simply shut up and said nothing more. As time passed, her mother scolded her almost every day. And when the rumor reached the headmaster, the young girl's trouble took on new dimensions. The headmaster immediately called Mrs. Margaret to the school. The entire teaching staff gathered in his office. "Your daughter's behavior is not in keeping with school ethics. I can't allow other girls to see this and take her as an example. We're expelling your daughter. You can pick up your documents today," the principal said. And the other teachers fully supported him. Mrs. Margaret had not yet given up hope of fixing the situation, so she offered her own solution. "There will be no child. My daughter must finish school. Please give us a chance. I'll handle her behavior myself," she pleaded. But the principal was adamant. What was happening in their house worried everyone. The whole family felt that Mrs. Margaret had brought Cassandra up badly, that she was spoilt and out of control. Her older sister Rachel was especially partial to this. She gloated and wasn't going to hide it. "Your favorite youngest daughter? That's how she has proved herself," she said almost every day as she strutted around the house. Then Rachel also remembered what she thought was her grandmother's unfair love for Cassandra. Grandmother had a soft spot for her too. She even left her family ring to her before she died. But nothing for me. Had she known what her favorite granddaughter would turn into in just a few years, she wouldn't have been so loyal, Rachel said with a smirk. Only now did Cassandra realize how much the ring had hurt her sister's ego. Even Mrs. Margaret was in agreement. "We could sell that ring and update the renovations. But she won't give it back. She's hiding it safely somewhere. Who knew my daughter would have such a taste for jewelry," she said. Sometimes Cassandra had to move the ring from place to place each time. But there was another reason for her grandmother bequeathing her special ring to Cassandra, a reason that only she and her late grandmother knew about. Ever since Cassandra was little, her grandmother had told her about this ring. "This jewelry is a source of power, but no word must be spoken of it. This ring is not to be worn all the time. You must wear it when someone has wronged you very much and you cannot deal with your offense. Then the ring will show its power. Better yet, you must do everything you can to forgive the offender," her grandmother said. Cassandra didn't understand what it all meant, but she didn't know at the time that the power of the ring, along with the will, passed to her. And when her grandmother found herself dying, the first thing she had asked for was to retrieve her ring from a far corner of the attic and hand it to Cassandra. Her mother, who had been anxious for so many years to at least try on the ring, was outraged. "My mother-in-law never even let me touch it. Such a thing should not be put in everyone's hands. A person must have the mental strength not to cause trouble. And that is the kind of strength I see in my Cassandra," she said. And Mrs. Margaret and her sister Rachel were even angrier at Cassandra. By the time Cassandra's pregnancy was discovered, the reticence about the ring had faded into the background. But Rachel had managed to remind her mother of everything and rock the painful issue again. Mrs. Margaret, the head of the family, threw another scandal. "I have a new decision this time. It's all decided. Let's go for an abortion. I'll drive you myself. Since we got into this disgrace, at least we should save face in front of people," she said. Cassandra's mother's decision made her hair stand on end. By then, the new life in her belly was already moving and showing signs of active life. Cassandra felt a vivid sense of happiness with every movement. And when she remembered that the whole world was no longer ready for the arrival of this baby, the ground went out from under her feet. "I will not go for any abortion." "How can you suggest such a thing to me yourself, being a mother?" Cassandra interrupted. But it was all in vain. Mrs. Margaret had already made an appointment with the local doctor for Wednesday at 8 and warned her daughter to get ready. But at 8 on Wednesday, the mother found her daughter's room empty. By then, Cassandra had already managed to board a departing long-haul bus, having previously brought a couple of dresses, sports bags, and her grandmother's ring. She made her way to visit a distant relative who lived in a neighboring small town. When Cassandra was little, Aunt Elizabeth loved her very much, spoiled her in every possible way. After she married Robert, a nice guy, she began to come to them less and less often. Little Cassandra looked forward to Aunt Elizabeth's visits and enjoyed her company immensely. Many years had passed since then, but Aunt Elizabeth was remembered in Cassandra's mind as a symbol of pure, accepting adult love. Upon seeing their niece, Aunt Elizabeth and her husband Robert were quite surprised. "How did you come to us? What are you doing here? How did Mrs. Margaret let you go alone?" Aunt Elizabeth asked when they were already seated at the table drinking tea. "I seem to be coming to see you for a long time, but believe me, I won't embarrass you. I need some time somewhere to settle down. And then I'll go to work, and I'll give the baby to the kindergarten. We can live on our own," Cassandra pleaded when she heard the pregnancy story. Aunt Elizabeth was genuinely perplexed. "You were right to leave home, considering you have been betrayed by those closest to you and cut out of the circle of life. I feel sorry for them when they have to answer to God for it. It will be a pitiful sight," she said at the table. Robert was also heartened by Cassandra's distress. Never mind the family squabbles. Who doesn't have them? It's usually the people closest to us who cause the most drama in life. You need to think about yourself now, about your baby. Elizabeth, what can we offer the girl? He asked his wife. Your care, complicity, and help. But let me speak my vision. Cassandra, if you don't like our idea, you take no offense. Just look at it as an option. When your baby comes into the world and you want to move on with your life, then keep in mind that you can leave him to us. We'll raise him as our son. You don't mind, do you? Robert offered. Of course I don't mind. It can't be otherwise. Let the little one stay with us as long as he needs to. At least we will fulfill the role of grandparents until he comes of age, Elizabeth said. Cassandra was very grateful to him, and this she could only express through her tears. When her aunt began to comfort her, she spoke up. My whole family, all my friends and relatives have turned against me. And you are so magnanimous? I didn't think there could be such people in the world. I'll thank you for the rest of my life. I had thoughts of committing suicide if you didn't accept or judge me. But now I have made up my mind to live, she said, and wept bitterly. Aunt Elizabeth gave Cassandra a separate room. Before going to bed, Cassandra thought of her grandmother and was tempted to test the power of her ring. She was curious to see how it would perform. She took it out of her bag and twirled it in her hand. And when she remembered that the ring's power was sometimes a little dark, she put it back in her bag. Despite her grievances, she didn't want to hurt any of her loved ones. Chapter 3. 2 years have flown by quickly. Little Miles is lying in his pram, telling Aunt Elizabeth something in his own language. He is generally very fond of this family. When Aunt Elizabeth took Cassandra in, she feared that her children and husband might eventually claim that a stranger was cramping their space. But that didn't happen. And when Miles was born, the whole family's lifestyle changed. Daughter and son Elizabeth, who previously did not take their eyes off the screens of their gadgets, enthusiastically accepted the baby. To them, he was like a wonderful, unpredictable toy. Each of them was eager to spend more time with this calm and sweet baby. Even Robert got caught up in the work. He even shared his inspiration with Elizabeth recently. Mother, you and I, for how many years? 10, I think we've been in agony. I don't know how to stop our kids from fighting with each other. Once Miles came along, everything fell into place. I personally haven't seen swearing and fighting between them in a long time, he said. Yeah, it's great. They've taken a fancy to a younger relative. It's going to be hard for them when they find out that Miles is a special kid and that he'll never be able to walk. I've decided to keep it from them for now. I'd have to get Cassandra to accept the idea first. Our babies will get over it somehow, she said. Yes, a congenital disability is certainly not an easy thing to deal with. But look at how smart the boy is. If you think hard enough, wheelchair users can quite easily live as full-fledged human beings, too. They can learn manual labor, socialize on the internet, and make friends. Cassandra shouldn't have been depressed. She should talk about it more often, Robert said. Just then Cassandra came in. She put the bag of groceries on the table and immediately threw herself into a doting session with her son. So have you not been tormented much by your nephew? What would I do without you? I have no idea. But I'm thinking of all sorts of things. Hopefully Miles and I will be able to live on our own soon, she said. You should study properly so you have some prospects. Maybe it's time you stopped caring for the seriously ill. Do you have a family to take care of? You're not going to be torn forever, Aunt Elizabeth said. Cassandra did not get a job as a waitress or shop assistant, as her aunt had advised, but for some reason went to work as a hospice nurse. Her job was not easy. Sometimes she had to stay out all night. The epic of communicating with hospice residents and having compassion for them is a separate story. I would love to train as a doctor, but it costs a lot of money. It's my dream for now. Maybe it will remain a pipe dream, Cassandra sighed, and went off to take the ship out from under the seriously ill old people. But the money she earned wasn't enough to cover all her needs. Miles grew older, demanding more expenses. His health and life demanded more money. That's when Cassandra realized that working as a waitress in a restaurant or hotel wasn't such a bad idea. That day she went to her boss with a strong determination to quit. But the hospice manager was busy. Asked to wait for a while, Cassandra was not allowed to wait. The head nurse called her in and told her that a new patient had arrived and that she had to deal with him. Despite the difficulties, Cassandra loved her job. Or rather, she loved herself when she showed compassion to the residents of this facility and lifted their spirits a little. She imagined an old man or woman of advanced years as a new guest. But in the room she saw a young guy in a wheelchair. "Hi, I'm Cassandra. You're in good hands now. They will take the best care of you here," she said. "Thank you, Cassandra. There's not much joy. But where to go? This is my final destination. I don't have much choice," he said without changing the sad expression on his face. Cassandra felt his heartache immediately, and the resilience with which he endured it. His name was Michael. She noticed his stylish haircut, athletic build, subtle mannerisms, and piercing sincerity. From his medical records, she learned that Michael was only 31 years old. He'd been a pilot until he suffered an injury that left his spine in disrepair. On top of that, the guy was diagnosed with terminal cancer. So young and promising was doomed. The two quickly found a rapport. Cassandra noticed that she was able to influence his mood. Michael became more agreeable to her. But their warm friendship wasn't going to stop her from quitting this low-paying job. And that day had come. "I'm going to quit. I'm sure you'll get better. You'll get back on your feet, and you and I will go for more walks in the park," she said. "You won't be here anymore then." "What about me?" Didn't allow that thought. "Well, good luck wherever you are," he said, and didn't speak to her again. Cassandra had not yet written a letter of resignation, but she had learned from the nurses that Michael had become clinically depressed and that he needed to be prescribed more medication. Cassandra related this to his difficult situation once again as she rushed to the head doctor's office with her statement. A man of advanced years caught up with her in the corridor. "Young lady, I have a serious conversation to have with you," he said. "It would be better if we talked about it informally. Let's go into the courtyard. There are benches there." "I don't have time for another," Cassandra said. The head doctor was busy again, and she was unable to submit her application. In the meantime, she decided to listen to the strange man. Within minutes, she was already sitting next to him and listening to him. "My name is Mr. Winston. I'm the father of the guy in Ward 8. His name is Michael," he said. "Yes, I know Michael. I sympathize with you. But your son is doing well," Cassandra said. "I have a business proposition for you. The fact is that Michael has at most 1 year to live, maybe even less. When I brought him here, he got better. Because he started talking to you, and he really liked you. After he became disabled, he was dumped by the girl he loved. My heart aches for my son, and when he found out you were quitting your job, he felt bad again. Please stay a little longer," Mr. Winston said. Cassandra sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I have good reasons for doing so. And your son is in good hands. Our doctors will do an excellent job of improving his quality of life. Now I have to go," she said, and was about to leave. But Mr. Winston took her hand. "I'm willing to pay you a lot of money. Ask for whatever you want, but just let my son live the last days of his life in joy and happiness," he said. The offer to pay seemed strange to Cassandra. It was even more difficult for her to agree to it, and it seemed as if she would have to deceive a seriously ill man for her own gain. But when Mr. Winston persisted in offering her his terms for several days in succession, she agreed. "It's enough for me to pay half my current salary. As it is, I don't want to profit in this way," she said. Mr. Winston did just that. Every month he brought her exactly half of her salary. Cassandra quickly realized that this money was not enough for her. But she wasn't going to bargain. But she couldn't leave the hospice either. "Michael, it's so nice to have someone like you in the world," she said. "Do you really love me, or is it just pity?" Michael often asked. And Cassandra had by then grown genuinely fond of him. "I really love you and I really want you to live. We could have everything ahead of us," she would say. 7 months flew by. Once again, when Cassandra arrived at work in the morning, she was caught by bad news. "Your patient has passed away." A blood clot broke off, her colleagues told her. For Cassandra, the fragile world in which she had barely built a little corner of happiness for herself crumbled. Leaving all business behind, she went to his funeral. Mr. Winston was without consolation. At the funeral, she saw his friends for the first time, pilots and sportsmen, all uniformly successful. After seeing Michael off on his last journey, Mr. Winston asked Cassandra to stay a while. A serious conversation took place between them again. "I have something to give you," he said, and held out a flash drive. "This is where Michael kept his diary. Among other things, he wrote about his feelings for you. Let this be with you." Cassandra took the flash drive and pressed her palm against it with an aching heart. But Mr. Winston had no intention of letting her go. He retired to his room, and from there he returned with a weighty large envelope. "Here's the money. I thought at the time that you would ask for a flat or a car in return for your attention to my son, but you surprised me with your modesty, and the money was in the bank at a savings interest. It was more than I was going to pay you. Take it and buy yourself something substantial," he said. Cassandra's objections he did not accept. She took the money and counted the houses. There was enough there to buy a studio flat in her town or go to medical school. Cassandra chose the second option. Being a medical student gave her some kind of inexplicable happiness. That day she walked Donald in his pram and dreamed of how soon her new student life would begin and how she would be so passionate about her studies. But her reverie vanished suddenly. A painfully familiar face was walking towards her on the pavement. She knew from his smile that he recognized her. It was Kevin. "Hi, Cassandra. This is my friend Scarlett." "Scarlett, this is Cassandra. She and I went to school together," he said. "And I see you already have a baby boy too. So you're married. Good for you," he added. Scarlett said something back, but Cassandra couldn't hear what she was saying. Dry phrases like "went to the same school" and "you have a baby boy" affected her like an icy shower. "Yeah, I'm doing great. I see you're doing well too. It was good to see you. We should get home," she said and walked on. Kevin wanted to ask for her phone number, but it would be indecent to do so in front of his girlfriend. He looked behind her, but she didn't. She looked at Donald sleeping in the pram. How much he looks like his father, walking arm in arm with his new girlfriend right now, and not even remembering what happened between us a few years ago, Cassandra thought. The pain and resentment was burning her from the inside out. At home, for the first time in years, she pulled her grandmother's ring out of a far corner and twirled it around in her hands. She really wanted to put it on and think of a happy new life of carefree Kevin. But at the last minute, she remembered her grandmother's words about how it was best to forgive one's abusers. Cassandra had no time for resentment and suffering, so she decided that evening that she would never think of him again. And so she did. Student life quickly became mired in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It was lucky that Cassandra now had the option of getting a nanny and leaving Donald with her. "I can't spend the rest of my life sitting on my aunt's neck, even if she doesn't mind," she thought. As well as her studies, Sebastian came into her life. They met outside the university when he came to pick up his mother, who works here as a lecturer. "Now you don't have to worry about sessions. If anything, Mum will help you," Sebastian said, trying to please Cassandra. "No, absolutely not. Mistakes can be made by a fashion designer or a hairdresser. It won't make the world fall apart. And when a doctor makes a mistake because of a weakness of knowledge, it decides someone's fate. That's why I set the bar high for myself," she said, thereby causing him to respect and awe her even more. Cassandra worried that the strict professor might not want to accept her into her family. It's a professorial environment out there, and here's a girl with a dark past and a disabled child, she worried. She decided to hide the presence of Donald in her life from Sebastian. "I worked in a hospice. Severely ill people are a special category. Working with them, you grow and expand as a person yourself. If you have the strength, of course," Cassandra said about her past. "Not such a profession for me either. I'm not callous, of course, but I have no compassion for the weak, and I wouldn't want to be in their position myself. If illness overtakes me in my old age, I'll ask you to euthanize me. It's the best thing that can happen to the seriously ill. It should be allowed by law," Sebastian reasoned. At such moments, Cassandra was once again convinced that she had been right to hide the fact that she had a seriously ill child. 6 months into their romantic relationship, he sat before her on his knees and held out the ring. "Be mine forever. I've never met such an amazing girl before," Sebastian said. And his mother, who was a witness, looked at them with emotion. Cassandra was confused as she had not expected such a drastic turn in her fortunes. Instead of joyfully jumping on his neck, she took time to think over his proposal and weigh everything. In fact, during this time, she came to consult her Aunt Elizabeth. "My boyfriend asked me to marry him," she said. "Well, congratulations, honey. I'd be surprised at that chap if he didn't propose to a girl like that," said Aunt Elizabeth. "You know how to make me happy, as always. But I'm worried because I hid the existence of Donald from him. I thought they would call him a burden. And anyway, a woman with a disabled child isn't likely to fit into anyone's life." "What am I supposed to do now?" Cassandra asked. "But you didn't, so you'll leave it at that. And bring Donald to us. Robert and I have told you 100 times we're ready to adopt him. We'll raise him like our own, and we'll take care of him. So what if your kid can't walk? He's got the brains of me and 3 healthy children. How kind is he? Compassion is a different story. Don't worry. Just arrange your life," the aunt advised. And this option seemed acceptable to her. The lavish wedding in the professor's family took place a month later. Aunt Elizabeth and Robert brought Donald there in a pram and introduced him to the guests as their baby. Cassandra could visit him anytime she wanted without hurting her new life. Everything was going well until one morning she received an alarming call from Aunt Elizabeth. "Donald has taken ill. We got to the hospital, we've been admitted. He's got pneumonia. I don't know what the cause is. I've been dusting him off," Aunt Elizabeth said in tears. Cassandra left everything behind and rushed to the hospital. And yes, the aunt was right. Donald was extremely weak. The doctors had promised to fight for him, but his weak immune system wasn't going to help them. Cassandra had a new life that began under the window of the intensive care unit. Sebastian didn't understand why his young wife was so heartbroken over her supposedly distant nephew's illness, and Cassandra spent days at the hospital. The spouse very soon protested about it. "The boy has parents, has his own family. I don't see what difference your running around makes," he said. "He's not feeling well. His eyes are so sad, missing me. How do you not realize that?" Cassandra resented. Sebastian crouched down beside her, looked into her eyes. "Cassandra, this child is doomed from birth. As a reasonable person and as a future medical professional, you should realize that this child is not going to do well. You don't last long with this kind of health at all. Get used to the idea that he may not even be here," he said. Cassandra burst into tears. "How heartless are you, it turns out. If it were our child, would you reason the same way?" she asked. "It may sound cruel, but I'm a realist. Cassandra, if I had a child like that, I'd rather it stay in a maternity hospital or an infant home somewhere. Why delude yourself with empty hopes? I don't understand parents like that," he said. "Just be quiet. Please don't say anything else," Cassandra stated. "No, I'm just trying to make a real point. Children like this are usually born to those who lead immoral lifestyles. God punishes their parents that way. You have no need to worry about that. Our children will be healthy because I am healthy and you are healthy. This problem will never affect us, believe me, honey," he said. "And I guess I was wrong about you, but it's time to correct that. Let it be known to you that Donald is my son, and I gave birth to him 4 years ago. I am his real mother and I am ready to fight for my son for the rest of my life," she stated. Sebastian didn't want to believe her words for a long time at first, but Cassandra told it like it was. "You never told me who his father is? Why isn't he taking care of his child?" Sebastian asked. "I don't want to wrap my head around that question. The father doesn't even know he has a son. He's doing well in life, and the pleasure, as I realized it 2 years ago. But Donald and I can manage without him," Cassandra said. Since that day, her relationship with Sebastian had changed a lot. He wasn't going to change his mind, and she wasn't going to pretend anymore. Donald found his strength and pulled himself out of a serious illness. He was discharged home and Cassandra finally calmed down, but still spent a lot of time around him. A couple of months later, Sebastian decided to take action as well. One evening, Cassandra didn't wait for him for dinner. His phone was switched off. He arrived in the morning and didn't want to answer her questions about where he was and why he hadn't warned her. Cassandra didn't make a scene. Exactly 1 week later, it happened again. This time, Sebastian came home drunk in the morning and found his wife gone. with a note on the table saying they were over. Sebastian didn't bother to persuade her to come back. They met a month later to discuss the details of the divorce. He himself was the first to file, the first to leave with a document of dissolution of marriage. They went their separate ways without looking back. Chapter 4. Years passed. The clinic's top doctor, Cassandra Morris, is summoned to the chief doctor's office today. Cassandra. There's a conference coming up in Los Angeles. I suggested your candidacy. The trip is short, only 5 days, said the elderly professor, who had been kind to her in a fatherly way since the early days. Cassandra was glad, because she had long wanted to get away for a couple of days and get a change of scenery. How is your son? Do you have someone to take care of him in your absence? The professor asked. Yes, we do. We have good ones. And Donald himself is big now. He's learned to look after himself sitting in a pram. All is well with us, she said, and began to prepare for the trip. The event captivated her. On the first day, she gave a speech. The entire auditorium applauded her. It was her first similar experience. She was very happy when everyone was dismissed for a coffee break. A handsome man approached her. You have performed beautifully. My name is Andrew. I'm in the business of bringing high technology to medicine. We have our own research lab. We plan to set up a manufacturing facility, he said. Andrew, what a pleasure. How about we go out for an evening walk after the event? Cassandra asked flirtatiously. On a wave of good cheer, I was gladly just about to suggest that. After all, it's a whole 5 days ahead of us. I don't like to be bored, he replied. In the evening, he waited for her outside the hotel. They walked along the seafront, drank wine from the bottle, laughed a lot, and chatted about everything. Cassandra didn't ask him any unnecessary questions, didn't even ask him what his wife thought about it or how many children he had. She was sure that such a successful and attractive man was definitely not alone. As the time passed midnight, she made a suggestion. We should get to your room. She captured his lips with her lips. He took her in his arms, and within an hour they were merging in heated kisses in his room. In the morning he woke up alone and was sad that Cassandra hadn't stayed late for breakfast together. In the afternoon they agreed to repeat the evening walk. The walk again ended in a hot night. Passion in his hotel room. The following evenings there was a joint dinner at a restaurant, going to the cinema, and sitting on a bridge studying the night sky. It turned out Andrew lived in the same city as Cassandra. He changed his return ticket so he could be on the same flight as her. Upon arrival, he drove her to the driveway. She was in a hurry to get home. It's been great. Goodbye, she said one last time and quickly got out of the car. He believed their romance was just beginning. But it wasn't until that evening that he remembered his reckless behavior. He hadn't written down her phone number, and in fact he only knew her name and nothing else. To all his questions about the details of her life, she only joked away and changed the topic of conversation. He still didn't want to believe that she wasn't going to have a relationship with him. Cassandra was content to take a little prank in her gray everyday life. A growing Donald was retelling her the contents of a new book he had read in her absence. Mother and child hugged each other to their heart's content and were happy to be together again. The very next day she forgot about Andrew and set to work, but her fate was not going to give her peace. Another surprise came to her head with the urgent delivery of a patient with severe injuries. An urgent operation was required. The professor had assigned the new patient to Cassandra. On the operating table, she saw a familiar face. Her heart felt like it was turning over. But as a doctor, she had no right to give in to her emotions. The critically ill patient regained consciousness 4 days later. This was reported to Cassandra by a nurse. Brown has opened his eyes, but he seems to have memory loss, she said. Cassandra was looking forward to this. She came into the room. Well, hello, Kevin. Congratulations, today is your 2nd birthday, she said. Thanks, girl, but I don't have time to talk. I have to drive home. I've got things to do. Get all these wires off me, Alex said and tried to stand up. Yes, it seems the nurse was right. He didn't recognize her. You can't get up yet. Forget all the cases, they can wait. You need to think about your health. My name is Cassandra. Maybe that means something to you, she asked. Cassandra was the name of my friend's daughter. I mean, she's only 5 years old. Has she grown up so fast? Why are you wearing a white dressing gown? Cassandra Alex asked in a fit of frenzy. While she was checking his degree of adequacy, a policeman knocked on the ward, who was also impatient to see Alex come to his senses. I have to question him. He's suspected of beating up 2 individuals, the man said. No questioning. The sick man is not yet in a condition to participate in the investigation. Please leave him alone. He has barely survived on his own. Sister, please don't let anyone see the sick man, Cassandra said lastly. She spent the whole day wondering what kind of trouble Alex had gotten himself into, what kind of legal action he was facing. It didn't take long to figure out. A woman appeared on his doorstep. It was the same Scarlett. You're his spouse, I take it, Cassandra asked. Yes, I need to see my husband. Why are your nurses preventing this? I demand to be in charge, Scarlett parried. The man in charge will also tell you that you must not tire a patient after an operation. You'd better leave, said Cassandra. But Scarlett decided to wiggle her rights. I'm going to call my daddy now and he'll clean this place up. It's a mess, not a hospital, she blustered across the corridor. Then she actually dialed someone and started complaining loudly that she was not allowed to see her husband. But the other end of the line didn't seem to be in any hurry to intervene. Scarlett then became hysterical. Cassandra had to call the same policeman who had been waiting outside Alex's room for days. He helped to calm the girl down, promising to sort things out. Then he came into Cassandra's office. What's all the drama surrounding my patient, she asked. And this is Deputy Robertson's daughter. We've known her well since she learned to walk as a baby, always getting into adventures. And then her father calls our supervisor and demands we sort it out. The investigator spread his hands. So what is it this time, Cassandra asked. Family drama this time. You'll forgive me for talking about other people's private lives. I shouldn't say that in the interest of the investigation. But you understand me as an expert. So she was jealous of her husband. He's a good bloke, this Alex. It's not the first time he's come to us, thanks to his wife. She has a history of jealousy, fights and suicide threats. This time Scarlett was hanging out at some private club. There she had a conflict with 2 guys. She called her husband and told him they were going to rape her. So the dude comes after her and gives them a beat down. They got scared and handed the guy over to their bodyguards. Beat you or him up. And those 2 cowardly guys also filed a report on him. Their fathers have called our supervisor several times, demanding punishment. That's the kind of fun life he has. Lucky he's alive, the policeman said. So it's all about the wife. She doesn't like the quiet life, Cassandra elaborated. Yes, I'm 100% sure of that. Because at every conflict I myself questioned everyone, made inquiries myself. I feel sorry for the guy, he's a decent man. I will try to make sure that he will not go to jail for anything. His hysterical wife won't let that happen. Because if he does, her violent temper won't be tolerated, he said. Cassandra realized that Alex's fortunes were not so rosy. There were police proceedings ahead of him. In the present, he was being harassed by his hysterical wife. So where does he care about his firstborn son, Donald, who is already reading classic literature in his wheelchair and debating on the internet? Cassandra decided not to interfere in his life. That same evening, however, she was in for a surprise. There was a quiet knock on the door and she went to open it. On the threshold, she first saw a bouquet of flowers and then a familiar face. Hi, why are you avoiding me? Andrew asked. You could tell by the look on his face that he was nervous. What do you want? I think we talked about everything in those days, she said. It's too cold. But you can't do that to me. I mean, we started out so well. I think we'll keep seeing each other, he said. Cassandra thought for a moment and then asked him to wait for her outside. A few minutes later, she came out in full parade, got into his car and said, "Let's go." Where he was taken aback with surprise. "Where is convenient for you? We can go to your house if you're single, or in a hotel room if you are," she said. So they drove to Andrew's flat. On the way, he planned to set a romantic table for her, cook dinner with his own hands, light candles and drink wine. But Cassandra broke all his stereotypes. She threw off her coat and clung to his lips. Within minutes, they were tumbling around in his bed. Andrew woke up alone again in the morning. Cassandra hadn't even left a note, let alone a phone number, which he failed to get every time. He had made a firm decision that day to forget the hell of such an obscure woman, but his decision was enough until exactly noon. Chapter 5. Meanwhile, a reunion was held at the village school. After 20 years again, the whole class gathered together, but Cassandra and Alex were not there. In the circle of classmates, the conversation was always about them. "Oh, I heard our honors student Cassandra turned out to be a double major. They say she couldn't even find a normal man. Nobody would marry her. It's understandable. Who would want someone like that with a sick child?" Cynthia said. "What child?" another inquired. "Were you out of the loop, or have you forgotten the story? She got knocked up with a baby by Cully Travis. He was a convict with metal teeth, rode around in a car, and she fell for him. She got pregnant by him in 9th grade. She denied it until the last minute. Then her mom took her to a relative's house to wash away the shame. She gave birth to a sick child there. Hasn't been here since," Cynthia said with a look of connoisseurship. "It's a pity. Of course, I don't remember that story. What about Kevin? He was courting her, wasn't he? Did it not work out with him too?" another asked. "Kevin's no fool. He was the first handsome man in the village. He settled down well, married the daughter of some important person. He's arranged everything for him. He's got a flat, he's got a business, and his daughter's dusting him off. I once saw a picture of his wife on the internet. So his life is a holiday. They have holidays abroad. His wife is so beautiful," Cynthia said. "No, well, Cassandra, it's a shame. She was such a nice person," one of them said. "I'm not sorry at all. She was a bully from a young age. Thought she was something else. Over-the-top ambition. Life puts them in their place. Let her deal with it herself," said Cynthia, and was satisfied with her conclusions. The evening of the meeting went well. Far past midnight, everyone was already drunk. Alex, Cynthia's husband, suggested that they go home before they collapsed under the table. But Cynthia demanded the continuation of the banquet. When her husband tried to convince her that it was enough of a holiday, she got angry and chased him home. "That's the way it is with men. Since we got married after school, that's how I keep him in the urchin's mitts. Let him try. I've got it under control," she told me proudly a little later. "Oh, Cynthia, how did you wrestle him away from that Cassandra? I guess it was worth the effort. The man would have been lost if it hadn't been for your determination," one of her friends said. And Cynthia was proud again. At the insistence of the entourage, the banquet continued into the morning, and in the morning they moved to the house of one of their classmates and continued the party. The atmosphere of joy and merriment was broken by a visit from Alex, who had been waiting for his wife since the evening, and in the end never waited for her at home. He was extremely angry with her, but Cynthia was not about to give in to him. "I've been telling you all my life that I've been lucky to pick you up and make a man out of you. Here, even the girls can confirm it, if you don't want to believe me. Otherwise you'd be walking around with that minx right now," she declared. "You've had enough of gossiping behind a man's back. Cassandra, by the way, has become a respected doctor. And well done for not giving up on her child. Good for carrying a sick child alone. Not every woman can do that. Some only know how to talk," Alex objected. "What did you call me? Tattletale. And with my mates, you'll never see my kindness again, you scoundrel." "I'll give you a hard time," chatterbox Cynthia said, and came at her husband with an empty bottle. Alex managed to dodge and then deftly caught her by the arm and pulled her to the ground. While the friends around him were trying to figure out what to do next, he managed to deliver several hard blows to her head. Cynthia yelled at the whole village, and Alex silently went home. None of the classmates were surprised by this, because it was a typical case from their family life. Everyone felt sorry only for their daughter Alice. She's 14 this year. Because of the constant fights between her mother and father, the girl grew up withdrawn. At school was not friends with anyone. Teachers complained about her grades. Then Cynthia, instead of taking care of her daughter as a loving mother, drank and beat her daughter in front of her classmates, where the grown-up girls watched it, which was an unbearable blow. That same night, the girl left home. A week later, she was brought back by Cynthia's distant relatives, from whom the girl sought protection. But her mother felt that Alice was thus further disgracing her. A couple of days later, in a fit of drunkenness, she beat her daughter again. This time she was unable to escape. Because of her severe injuries, Alice was unable to go to school for 2 months. She lay in bed in her 14 years and dreamed of becoming a bird and flying away from here. And one day she decided to do it. Beforehand, Alice sold a couple of chickens from the farm before her mother and father could sober up. She packed her 2 dresses into one bag and ran away from the house wherever her eyes were. Her eyes were on the big highway to New York. She had to spend the night in railway stations, and sometimes she had to get caught by the police. But each time she was miraculously saved and was glad of her freedom. Chapter 6. Andrew lost his peace again today as he prepared to go to Cassandra's house. His friend Travis came to his aid. "Andrew, I don't recognize you. Where's that cocky guy who kills ladies' hearts and makes them suffer? It's like you've been replaced." "Did that woman really hit you that hard?" Travis joked. "She's not that kind of woman. She's different. She's something special." I racked my brain trying to figure out her logic. "But one thing is clear. I love her, and I want to be with her," Andrew said. "Take your time, mate. They're manipulating you on purpose to tie you down tighter. You won't act submissive now and she'll give you conditions. Buy me this, buy me that, marry me and all that. Consider yourself lost at this point," Travis said. "I'll be only too happy to do that. I've been single for 8 years now. I'm tired of these consumerist relationships where all they want from me is money just to pop out and marry me. I've been waiting for a self-sufficient, strong female partner. She's exactly that. I can't let her go," Andrew kept saying. "Well, since that's the case, the idea, of course, will just write in the notebook that he met a witch and lost his head," Travis said. He laughed at his friend in love for another long time. But Cassandra didn't answer the door this time. An old lady neighbor came out and threatened to call the police if she didn't leave immediately. Andrew was mortified. He blamed himself that in so many months of socializing he couldn't even get her phone number out. He was about to leave when he saw her at the other end of the yard. Cassandra was rolling her wheelchair in front of her and talking sweetly to a teenage boy. He jumped out of the car and ran towards her. Upon seeing him, the boy showed keen interest. "Hello, Uncle. My name is Donald. Are you here to see us? What brings you here?" he asked, outrunning his mom. Andrew stood at a complete loss. He didn't seem to be prepared for such details of the life of the woman he loved. Cassandra was sure of that, but has learnt the reason for my pride. "I hope you'll leave us alone now," she said. "But I love you," he said. She took him aside and sighed heavily. I love you too, but I can't leave my son. His health is very poor. Without him, my life has no meaning. And you, a normal man, will want my attention and care. I'm soberly assessing my capabilities. So we shouldn't even start. Just leave," she said. Andrew left in silence that day. Cassandra was sure she had done him the honest thing. For the next 3 months, both convinced themselves that just a little longer and the feelings would let go. Cassandra was ready to hide them further, but Andrew wasn't going to. Once again, he arrived with a large box of educational toys for Donald and a ring for Cassandra. Right in her front yard, sitting on his knees, he asked for her hand in marriage. "I think it's not going to be easy, but I'm willing to make an effort to make us happy. Marry me," he said. Donald watched curiously. "Mum, tell me, what if I am gone? Who will comfort you then?" "Andrew is good, though. He'll take care of you," he said. Cassandra accepted his offer. Chapter 7. After a while, Cynthia remembered her daughter. She decided to look for her. The path led her to the house of her mother, with whom she had not been in touch for many years. "Oh, came she that hubby put out, no place to go," and remembered there was a mother. Mrs. Jessica snarled from the doorstep. "Alex hasn't been born yet who would kick me out of the house. You'd better tell me if Alice is hiding at your place. I bet she said her mom didn't feed her, didn't clothe her, didn't give her a home. I told you shouldn't have spoiled her when she was a child. There's no help for her now," said Cynthia. "And the fact that already your daughter is out of the house. What a pity for the girl. I suggested you put her in an orphanage when she was young. She would have got used to it faster there. Now she's probably found some dodgy company. The street is a fast track to a life of debauchery. You can't bring her back to the house now, said Mrs. Jessica. But thank you, Mum. You have reassured me. There wasn't enough condemnation from the neighbors, from everyone else. Of course, it's Mother's fault for giving birth, for raising her, for wanting to make a human being out of her daughter. It's sickening without you. Don't say anything more. If Alice isn't here, Cynthia said, and was about to leave. But her mother stopped her. Can't you see that Mother is ill? Who's going to take care of me? I'll die alone. The dogs will eat my corpse. My daughter has no time to come to her mother, to ask about her health, to cry. Cynthia felt guilty. Well, Mom, it's a long way away. To go back and forth every day if you want to. Come and live with us. We have a big house. There's no one else but me and Alex. There's plenty of room for everyone, she suggested. Mrs. Jessica, who was already bored with her loneliness, didn't object. She had decided to spend the summer at her daughter's house. Upon seeing her, Alex was not pleased at first. Why did you bring that snake into the house? It used to be a nuisance to you. I thought Alice would bring it home, he said. Oh, give it a rest. She'll stay with us for a while, then she'll go back to her place. And your daughter has probably found a bloke to take up with, said Cynthia. From that day on, their life together became more fun. Mrs. Jessica had been a socialite in her youth. When her son-in-law suggested a drink at dinner, she did not object but decided to have a drink herself. All evening she told jokes, sang songs of her youth, and had fun in every possible way. Alex was finally in a better mood. The next morning, Cynthia struggled to get out of bed and went to work at her sausage factory. She hoped that, in the evenings now, she could take her time getting home. Her mother would cook something for dinner, and she would move around the house. But that day, her expectations were not fulfilled. Instead of dinner, she found her mother and her husband drunk. The pattern began to repeat itself day after day. Recently, Cynthia noticed that the groceries at home were not stocked in her absence, as if her mother was throwing them in the rubbish. But Alex's close mate Uncle Miles from across the street was a frequent visitor. He usually came in the afternoon when Cynthia wasn't home and left just before she got home. Uncle Miles had been skinny all his life, somehow too often, and that was because he spent all his money on some kind of pot for smoking, after which he could wander round the street for 24 hours talking rubbish. And he looked like the living dead. From the moment Mrs. Jessica came to live with her daughter, it was as if Uncle Miles had been changed. There was a blush on his cheeks. He stopped wandering up and down the street and calling everyone in the neighborhood threats. A couple of months later, Cynthia was surprised to find that the old man even had a belly. She suspected something was wrong and came home early from work. She entered the house noiselessly, so as not to frighten away the idle drinkers. On the threshold, she heard a loud snore and immediately recognized her husband. But from the kitchen came a whisper. You're a good man, Miles, but proud. I respect that kind of man. I've waited all my life for someone like you, Mrs. Jessica was saying. You're all right, too, a woman in her prime. Now slice me some more sausage. I'd have some dumplings, too. There are more of your own. I'll have another plate, pleaded Uncle Miles. Sure, you'll have both dumplings and sausage. Only after we go to the shop tonight. I'll work off all the stuff I'm throwing at you here. You're full now. You'll be as big as you were the other day, Mrs. Jessica said flirtatiously. Then they began to laugh together. Cynthia realized at once where the food was going and how sick her mother was. She burst into the kitchen, full of determination. Okay, the dining room is closing. Let's take the bottles in our hands and get out of here. This is actually someone else's house, she said, and demanded that Uncle Miles leave her house. But the man had no intention of listening to her. Look, Mrs. Jessica, your daughter's a bitch. Not like you, a good-hearted woman with her soul wide open. And this winter you can't ask for snow. Tell me, are neighbors like that, he protested. Yes, Miles is right. I'm entitled to a private life, having raised you, put you on your feet, handled the responsibilities of parenthood. It's time for me to live for myself too, Mrs. Jessica said. Mum, for God's sake, live for yourself. But not with that junkie. He's dining us out today, he's coming to live with you tomorrow. And then he'll drag things and money out of the house to sell. And then you'll suffer. To hell with such adventures in your old age, Cynthia was indignant. But her mother would not listen to her. She took Uncle Miles' side. The argument turned into a conflict. Cynthia lost control of herself. Then she took a rolling pin from the kitchen and lashed out at Uncle Miles. He didn't expect to be hit so fast and hard for his insolence. He ran, dropping his slippers and anything else he could hide under his shirt. More surprised than anything was Mrs. Jessica, who ran from her daughter's house with him. "You're not my daughter. You're a traitor," she shouted. "Mum, don't be foolish in your old age. Go back before it gets worse." "Shame on the whole neighborhood," Cynthia shouted after her. But Mrs. Jessica had already made her choice. She went to live with Miles in the house across the street. She never spoke to her daughter again. Chapter 8. When Cassandra married Andrew, she had hoped for a happy life. It had been, just not for long. After 6 months of living together, Andrew began to change. One day he struck up a conversation. "I'd like you to rest more. Take time for me and yourself. Donald is big now. I'm willing to pay for a nanny. He can live in your flat and you can visit him every day." "We should have privacy," he said. Cassandra thought about it for a long time and still agreed to accept his terms. So Donald moved back into his old flat, spending most of his time with his nanny, and Cassandra became a frequent visitor to his home. Despite his longing for his mother, Donald kept his cool. "Mum, I'm fine here. The main thing is for you to get more rest. Don't worry about me. Otherwise you'll sit next to me all your life, and then you'll be old," he said to reassure her. Autumn was cold that year, and Donald liked overcast weather. Cassandra usually controlled his love of cold weather walks, but this time she gave in to his desire. In an attempt to please the boy, they spent nearly 12 hours walking that day. The weather was damp and foggy. By late afternoon, Donald had a fever. When Nanny didn't call Cassandra, she and Andrew were at a dinner party at his friend's house. "I need to leave for Donald." "You stay. I'll meet you at home," she whispered to him. But Andrew was perplexed. "How long can you stay? You were just at his place this morning. He's not a little boy anymore. And there's a nanny around. The boy just wants your attention. It's time to be stricter. Let him get used to being an adult," he said, and forbade Cassandra to leave the dinner party. She didn't manage to visit her son until the morning. By then he had been fighting a high fever for 10 hours. His whole body was burning, and he could hardly breathe. He had to be rushed to hospital. Donald's condition was critical. Cassandra now had to stay with him day and night. 2 days later, all the old illnesses worsened and the boy fell into a coma. Mr. Winston gave every support and encouragement to Cassandra. That night he felt professionally that Cassandra should not stay in Donald's room. "Alice, stay in my office. You can lie down and rest," he said. "I've been looking after the whole ward myself today. Donald will receive special attention," he promised. Cassandra was able to sleep for a couple of hours for the first time in 5 days. She had a dream in which her late grandmother was present. She looked better than she had when she was alive. She was wearing a brightly colored floral shawl. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her face looked immensely happy. "I came to check on my ring. It's in place and you're doing great," she said. "What am I going to do about Donald? I think he's sick because I left him out. I chose a man." "Am I a normal mom after that?" Cassandra asked. "You are a great mother. Don't worry about Donald. I'll take care of him now. I brought him to you for a while. That's the way it is. And you'll get better. I won't be seeing you again soon. I'm going to Donald's," she said, and disappeared. Cassandra woke up to the sound of the door opening. It was Mr. Winston coming in, having completed a hard night in the ICU. "Cassandra, you are a strong woman. I am sorry to break this news, but Donald's heart stopped an hour ago. We did the full range of resuscitative measures," he said. "I knew it. His grandmother took him," she said, and burst into tears. Donald's funeral was held with his closest loved ones. Supporting Cassandra came all of her co-workers and a bunch more friends and acquaintances who just knew the family. After the funeral came the hardest days. Andrew tried everything he could to distract her, but it was all in vain. Then he made a suggestion. We need a child of our own. I've wanted one for a long time. And you'll have an outlet. Let's try, he said. Cassandra liked the idea. Now the next 6 months passed in an attempt to catch lucky days for conception on special diets and endless running to doctors. But there were no results. Cassandra, as a doctor, realized that 6 months was still a short time to get pregnant at her young age. But Andrew, for some reason, was putting his hands down. I won't forgive myself if I can't have a baby while I have the chance, he said. Tummy, who's stopping you? I'm doing the best I can, she said. I think it's the other way round. After your bad experience, you're not particularly in the mood for motherhood. I don't see a sparkle in your eyes. And anyway, tell me honestly, as a doctor, do you have a chance of having a baby, or is it too late, he asked bluntly. Cassandra didn't feel like explaining herself or making excuses. She realized there were too many factors in her case. When Andrew once again raised the issue in the same vein as before, she stayed out of the conversation. Then the next evening he came to the empty flat. She left a short note thanking him for their 2 years together and left for her apartment, packing her things. Chapter 9. Cassandra was in a good mood that day. She was in a good mood for the first time in months. After a hard night of work, she decided to take a walk around the city. As she walked along the seafront, she saw a skinny girl sitting on the railing of a wide bridge with her legs hanging down. Cassandra was afraid for her. It seemed that one awkward movement, and the little girl would fly down into the mountain river. Why are you sitting there? It's dangerous, she shouted, running up to the girl and pulling her by her old shirt. And I like to sit like this. I've even slept here a couple of times, the girl said. That's really stupid. You can't risk your life like that. Let's go to the cafe and talk, Cassandra suggested. Really? I'm really hungry. Will you buy me some food? The girl perked up. Sure. Let's go, Cassandra said. And she and Alice headed to the nearest cafe together. The girl looked scruffy, and her old clothes gave away her troubled lifestyle, but her judgment and outlook appeared to be fine. So what brings you to the bridge? Cassandra asked. Adulthood made its own choices, so here I am learning to take responsibility. As a matter of fact, I have nowhere to go. Before that, I worked as a dishwasher in a canteen. At a bus station, replied Alice. And last week there was some incident at the receptionist's. Someone stole a purse with money in it. They wanted to blame the employees. I was disgusted with the way people were treated. I gave up, left. I'll find another job one of these days. With my character, it's not a problem, she said in a businesslike manner. By the way, we never met. My name is Cassandra. I'm a doctor, she introduced herself. And I'm Alice. I've wanted to be a doctor since I was a kid, but I don't think I will. It takes a lot of money to study to be a doctor. And to have a lot of money, you have to have reliable parents around. And I have neither, Alice said. You may not believe this, but I managed to train without reliable parents around. I grew up with a disabled child in my arms. It was a lucky break, but that was because I wanted it so badly. Would you like me to teach you? Cassandra asked. You're so awesome. Lucky your kids. I dream that someday I'll have a good relationship with my parents and I'll finally be able to sit here and tell them everything. And they'll listen and support me, Maria said. Cassandra cautiously asked about the girl's family. She told everything with tears in her eyes. When she finished her story, Cassandra already knew what she was going to suggest to her. How about we go to my place? You can stay with me as long as you want. We'll think about how you can get into medical school. You'll probably have to finish school. We'll figure that out too. I don't have anyone. You'll be the closest person to me, she offered. Oh, I really like that idea. Just don't want to embarrass you, Alice said. Don't worry about that. If a man has room in his heart, there is sure to be a corner in his dwelling for others. I was once convinced of that myself, said Cassandra, remembering her Aunt Elizabeth and her kind family members. That's how Cassandra got her adopted daughter, Alice. You're so nice you could get married, Alice would say sometimes in the evenings. I've been there a few times already. Yes, it can be nice there. But in my case, it didn't work out. I had to be torn between my son and my husband's. And that turned out to be difficult, Cassandra said. And why didn't you marry your son's father? Alice asked. That's a good question. He disowned me. Someone spread a rumor about me walking around with the bad guy in town. Everyone believed it. Alex was out of town at the time. He found out later and believed them too, not me. I couldn't forgive him for that betrayal, so I didn't say anything about my baby with him, either, Cassandra said. And if you saw him now, what would you say to him? Alice asked curiously. Now? I'd say the same thing now. I hope he's doing well now. He's married to the daughter of a rich family. He has everything. Sometimes he gets into fights, though. He ends up in intensive care with concussion, loses his memory, ends up in police custody. But his wife writes on social media that they have the happiest family, Cassandra said. The girl laughed out loud in response. And your parents, who are they? How dare they not love a girl like that? Cassandra asked. I don't want to talk about them. I hope someday I'll be able to get on good terms with them. Until then, things are very sad, said Alice. And they never returned to the subject again. After a while, Cassandra managed to get the girl into school. It was hard for her to catch up with the school program, but Cassandra spared no effort and time to help her. In the end, everything worked out for them. And when Alice entered the medical university, her joy was boundless. You are my savior and protector. I'll be grateful to you all my life. Don't worry, you won't be alone in your old age. I'll take care of you, Alice promised once. Thank you, sweetheart, but I wouldn't want that. I'll try to be healthy in my old age and pass away quickly without torturing myself or others. That's the end of my mission. I don't need anything more from life, Cassandra said. The time came and Alice brought a young man into the house. Cassandra liked him. He was also a medical student, well-mannered, and he loved her girl. What more could she ask for? A couple of months later, the young man said he wanted to live with Alice in his flat. Cassandra let her go with a clean heart. So today they called Cassandra to visit once again. She was returning from their visit in high spirits, and her peace was shattered by the same voice from behind. Cassandra, what's your hurry? Wait, shouted a female voice. Cassandra turned around and saw Cynthia again. Her body was covered in cold sweat. As Cynthia approached her, Cassandra became speechless with fear. You're so sorry, aren't you? And let's go to your place and have tea, Cynthia said. Cassandra no longer doubted that it was not Cynthia in front of her, but something from a parallel world. Because on a summer's day, no one walks around in a long coat and a red woolen shawl. They told me you were dead, she said in a trembling voice. But you forgive me. Shall we have tea? Cynthia repeated, without approaching her. What am I to forgive you for? You must sleep in peace in your coffin. Don't come near me again, Cassandra shouted. I was the one who made up the story that you were walking around with a baby from Colia Vitalik because you loved Alex. I managed to get him away from you, but I wasn't happy with him. He killed me the other day. He hit me on the head with a bottle and I fell asleep forever. And you forgive me, Cynthia repeated. Cassandra covered her ears with her hands and repeated every prayer she could remember. She ran to her driveway and found that Cynthia had vanished somewhere. After this incident, she could not recover for a long time, and after a while she decided to take a holiday and have a rest. The professor encouraged her. Yes, Cassandra, it's high time you took a holiday. You've been quite out of sorts for a long time, said Mr. Winston. I will have one question for you, said Cassandra. What can the living do to make the dead find rest? She asked. The professor regarded her question with complete understanding. Obviously, let them go or ask them what they want for themselves. Usually they want forgiveness, or less often, a warning against something he said. Cassandra understood everything. She had no more questions. 3 days later, before she left the country, she visited Alex's house with Cynthia. Neighbors told her that Alex had been jailed for his wife's murder. He had managed to cover it up at first, but later it all came out and the investigation found him guilty. After hearing the tragic story, Cassandra went straight to the cemetery. She found the grave, laid a bouquet of wildflowers and stood by it for a few moments. Sleep well, mate. Did you make the mistake of youth? Everyone makes them. I forgive you. Don't come to me again, she said, and left without looking back. The long-awaited holiday had been a success. She was bored for the first few days, but then she began to socialize with the Russian-speaking visitors to the hotel. One of them invited her to visit them in the evening for a friendly chat. Cassandra gladly agreed. A company of intellectuals and creative people who preferred a quiet holiday at a good table gathered. We have another person coming over, also resting, one rather interesting man, said Cassandra's new friend, Mrs. Elsa. Cassandra didn't emphasize the point until the guest herself appeared at their door. There's our Kevin, Mrs. Elsa said, and greeted him exuberantly. Cassandra couldn't believe her eyes for a long time. Kevin, you again, she smiled. Cassandra, what brings you here? You and I last saw each other in the park when I was still just dating my ex-wife. You still had a young son in a pram, he said. And also in the hospital when you got amnesia, Cassandra whispered. It's great that you two know each other, Mrs. Elsa said. Yes, supported their new friends. Cassandra watched him all evening and made sure Kevin was able to regain his health. According to his stories, things didn't work out with Scarlett after all. They divorced when the children were old enough. She retaliated harshly against him for that and left him literally on the street, he recounted. He told how and how many times in his life he had to get back on his feet from scratch. His new friends listened to his story with interest and admired his willpower. The company retired to their rooms well past midnight. Kevin, on the other hand, suggested to Cassandra a night out. Yeah, I didn't think after 35 years we'd get to look at the moon together again, he said. None of this means anything. Consider there was never anything between us except our mutual son who never saw you once, she said. That night she told him her entire adult life from the beginning. Kevin couldn't handle the whole truth, especially about her son. At one point he got up and left without saying a word, and Cassandra never waited for him again. But he came back 2 days later. Forgive me, I want to see my son's grave. I want to ask for his forgiveness. And yes, maybe it's time for us to finally be together, he asked. Or maybe it's just time for us to stop believing rumors and listen to each other more often, she asked. I promise, he said, crouching down on his knees in front of her. Seeing Cassandra move out of her flat, Mrs. Margaret was curious. Where do you think you're going? Is it to a nursing home, she asked. No guess. Married, she said, stroking Marcel. What have you found, young girl? I suppose he's got his eye on your money? See that he doesn't embezzle the flat. There's a reason for it, said the old woman. Wrong again, Mrs. Margaret. He's as old as I am. He's got enough flats of his own. All right, I'll run along. Take care, Cassandra said. And she was off. Mrs. Margaret hurried up to her friends in the driveway to share the exciting news.